Although Long Tongue had not been to the chaotic Devil Sea before, hearing Yi Yuan's simple description, he knew that place definitely had a large group of murderous and wicked villains. That kind of place, experts were probably in abundance. Experts that were able to survive there, their strength should definitely be incomparably formidable. Even those great Holy Land's geniuses might not be stronger than them. As for such a place, there were definitely a large group of Dao Profound Realm experts too. That went even more without saying. Even those phaseless realm martial artists might not be people that Yi Yuan could easily cross realms to battle with. The White Valiant region was just one of the divine realm's most remote regions. The martial artists here, their strengths were not very strong. But in the chaotic Devil Sea, that kind of place could be said to be a place where countless divine realm powerhouses gathered. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Therefore, Long Tongue's concern was not utterly unjustifiable. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "If I can't even handle a chaotic Devil Sea, my great vengeance don't need to be avenged anymore either. Senior, rest assured. A mere chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan, still won't place in my sights. Seniors, injuries can't be delayed. Only by going to the chaotic Devil Sea can it be treated." Long Tongue's expression became slightly austere as he said, "Just what does the chaotic Devil Sea have that you insist on going?" "Skunda Divine Stone." Yi Yuan nonchalantly uttered 3 words but made Long Tongue's expression change drastically. "What did you say? That chaotic Devil Sea actually has Skunda Divine Stones?" "That's right. What I know at present in the Divine Realm, only the chaotic Devil Sea has Skunda Divine Stones. Only Skunda Divine Stones can aid Senior to consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence, to recover to your peak condition," Yi Yuan said. Skunda Divine Stone was a type of extremely rare wondrous item. It had extremely great nourishing effects towards divine souls, primordial spirits, artifact spirits, these types of existences. Since Long Tongue was an artifact spirit, Yi Yuan had no way of refining medicinal pills for him at all. Only the Skunda Divine Stone, which was a kind of heaven and earth wonder, could treat his injuries. Long Tongue gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression, but he shook his head and said, "This place that produces Skunda Divine Stones is probably exceedingly dangerous, right? With your current strength, it's likely too dangerous. And I already don't have strength left to spare to control the vast Heaven Pagoda one more time again." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard and said, "Senior just have to care about recuperating in this place. Other things, leave them to me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he exited the vast Heaven Pagoda. Directly, watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Long Tongue was slightly dazed. Only after a long time did he scold with a smile, "Stinking brat!" Although Yi Yuan inherited the vast Heaven Pagoda, for such a long time he had always been testing Yi Yuan's character. Therefore, Yi Yuan actually did not truly obtain much help after acquiring the vast Heaven Pagoda for a long time. Without this artifact spirit's approval, Yi Yuan could not even find this secret space. But this time, Yi Yuan entering the boneyard without a single backward glance, wanting to slay fiend god Jialan, finally made Long Tongue thoroughly accept Yi Yuan. This recent period of time, an extremely major incident happened in the White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord, Tuyu, actually gained a new lease on life. After secluding for 10 months, he miraculously broke through to 2nd level Dao Profound. This incident shocked the entire White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was filled with exultation from top to bottom. The depressing air amassed these few years was instantly swept clean. The other 6 Holy Lands' Holy Lords all issued greeting cards to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, wanting to come to the White Valiant region to express felicitations to Tuyu. Helpless, Tuyu could only organize a grand ceremony to welcome guests from all over. "Holy Lord, the 6 Holy Lands' Holy Lords are all already waiting in the Great Hall." Chen Qin entered and said, Tuyu darted Chun-Chin a glance and said, "Sigh. You also know that my lucky breakthrough this time was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's life and death is uncertain, we're hosting some grand ceremony in Crimson Afterglow. Can't get past this psychological hurdle," Chun-Chin said helplessly. "This is also something that can't be helped. Holy Lord, breaking through to the second level Tao profound this time, not only does your strength reign supreme in the White Valiant region, but your longevity also increased several hundred years out of thin air. Although the 6 great holy lands holy lords didn't say it explicitly, for them to come personally to congratulate, they are already expressing their intent to submit. If we don't accept it, it will instead cause everybody to panic. As for Yi Yuan, this subordinate also wishes for him to come back safe and sound soon. But his matters are evidently already not what we can poke our noses into. Be that as it may, I keep feeling like I owe Yi Yuan too much in my heart," Tuyu said with a sigh. "Talking about owing, it's not a matter of just Holy Lord alone. The entire Crimson Afterglow all owe him far too much," Chun-Chin said helplessly. "That Divine King Powerhouse said before when giving Tuyu the medicinal pill, he owed Yi Yuan a favor. To be able to make this kind of existence owe a favor, Yi Yuan's background was definitely not small. Therefore, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was actually very embarrassed right now, especially Tuyu. He felt like he owed Yi Yuan too much, but he had no way of repaying Yi Yuan anything, especially now that a year had passed, and there was no news about Yi Yuan. This made Tuyu feel even more fearful and in suspense. "Say, do you think Yi Yuan can come back or not?" Tuyu said. Chun-Chin could not help choking up, nodding his head, then shaking his head again. But in the end, he did not know what he should say. According to the way Wu Xiyuan said it, Yi Yuan was injured extremely severely at that time. Now, there was already no news for an entire year. The likelihood of survival was probably already very low. In the end, Tuyu gave a long sigh, but he still went out toward the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, the Crimson Afterglow organized a grand celebration. The White Valiant region's major and minor forces practically all gathered at the Crimson Afterglow, all here to express congratulations to Tuyu. Congratulations, Holy Lord. Tuesday soaring to the skies in one bound this time seriously made people endlessly shocked. Holy Lord 2 is indeed a prodigious talent. In the future, our cloud Watchtower Holy Land will listen only to the Crimson Afterglow's orders. The Crimson Afterglow is well deserving of being a veteran Holy Land with deep foundations. Holy Lord 2 breaking through to the second level Tao. Profound this time, you have got to take care of us in the future. The ones talking were all Holy Lords. These Holy Lords had always been contending in secret between themselves to see who could be the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. And among them, Tuyu's age was the oldest. His hope was naturally the bleakest as well. These few years, it had always been widely rumored that Tuyu entered closed seclusion wanting to break through to second level Tao profound, but he had never succeeded. Not only the Crimson Afterglow's own people doubted Tuyu, but even these Holy Lords were also very suspicious about Tuyu's situation too. If not for Tuyu's age being the oldest and his strength being the strongest, too, they would probably have made a move long ago to probe. But now, they never would have thought that among the 7 Holy Lords it was actually Tuyu who was the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. In front of people, Tuyu naturally would not display dispirited emotions. He immediately said coolly, "Everybody doesn't have to be courteous. The White Valiant region is everyone's White Valiant region, not my Tuyu's personal White Valiant region. Our White Valiant region belongs to the bottom of the barrel existences in the divine realm. Everybody should support each other all the more so, like birds of a feather." When making polite and insincere comments, Tuyu did not even blink his eyes. But right at this time, someone shouted at the top of voice outside the door, "Young Lord came back. Why, young Lord Yi has returned." Tuyu's expression changed. and his face immediately revealed a look of wild elation as he vanished from inside the great hall with a whoosh. Starting from this chapter, we will capitalize G and S in great and super. Holy Lands. On the crimson afterglow streets, a group of people clustered around a young man, all incredibly excited. Young Lord, it's great that you're all right. You have no idea we were all worried sick about you in this 1 year. Yeah, young Lord. Elder Wu came back and said that your situation was very bad. We were all worried to death. You're the hope of our crimson afterglows. Future. Nothing must happen. Young Lord, you broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm already. One could tell that these young men truly took Yi Yuan to be like an idol. They were very worried about him this period of time. Although the time Yi Yuan became the young lord was not long, his series of methods still brought everyone into submission. Even Wu Xiyuan yielded, let alone the rest. Furthermore, Soul Martial Divine King Zhong Zizhen's appearance the previous time made Yi Yuan's prestige in the youngsters' hearts rise to an impossible height even more. To have relations with such a terrifying existence, this young lord was truly remarkable. You gaining a new lease on life and breaking through to the second level. Dao Profound Realm, people coming from all around to pay respects. These were all intricately linked to young Lord Yi Yuan. If there were no Yi Yuan, those 6 holy lords would probably not be here to pay respects but sending out an army to attack instead. But when they discovered that Yi Yuan actually broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm, each and every one of them was so astonished that they could not close their mouths. Didn't Wu Xiyuan say that Yi Yuan was badly wounded and that his life was in critical danger? Why did he directly break through to the heaven enlightenment realm after a year of not appearing in public? Reality seemed to be entirely different from Elder Wu's version of things. Yi Yuan saw through everyone's doubts, but said smilingly, what Elder Wu said was right. When he left, I was indeed on the verge of dying. But later I obtained some good fortune. Not only did my injuries recover fully, I even broke through cultivation realms consecutively. Wu Xiyuan was at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. This was something that was known to all in the crimson afterglow. These youngsters having doubts, that was within reason. In reality, Wu Xiyuan also suffered considerable skepticism in this 1 year. They did not know what happened in the boneyard. There were even people who suspected whether or not Wu Xiyuan struck a vicious blow against young Lord. But the Holy Lord did not seem to look into this matter excessively. In this 1 year, Wu Xiyuan had constantly lived in the seclusion of his own home and rarely came out. He himself withstood tremendous pressure too. If not for Wang Zan supporting Wu Xiyuan fervently, probably even Tu would not believe Wu Xiyuan either. Thanks to Yi Yuan, Wang Zan also returned alive this time. And this Wang Zan was first Elder Chun Qin's trusted confidant. Yi Yuan. It's great that you came back. A figure flashed. Tu revealed his figure, his appearance extremely agitated. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound. A huge rock in his heart finally landed on the ground. Seeing Tu appear, the others all gave a bow, then withdrew in succession. The crimson afterglows people all understood why Tu would be so agitated. Yi Yuan smiled as he cupped his fists and said, Congratulations to Holy Lord, for breaking through to second-level Dao Profound. Those youngsters chiming into the conversation, Yi Yuan also figured out what was going on in the crimson afterglow today. For Tu to be able to break through to the second-level Dao Profound realm indicated that Zhong Zizhen already came by before. Tu was originally peak first-level Dao Profound, except he had always been stuck at this bottleneck and was unable to break through. In proportion to the difficulty of refining, the Nine-Yang Spring restoring pill's medicinal effects were extremely strong too. Tu breaking through to second-level Dao Profound was within Yi Yuan's expectations. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he would actually be gone for a year's time. What's there to congratulate about? Any greater joyous occasion can't match up to your safe return too. Tu went up agitatedly to pull Yi Yuan into his arms, rather like old friends who had not met for many years. At this time, the other holy lords also followed outside. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in amazement. The relationship between the Holy Lord and the young lord can be said to be a relationship of a master and an apprentice as well. But there would never be a Holy Lord with such an attitude towards the young lord. The Shangjun following behind the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lord was rather understanding towards this scene. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's methods underground. He was certain that, even if these holy lords were present, they absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's sort of extent either. Furthermore, hearing the news of Tu Yu breaking through to the second level Dao Profound Realm, Shang Jun's first reaction was that it had something to do with Yi Yuan. This was just a kind of intuition. Shang Jun could not say why either. Tu Yu had always been announcing that he was in seclusion to assault the second level Dao Profound these few years, but he had never succeeded all along. Now, Yi Yuan just became the young lord and Tu Yu successfully broke through. This was a bit too coincidental as well. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "What's Holy Lord saying? You're the backbone of the Crimson Afterglow. Now that you broke through to the second level Dao Profound, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land has at least several hundred years of glory. This is the first-rate joyous occasion for our Crimson Afterglow." Yi Yuan's position in Tu Yu's heart was long not what a young lord could be summarized with, but today's protagonist was Tu Yu. Yi Yuan obviously would not be a gate crasher and usurp the host's place. Furthermore, he was going to leave soon. After coming back this time was primarily still for the sake of saying goodbye, but he did not expect to just happen to run into the grand celebration. Haha. This emperor has too many things I wish to tell you. Let's have a good chalaté. There are many guests present today, so let's not neglect them, Tu Yu said. Tu Yu naturally had a belly full of words he wanted to say to Yi Yuan, but these words were not appropriate to say explicitly in front of people, so he could only hold it in as well. When those holy lords saw Tu Yu's joyful appearance, each and every one of their expression turned dim. Entering the boneyard this time, 6 out of the 7 great holy lands young lords perished all at once. Only Shingjun alone returned. This threw their hearts into turmoil. To be able to become the young lord, each one of them depended on numerous resources of the Holy Land. The holy lords definitely also expended painstaking effort. Losing it all at once, it was hard for them to avoid feeling downcast in their hearts. It was just that they never thought that after a time interval of a year, Yi Yuan actually survived miraculously. It touched their sore spot all of a sudden. Gentlemen, today, my Crimson Afterglow is blessed with 2 joyous events at the same time. This emperor is very happy. Everybody come into the great hall. He won't return without getting drunk, Tu Yu said heroically. Seeing Yi Yuan return safe and sound, he was too happy in his heart. As for his current behavior, it was very different from how he usually acted. These holy lords were all shrewd and astute and naturally perceived something different regarding this Crimson Afterglow's newly ascended young lord. They all cast over curious looks. When he was passing by Shang Jun also said with a cheerful look, "Brother Yi being able to return safely, this Shang is glad from the bottom of my heart. I just didn't expect that Brother Yi profited from a misfortune this time and actually broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm." When Shang Jun saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart too. Having his divine soul minced by fiend god Jialan, not only did Yi Yuan's injuries recover fully, he even broke through a major cultivation realm in a year's time. This was simply something inconceivable. Yi Yuan gave Shang Jun a glance with a profound meaning and said smilingly, "Time waits for no man. Brother Shang got to buck up too. Perhaps someday when the divine realm gets thrown into chaos, I still have to rely on Brother Shang's strength." Shang Jun's heart went cold, immediately feeling greater pressure. The might of the fiend god was already deeply imprinted in his mind. If fiend god Jialan really could recover to his pinnacle strength, that would truly be a great calamity to the divine realm. What? You want to go to the chaotic Devil Sea? After the great celebration, Tu dragged Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber, without delay to carry out a conversation. But the words Yi Yuan's threw out gave Tu a fright. Yes, I have important things and must make a trip to the chaotic Devil Sea. Yi Yuan nodded and said, But, Yi Yuan suddenly mentioning that he wanted to leave thoroughly threw Tu's tempo into confusion. He actually did not know what to say for a moment. Only after thinking for a long time did Tu say, Then, will you still be coming back? At present, Tu was already aware that the crimson afterglow, this temple, was too small and simply could not accommodate Yi Yuan, a great deity. It was just that Tu never expected that this day would actually arrive so quickly. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Tu's concerns and said smilingly, Rest assured, Holy Lord. No matter where I go, I'll always be the Crimson Afterglow's young lord. But I probably can't make it back for a short while. This sentence represented Yi Yuan's promise to Tu. When Yi Yuan soared in the future, he would absolutely pull the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land along. It was just that right now, Yi Yuan was unable to stay in the Crimson Afterglow anymore. Yi Yuan was carrying too many things on his shoulders. He had more things to do. A measly little Crimson Afterglow was not his stage. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Tu's expression became complicated. He finally gave a sigh and said, Ever since that Lord appeared, I knew that you'd leave, sooner or later one day, but didn't expect that it was so soon. Since your mind is made up, I won't hold you back anymore. This life of mine was given by you. If you have any needs, feel free to speak. That's not right, Holy Lord. The Crimson Afterglow's foundation, the desolate, ancient drip essence pool, was ruined by me. Yi Yuan is seized with fear. Just a measly little 9-yang spring restoring pill. Holy Lord, don't have to worry about it, Yi Yuan said. The value of the primeval dragon bone was far above that of the 9-yang spring restoring pill. Its significance to Yi Yuan was absolutely not what a 9-yang spring restoring pill could compare to either. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan possibly utilize such a huge favor to make? The sole martial divine king of the 10 great divine kings, Zhong Zizhen, take action to refine this 9-yang spring restoring pill? Yi Yuan could feel that Tu was truly planning on grooming him as the successor, so he had quite a favorable impression towards Crimson Afterglow as well. But Tu shook his head and said, The desolate ancient drip essence pools. Significance was actually already not great to Crimson Afterglow. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kept on going downhill too. Forefather, that sort of peerless genius is not so easy to show up. You being able to walk to the 7th level of the desolate ancient drip essence pool was already a miracle to the Crimson Afterglow. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was good, but not everybody could walk to the 7th level region. Except that this time, the Crimson Afterglow really produced several fine saplings. Especially Yi Yuan, he actually walked to the final level. This was already a tie with Forefather's record. If there were no accidents, Yi Yuan breaking through to the Divine King realm was no issue at all. One had to know that the Forefather was an existence comparable to the 10 great Divine Kings. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, no matter which aspect one looked at, Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defyingly scary. His future accomplishments might not be lower than Forefather's. Oh, right, with that guy's temperament, seeing that I'm not in the Crimson Afterglow, he shouldn't take the initiative to make an appearance. How did you detect that fellow's existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked. Tu's heart was slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan's tone when talking was very casual, like he was old friends with that lord. Tu was shrewd with age and could naturally tell that Yi Yuan was not putting on an appearance. But this involuntarily made him become even more curious. Just what kind of person was Yi Yuan to actually be able to become friends with that kind of existence? A person who was able to think nothing of vast Sun City, no matter how one racked their heads. He was not an ordinary divine king powerhouse either. Seeing Yi Yuan inquire, Tuyu naturally would not hide it either, giving a recount of the situation that happened that day. Yi Yuan frowned hard when he heard that. He did not think that there was still such a thing in between this. This was really an accident arising from many causes. Otherwise, when he returned now, the crimson afterglow would probably be a wasteland already. Thinking about it, he was filled with lingering fear after the event too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Zhou Yan actually refused to give up on his evil designs, and he even came to the crimson afterglow holy land. Looks like not teaching him a bit of lesson, this fellow would really go from bad to worse. Yi Yuan's expression was as dark as water. A terrifying aura emitted very naturally. Tuyu could not help being slightly startled when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan was clearly only heaven enlightenment realm, but he actually gave rise to feelings of dread towards Yi Yuan's aura. Looks like after coming out from the chaotic devil sea, I'll have to drop by Vast Sun City, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Tuyu was speechless when he heard that. Vast Sun City was a rank 1 holy land with deep foundations. Just the divine king powerhouses were quite a few. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was shocking and he was already a phaseless realm martial artist after coming out of the chaotic devil sea, it was not possible to deal with a vast sun city too, right? But thinking about how Yi Yuan knew that Lord Tuyu let go of his worries. Too. As long as he called that Lord, presumably vast sun city would really not dare to act rashly without careful consideration, right? The next day morning, in front of Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's large-scale transmission array, came a dozen over figures. They were all here to send Yi Yuan off. Brother Yi, I didn't expect that you'll be leaving right after you came back. This Shang was still planning on finding you to enjoy a cup of wine and have a nice chat. Seems like there's no opportunity. The chaotic devil sea is different from the white valiant region. Brother Yi got to be careful. Everywhere. Sheng Jun clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he said, Rest assured, Brother Sheng. This Yi is naturally aware. Brother Sheng understands the righteousness of a cause. In the future, your accomplishments are bound to be limitless. This white valiant region is too small. If there's a chance, best to go out and walk around more. Entering the boneyard this time, Sheng Jun's performance made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The human race had an enormous population but was in a state of disunity. People with courage and were worthy like Sheng Jun were really not many. Now that the divine realm's undercurrents were surging and fiend god Jialan came into being, it was precisely a period of trouble. People like Sheng Jun, naturally the more the merrier. Sheng Jun smiled and said, Brother Yi has the same thought as this Sheng. Even if Brother Yi didn't say, this Sheng plans to go out and walk around. Sometime soon too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and fished out a small bottle and threw it to Sheng Jun as he said, This is a Dharma word pill that this Yi refined yesterday night. I believe it will be of some help to Brother Sheng. Sheng Jun's entire body trembled as he received the Dharma word pill in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief. This is really a Dharma word pill. This Sheng has long heard before of the name of Dharma word pill, but nobody in the White Valiant region is able to refine this pill. Didn't expect that Brother Yi actually has such capability. Sheng Jun marveled. Dharma word pill was a medicinal pill that helped heaven enlightenment realm. Medicinal pills breakthrough to phaseless realm. Although it was a tier 7 medicinal pill, it was extremely hard to refine. Even that Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's alchemy venerable powerhouses could not refine it at all either. Sheng Jun was unable to imagine that Yi Yuan actually only used a night's time to refine a Dharma word pill. Regarding Yi Yuan's martial strength, Sheng Jun had a clear understanding long ago. But he did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such heaven-defying attainments in alchemy. Hoo-hoo. Dharma word pill isn't considered some incredible medicinal pill. Not hard for this Yi to refine. Alright. Thanks so much for coming to send me off, everyone. Let's meet again if fate wills it, Yi Yuan said with a smile. EC City was the Dinghe region's rank 4 Holy Land, and EC City was a subordinate force of Dawn Heavenly Palace, one of the 8 great super-holy lands. EC City was very prosperous because in the nearby several major regions, only EC City had a super long-distance transmission array. In the Divine Realm, wanting to cross several major regions to go on a journey, one must pass through a super long-distance transmission array. Martial artists likely required several years, even several decades to complete the journey if they relied solely on one's own strength to fly. Of course, if one's strength reached the Divine King realm, that was something else entirely. Boy, stop looking. The super transmission array is spoiled. Wanna hop onto the transmission array? Go queue up and register over there. A 9th level Heaven Enlightenment City guard berated and did not have any respect towards this young man in front of him at all. And the target he was berating was precisely Yi Yuan, who came far away from the White Valiant region. The fees required for constructing a super transmission array was an astronomical figure. Places like the White Valiant region did not have the ability to build a super transmission array at all. Therefore, for Yi Yuan to want to go to the Chaotic Devil Sea, he had to pass through a place with a super transmission array. EC City's super transmission array led to a large city in the proximity of the Chaotic Devil Sea. Hence, Yi Yuan came to EC City. Not only did constructing a super transmission array need to cost a huge sum of resources, it even required a coalition of several Tier 9 array emperors before it could be completed. EC City naturally did not have this ability. This transmission array was assisted by the Dawn Heavenly Palace to build for EC City in order to strengthen the control over the nearby several major regions. But when Yi Yuan made it to EC City, the transmission array was spoiled. Coincidentally, what made Yi Yuan depressed was that now there was already a large group of martial artists held up in EC City. Even if the transmission array were fixed, if Yi Yuan queued up according to the protocol, it would need a month's time before he could leave as well. After all, a super transmission array like this, the essence crystals it needed to expend each time, was a rather terrifying figure. This transmission array could only activate once every 3 days. Each time it activated, it could only transport 300 people. Yi Yuan familiarized himself with it earlier. Right now there were already several thousand people registered. He probably could not leave EC City for a few months. Currently, the surrounding of the transmission array was already sealed off. Far away, some array masters could be seen currently carrying out repairs inside. This brother, I wonder when this super transmission array can be fixed? Yeah. Yuan secretly stuffed a bag of earth essence crystals to that city guard and asked. The city guard darted Yi Yuan a glance with a profound meaning. Clearly he did not think that this young man was actually so adept. Only then did his expression ease up considerably. Taking the money, that city guard naturally answered every question. Maybe 10 days, maybe a year. How can I be certain about this? Repairing this super transmission array requires a Tier 9 array emperor to personally take action. Our EC City doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor. Right now, City Lord His Excellency already ordered people to go to Dawn Heavenly Palace to invite a Tier 9 array emperor. But the Tier 9 array emperor is in great demand. Whether he comes or not, what time he comes, it's all uncertain. This was awkward. Yi Yuan was very worried about Long Tang's situation and was not willing to delay even a second. Therefore, he departed on the journey on the second day. After he returned to Crimson Afterglow, he did not expect that although he did not delay at Crimson Afterglow, he was held up in this EC City. Like this, huh? I wonder how this transmission array spoiled? Yi Yuan asked, curiously. Upon mentioning this, that city guard immediately flared up and said, "Don't talk about it. That heaven-damned fellow. Turns out that he was hunted down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace's elders until here. It was also a coincidence when that fellow arrived here. our transmission array was in a state of activating. That guy killed quite a few people upon making a move and even wrecked the Grand Array. One could tell that when this city guard mentioned that person, a look of fear showed in his eyes. Clearly, that person's strength was extremely formidable. When Yi Yuan heard, he was shocked inwardly too. An existence who could be chased down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace was probably not a good guy. Furthermore, one could tell that from destroying the Grand Array, that fellow was definitely a ruthless character. Damaging the Grand Array from the interior, one could be swept into a turbulent spatial flow at any time. This was going for broke. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to that city guard, "This one knows about array formations a little. Why not let me lend a hand and try helping out?" The city guard was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Forget. Even though our EC city doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor, we have some Tier 8 array masters. You take a look at those people inside, they are all masterclass figures. What help can you, a little brat, offer?" Yi Yuan stuffed another bag of earth essence crystals to him and said with a smile, "Big brother, younger brother has been interested in formations since young. You look, there are so many masters inside. Younger brother also just wish to go in and learn. You look, their age isn't young anymore either. Can always come in handy for some manual labor, right?" Looking at that bag of earth essence crystals, the city guard was clearly somewhat hesitant already. Thinking about it, he said, "How about this? I'll go and speak for you. But whether they use you or not isn't something that I can decide. But this thing." His meaning was very clear, regardless whether it was a success or failure. This bag of earth essence crystals was his. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, big brother. Whether it works or not, since younger brother took this thing out, I've never thought about taking it back. Big brother has a hard job here too. Taking it to drink a bit of alcohol to get over your fatigue is also good." That city guard said with a hearty laugh, "Boy, you're very sensible. I like you. You wait here. I heard that the transmission array was damaged very badly. This time, Master Wu, they all are really lacking manpower." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble big brother." Yi Yuan's smuggling inside was naturally not in order to learn. He wanted to fix the Grand Array. Rather than waiting for that whatever array emperor to come, it was not as fast as getting to work himself. The super transmission array was not one grand array, but combined together from many major and minor array formations, very complicated. Among these had Tier 9 array formations, Tier 8 too, and even Tier 7 array formation. Those array masters inside right now were all repairing array formations under Tier 9. Tier 9 array formations, naturally only array emperors understood. However, these array formations was not a difficult thing to Yi Yuan. Hence, that was why he came forward of his own accord to offer his services, saying that he wanted to go in and learn. When Yi Yuan looked over at this time, that Master Wu was currently utterly exhausted from overwork. Managing the restoration of such a grand array was clearly somewhat forceful to him. Yi Yuan saw the city guard went up to exchange a couple of words with him, then turned back. Seeing Yi Yuan, the city guard smiled and said, "You, boy, are lucky. Master Wu just happened to be lacking manpower and asks you to hurry over." But Master Wu said, "If you go over and cause trouble, he'll slap you to death with one palm. Don't blame me for not warning you. Master Wu's temper is very bad. You have to be careful." Regarding this result, it was not out of Yi Yuan's expectations. Super transmission arrays were very complicated. To Tier 8 array masters, it was indeed a little forceful. He swept a glance earlier and knew that inside was really lacking manpower. So, with people delivering themselves to the gate, they should not refuse. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother. Don't look at how younger brother is young, my foundations are still very solid. I won't make a mess. And good that it's solid. If it isn't solid and you annoy Master Wu, the one courting death is yourself too." All right, come with me then. The city guard said coolly. Regarding Yi Yuan's life or death, he could not be bothered. As long as there was money to earn, it was fine. The two people were just about to turn around and leave when suddenly, a clear and melodious voice stopped them from behind. Hey, hey! Two big brothers are you guys lacking people who know array formations here? Turning around to take a look, turns out that it was a beautiful lady wearing a flaming red fur dress. This lady seemed to be even a little younger than Yi Yuan's age. But her strength could not be underestimated. It actually reached 9th level heaven. Enlightenment already. The girlie looked very pretty. That city guard was still thinking of flying off the handle, but the moment he saw her, he immediately put out the fire. You know array formations too? The city guard asked. The girlie nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice and said with a wide beam, I know. Don't look at how I'm young. I'm a true blue tier 7 array master. The city guard sized this girlie up and down a bit, his gaze filled with disbelief. Huh? You don't believe? I'll display a move for you to see. The girlie seemed to have suffered some stimulation, casually lay down a miniature array formation. Her technique actually flowed smoothly and naturally. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This girlie looked like she came from a family with profound teachings. Just this move was even stronger compared to quite a few Tier 8 array masters. The city guard's eyes turned intent, and he nodded and said, All right, you. Come too. The girlie looked at Yi Yuan with a smug smile and followed along as well. Master Wu, these two. The city guard had yet to finish talking when he was interrupted by Master Wu. You two each set up a miniature Tier 5 array formation for me. If you can't set it up, get lost right now for me. Master Wu was clearly very impatient. There were even people coming up to seek guidance from him every now and time and were given a good dressing down by him. Looks like he indeed had a hot temper. That girl's lips pursed and she said disdainfully, Tate, isn't it just a Tier 5 array formation? Watch carefully. As she said, the girlie imitated what was done before and only used around 10 breaths of time to finish laying down a Tier 5 array formation. Master Wu was overjoyed the moment he saw and repeatedly praised. Good. A fine mystic crystal dipper formation. You lassie do indeed have some Dao attainments. You can stay. You follow me in a while, I'll tell you what to do. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Although the lass looked young, her technique was extremely skillful. To be able to set up a Tier 5 array formation within 10 breaths of time, her formation's attainments would not be too poor. Master Wu was an expert. He could naturally perceive clumsiness at a glance. Honestly speaking, he really lacked this kind of people who knew the ropes under his charge to act as an assistant. This girlie just happened to be perfect. Hey, your turn! The girlie looked at Yi Yuan sneeringly and said, she was roughly as old as Yi Yuan and did not believe that Yi Yuan could casually set up such a Tier 5 array formation. Hurry up! Don't waste this old man's time. This super transmission array is damaged very badly. We must complete some fundamental array formation repairs before the Tier 9 array emperor comes over, Master Wu said impatiently. Witnessing the girlie's methods, Master Wu did not think that Yi Yuan could reach this sort of level either. The mystic crystal dipper formation was a very profound Tier 5 array formation. Wanting to finish setting it up within 10 breaths was indeed rather challenging for Tier 7 array masters. Yi Yuan nodded his head and made his move like lightning. With this movement, Master Wu and the girlie's gaze immediately sharpened. This boy is intentionally provoking me, no? It's actually the mystic crystal dipper formation too. This missus doesn't believe that you can set it up even better than this missus. The girlie was secretly displeased, but Yi Yuan's performance disappointed her. 10 breaths. Just nice 10 breaths of time, no more, no less. Yi Yuan similarly finished setting up the formation. Seeing Yi Yuan finish setting up the formation, Master Wu could not help being slightly dazed. Experts in arrays were the same as alchemists, all rare species. To be able to have such formations attainments at a young age was even rarer. He did not think that today he would see two of them all at once. The mystic crystal dipper formation which Yi Yuan set up was virtually identical with the girlies. Even the time was grasped just nice. This skill was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Master Wu done? Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. Ah, good, very good. The two of you are both pretty good. Really not bad. There's a tier 7 child formation over there that's damaged very badly. Not many people here are qualified to take on the duty. The two of you go and give it a try. Keep in mind, if you encounter anything you don't know, come and ask me. Don't ruin the array formation, Master Wu said. All right, Master Wu. We'll get going. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Hey, what are you walking so quickly for? Wait for me. The girlie hurriedly chased after when she saw that Yi Yuan left. The girlie caught up to Yi Yuan and said with an unkind tone, Hey, punk, did you do it intentionally just now? Yi Yuan acted dumb and said, Intentionally? What does miss mean? The girlie pursed her mouth and said, Quit playing possum. Similarly mystic. Crystal dipper formation, likewise 10 breaths. How can there be such a coincidental thing? Own up. Did you go easy just now? With Yi Yuan's formations attainments, how could setting up a tier 5 array formation require 10 breaths of time? The reason why he did it was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to stand out too much. As long as he controlled it at 10 breaths of time, Master Wu could not say anything. Yi Yuan still feigned ignorance and said, Not at all. I already tried my best. Before barely managing to complete within 10 breaths. Miss is overly sensitive. The girlie blinked and said, Is what you said true? Of course it's true. The mystic crystal dipper formation isn't an ordinary tier 5 array formation. Completing within 10 breaths I already performed exceptionally well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The girlie thought about it and felt that it made sense too, and she said, Makes sense. Just that old fellow earlier setting up a mystic crystal dipper formation is probably around 10 breaths time or so as well. Even if you're any stronger, it's impossible to surpass him too. That's right. Alright, time is tight. We'd better not lose time and repair the array formation at once, Yi Yuan said. The girlie was startled and revealed a look of panic in her eyes. She quickly nodded and said, Oh, right, quickly repair the array formation. This set of tier 7 array formation was an utter piece of cake to Yi Yuan. That last clearly had exceedingly high attainments in formations Dao 2. In less than an hour's time, the two people finished repairing this tier 7 child formation. He really couldn't tell that you're pretty impressive in array formations. To actually be able to keep up with this Mrs. Speed. I'm called Ding Xiu. You? Ye Yuan. Ye Yuan. Really never heard before. This region's famous formations Dao. Geniuses, I know all. Never heard of your name before. Looks like experts walk among the masses. Ding Xiu thought for a long time and did not figure out who Yi Yuan was either. Yi Yuan said with a smile. The divine realm is so large, how many people can? You know? All right. Let's report completion of the task to Master Wu. What? You guys already finished repairing? The two of you weren't slipshod with the task, right? Hearing Yi Yuan duo report completion of the task, Master Wu was startled, until he raised his voice. TCH, how can a mere tier 7 array formation stump this miss? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look, Ding Xiu said disdainfully. Master Wu really did not believe and immediately went to inspect the array formation the duo repaired. With this look, he could not help being greatly astonished once more. This tier 7 child formation was really restored perfectly. He looked at the duo somewhat not daring to believe it. Wasn't this efficiency a little too high? Tier 7 array formations are too simple. I say, Master Wu, can you give us more complicated array formations? This miss is still in a hurry. Ding Xiu said. This? Can you repair Tier 8 array formations? Master Wu said, rather uncertain. Of course. Initial stage Tier 8 array formations are definitely not a problem, Ding Xiu said with a proud look. Restoring array formations and setting up array formations was different. As long as one understood the principle and structure of Tier 8 array formations, Tier 7 array masters were able to do it. Ding Xiu's basics were very solid. Tier 7 array formations should have been thoroughly memorized in her heart long ago. She might really have dabbled in Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu thought about it, nodded his head and said, fine then, Tier 8. Array Master's helpers are just kind of short right now. You go over there and help them. Ding Xiu smiled sweetly when she heard that. Giving Yi Yuan a smug look, she went over in the direction of that group of Tier 8 Array Masters. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and chuckling. This lass was clearly secretly contending with him. This was insisting on competing with him. That glance earlier was clearly saying, I can repair Tier 8 array formations. Can you? After Ding Xiu left, Master Wu asked rather weakly, can you repair Tier 8 array formations too? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I can't repair Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu, you go and work first. I'll walk around and see where needs help. Master Wu sighed in relief and said with a nod, all right, then you go around and take a look. There are still quite a number of Tier 7 array formations that require people to help. You see which place needs it, then go ahead yourself. If Yi Yuan could repair Tier 8 array formations too, Master Wu would really have to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Two little brats had this kind of strength. His many years of life was really wasted away. But regarding Yi Yuan's strength, Master Wu was still very certain. Helping to repair Tier 7 array formations, Master Wu felt very safe. He did not plan on bothering about him either. Ding Xiu already started work on this side. Tier 8 array formation, it was clearly much more strenuous on her. However, she still paid very close attention to the situation on Yi Yuan's side. Seeing Master Wu come over alone, she still felt slightly disappointed. Since young, she had yet to encounter before an array master in the same age group who could contend with her. Therefore, meeting Yi Yuan today, her desire to prevail over others was stirred up too. Although she was rather confident in her formation's ability, no idea why she kept feeling that Yi Yuan held back to some extent. Master Wu, why isn't that Yi Yuan coming over? Ding Xiu could not help going forward to ask. Master Wu said, he says that he can't repair Tier 8 array formations, so I let him walk around by himself and see which place needs help. Then he can go for it. With his strength, repairing array formations under Tier 8 shouldn't be a problem. Logically speaking, Ding Xiu should be very happy right now. But don't know why Ding Xiu felt that her interest was somewhat waning. The opponent must be comparable in strength and skill for it to be interesting. Finally managed to encounter an opponent, but it was this kind of conclusion. This made Ding Xiu feel dull and bored. Like that, huh? Then I'll get to work, Ding Xiu said dejectedly. After Master Wu left, Yi Yuan started strolling all around by himself. Occasionally, when he saw that people needed help, he would go over and lend a hand. It was obviously not that he could not repair Tier 8 array formations, but what he wanted to repair were the Tier 9 array formations. It was just that rashly mentioning that he wanted to repair the Tier 9 array formations, Master Wu definitely would not agree. Therefore, he drove away. Master Wu, but he himself slowly moved over towards the Tier 9 array formations there. Really impressive, little brother. I've been doing for a long time here and didn't figure it out either. You solved the problem the moment you came, said a Tier 7 array master, raising a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. This array formations array element is a bit confusing. Actually, figuring it out isn't hard. You carry on, I'll go over there and walk around, Yi Yuan said. Little brother, Over there is the Tier 9 array formations region already, warned the array master.
Inov.
Tier 9 array formations are not so easy to encounter. I'll go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said with a smile. That array master nodded his head but was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Look at that young man, so studious. No wonder he has such strength at a young age. The Tier 9 array formations area did not have a single person. Everyone was busy with their own work, and no one noticed Yi Yuan's actions either. Apart from Yi Yuan, there would not be people overestimating their own strength to come and repair Tier 9 array formations either. A super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations, speaking in terms of formations Tao, it was not considered very hard. Initial stage array emperors could repair them already. After comprehending the array formations 3 volumes, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Tao scaled new heights. Repairing this kind of array formations was naturally nothing difficult. Observing one round around the array formations, Yi Yuan already had a score in his heart about the structure of these array formations. Tier 9 array formation stability was still very strong, so the damage was not too severe. This super transmission array, the most serious damage were still those low-level array formations. This set of Tier 9 array formation, only a section of some small-scale array elements, was ruined. It was just that these array elements' structure was very complex and belonged to the scope of Tier 9 array formations. It was very hard for Tier 8 array masters to understand. But these were not a problem to Yi Yuan. Setting up such a large-scale array formation, he could not do it. But repairing this kind of small-scale array formations, it was still not a problem to him. Yi Yuan did not delay much either and directly started to repair these small-scale array elements. Have you all seen Yi Yuan? Oh, he's a young man, a little over 20 years old, Master Wu asked. He encountered a troublesome Tier 7 array formation over at his side. But he could not handle it alone, so he thought of Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan was very new to everyone, he was too young. Placed among this group of people, it was very obvious. Oh, he said that he wanted to study Tier 9 array formations and went over there. The Tier 7 array master that Yi Yuan helped previously said. Master Wu's face turned black, and he said, "What nonsense!" A measly little Tier 7 array formation. Learning what Tier 9 array formation. Master Wu's figure moved, and he arrived at the Tier 9 array formations area very soon and saw a young figure bustling about over there. He immediately flew into a thunderous rage. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? You actually dare to touch the Tier 9 array formations without authorization? What if you break the array base? Can you shoulder the responsibility? Quickly stop for me. If you still don't stop, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore. Master Wu originally had a fiery temper. Upon seeing this sort of situation, he immediately flared up. This was a mission the city lord passed to him. If he screwed it up, that would be terrible. Master Wu's roar startled everyone. Quite a number of people all put down the work in their hands and ran over to watch. The moment Ding Xiu heard Yi Yuan, she immediately ran over. The moment she saw, she could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan was bustling about on the Tier 9 array formations and was actually repairing the array formations. Come, men! Quickly come, men! Capture that punk for me! Master Wu roared. Ding Xiu's beautiful eyes swiveled around, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Several city guards hastily rushed over when they heard Master Wu's yell. Master Wu ordered, "Capture this brat for me. Break his legs first before talking." Several city guards received the order and were just able to go forward. When they heard Ding Xiu say, "Calm your anger, Master Wu. Look closely, that small-scale array element in Yi Yuan's hand is almost finished repairing." Master Wu was stupefied. Only then did he carefully observe the movements in Yi Yuan's hands and could not help getting a huge shock. "Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Wait a while more." Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear the racket below at all. He just restored the array formation at his own pace. Very soon, that array element in his hand was fully repaired finish. He did not remain and ran over to another array element place to start repairing. The expression on Master Wu's face became incomparably fascinating. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view like he saw a ghost. Although he could not repair Tier 9 array elements, whether the array elements were repaired or not, he could still discern it at one glance. Yi Yuan, he actually repaired the Tier 9 array element? What kind of joke is this? This boy is merely at the Heaven Enlightenment realm. He can actually repair Tier 9 array elements. Too impressive. This guy is simply a genius. How old is he only to actually have such heaven-defying attainments in the formations Dao? Heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. Likely even Grand Yen Divine King did not have such terrifying strength when he was at this age too, right? Could it be that this boy will be Grand Yen Divine King's successor? Yi Yuan repairing a Tier 9 array element struck these array masters dumb with amazement. This kind of breathtaking performance made them involuntarily think of the Grand Yen Divine King Lu Linfeng and carry out a comparison between the two of them. Ding Xiu bit her red lips lightly. Her eyes were big and moist as if about to drip water out. This guy, turns out that he completely feels it beneath his dignity to compete with me. He says that he didn't know how to repair Tier 8 array formations was also because he was too disdainful to repair Tier 8 array
Formation.
The goal for coming in was totally for the Tier 9 array
Formation.
At this point, how could Ding Xiu still not understand Yi Yuan's objective? Yi Yuan was definitely in a hurry to leave too, so he deliberately sneaked inside for the sake of restoring this super transmission array. A Heaven Enlightenment realm, saying that he wanted to repair Tier 9 array formations would definitely make people laugh their heads off. So he deliberately says to help, then take the chance when everyone was not paying attention to repair the Tier 9 array formations himself. This guy was truly too hateful. His strength was clearly formidable, but he intentionally tied with her. This was an insult to this young lady. Yi Yuan did not know that he had already been inexplicably hated by Ding Xiu, without rhyme or reason. Still stoning there for what? All get your asses back for this old man. If you delay the restoration of the array formation, this old man will give you all a good one, Master Wu boomed. Those array masters watching the show dispersed with a single command, each returning to their stations. When Master Wu looked at the Yi Yuan with his hands full, his gaze was filled with astonishment. After an hour, Yi Yuan finally could not hold on anymore and backed down. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said helplessly, "Restoring Tier 9 array elements really consumes essence energy. Even with my essence energy recovery speed, it's actually a bit too much for me. Setting up the grand array naturally needed to expend massive amounts of essence energy too. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, wouldn't setting up Tier 9 array formations be easily accomplished? Even if it was a measly little Tier 9 array element, the essence energy expended was rather considerable too. Master Wu, really sorry about it. This Yi is in a hurry to leave too, so that's why I resorted to this plan. Please don't take offense," Yi Yuan said, with an apologetic look. Master Wu's face flushed crimson red. Being called a master by a person who could repair Tier 9 array elements, how could he live up to it? Don't, in front of you, how can I dare to be master? This word, that, Master Yi. This Tier 9 array formation, Master Wu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan naturally understood his meaning. Nodding, he said with a smile, "This Ye's cultivation realm is too low. The repair speed is a little slow. Give me a day's time, these Tier 9 array formations should all be able to be repaired. Finish." Master Wu's eyes became wide saucers as he muttered, "A day? What kind of joke of was? Even if Tier 9 array emperors were invited over from Dawn Heavenly Palace, it was also not possible for them to finish repairing these Tier 9 array formations within a day. Yi Yuan actually said that he only needed a day's time, and this was even slow? Master Wu was really speechless. The words that a monster say would really make ordinary people break down. And a day's time should be about there. Master Wu, I'll recover for a while. First. Finished talking, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and went to one side to recover essence energy. Before long, Yi Yuan was brimming with essence energy once more and returned to repairing the array formations. Master Wu followed in Yi Yuan's footsteps, seemingly having some words that he found hard to speak out. Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "Does Master Wu have something you want to tell?" "This Yi. Please stop calling me Master. This old man is Wu Junran. Master Yi, you just call me by my name directly will do." That, Master Yi, when you're repairing the array elements, can you let this Wu observe by the side?" Master Wu said bashfully. Formations were the same as alchemy, both with secretly learning from a master being a taboo. Observing the repairs of array elements at the sides undoubtedly had some suspicions of stealing secrets. Yi Yuan was stunned, but he said magnanimously, "No harm, if Master Wu wants to look, just observe by the sides." Thank you so much, Master Yi." Wu Junran gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. The martial artist world, those who reached first served as teachers. Wu Junran's formations attainments could not compare to Yi Yuan's. Learning from him was also something very natural, nothing to be ashamed about. On the contrary, Wu Junran's strength being lacking, that would be looked down upon by people. To a Tier 8 array master, he wanted to become an array emperor powerhouse even in his dreams. Such a splendid opportunity, how could he miss it? Even the array emperor powerhouse who hailed from the Dawn Heavenly Palace would not possibly let him observe the restoration of the array formations at close quarters too. In comparison, Yi Yuan was much more generous. Yi Yuan did not have any taboo areas regarding this. He and Wu Junran did not have any conflicts of interests at all. Even if he really succeeded in stealing secrets with Wu Junran's comprehension abilities, it was impossible to catch up to him in this lifetime too. Therefore, what harm was there in allowing him to learn a little? Cherishing one's own old broomstick, that was all something that only those people without confidence would do. Observing Yi Yuan repair the array elements at close range, the shock in Wu Junran's heart became even more intense. When this super transmission array was being set up, he was there. When those Tier 9 array emperors were setting up the array formations, he had naturally seen before from far away too. But those Tier 9 array emperor's skills were actually not as proficient as Yi Yuan's. This Master Yi was too formidable. For an entire day, Yi Yuan virtually spent it swamped with work. Repairing Tier 9 array formations was also a tremendous challenge to him. His essence energy was depleted fully several times, then replenished back through medicinal pills again. This kind of intensity made Wu Junran unbelievably speechless from watching. But Yi Yuan did not brag. He only used less than a day's time to finish repairing all of the super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations. Done! Along with the final array element being fully restored, Yi Yuan felt rather excited too. Finally leaving this place. Master Yi is truly a genius. Even if a Tier 9 array emperor was here, it's not possible to do it better than Master 2. Wu Junran gasped in admiration. This entire day's time, he constantly followed by Yi Yuan's side just like an apprentice. Once in a while he would even help as Yi Yuan's assistant. As a Tier 8 array master, how long has it been since Wu Junran had this kind of feeling? But this one day's time, Wu Junran learned a lot by Yi Yuan's side. Some areas he did not understand, he would pose questions to Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan would never keep it all to himself either, explaining these problems to him. The more Wu Junran listened, the more terrified he got. In the end, he was even more in awe of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, this grand array's core formation's damage wasn't severe. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on what to do as well. Master Wu, now that the grand array is already repaired finish, I wonder if this Yi can be the first group to leave or not. Can, of course can. Not only can Master Yi be the first batch to leave, but the fees for passing through this transmission array can also be waived directly, Wu Junran said. Each time the transmission array was activated, the Earth Essence crystals expended was not little. Each person who rode the transmission array had to pay a considerable fee. But with Yi Yuan's contributions, Wu Junran naturally could not let him pay anymore. Hey, and me, Master Wu, this young lady contributed quite a bit of effort. At this time, the other damaged array formations were already repaired finish. 2. Probably receiving Yi Yuan's stimulation, Ding Xiu restored the array formations like crazy and indeed contributed quite a bit of effort. Wu Junran laughed and said, Hoo, that is of course. Finishing with some preparation work, EC City announced to everybody that the super transmission array was opening up anew. This news made everyone all feel very surprised. They had already made the preparations to stop over in EC City for a period of time. Did not expect that they only used a few days' time to finish repairing. The first batch of 300 people already entered the super transmission array one after another. When the transmission array activated, Yi Yuan and Ding Xiu were naturally among them too. Didn't they say that the Tier 9 array emperor had not reached EC City yet? How was this array formation fixed? I heard that it was a young man a little over the age of 20 who finished repairing it. A young man slightly over 20? You have got to be kidding. Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and he can repair a super transmission array. I originally didn't believe either, but someone personally saw Master Wu who was presiding over the array formations restoration following behind that young man, calling him as a master time and again. This first batch of people already waited for a number of days. They were naturally burning with anxiety. They also each displayed remarkable abilities to inquire about the transmission array's restoration progress rate. But hearing that this super transmission array was actually repaired by a youngster, each and every one of them were incomparably stunned too. These words naturally landed in Ding Xiu's and Yi Yuan's ears. Ding Xiu involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan had a perfectly calm and collected face, as if he did not have any relation with what others were talking about at all. Ding Xiu could not help being slightly amazed in her heart. Other people were praising him by the side, and he actually did not have even a bit of a smug look. This sort of bearing was completely not like what a young man should have. If it were her, she would more or less be a bit pleased with herself at this time. And this sort of feeling would naturally be shown on her face too. Wu Junran originally planned to personally come and see Yi Yuan off but was rejected by Yi Yuan. Wu Junran coming to see him off personally, these people would definitely know that the one who repaired the transmission array was him. He did not wish to be sized up non-stop by people with eyes like he was a freak. Moreover, this trip to the chaotic Devil Sea, best to prioritize keeping a low profile above all. After all, the chaotic Devil Sea's danger was far from what other places could compare to. The super transmission array slowly activated. The array formation erupted with a dazzling light. Right then, a wave of hubbub suddenly emitted from outside. Boom! The guard who watched over the transmission array was directly sent flying by. Someone, a figure dashed inside. Miss, quickly come out. You running away from home secretly, master is greatly enraged and wants you to return at once. That person saw Ding Xiu in the crowd with one glance and shouted loudly. But the transmission array already activated at this time. That person was completely unable to stop it. Ding Xiu made a funny face at that person and said delightedly, Humph! You tell grandfather Ding Xiu can also make my mark without relying on the family. Finished talking. The transmission array erupted with rays of brilliant light. The 300 people inclusive of Ding Xiu and Yi Yuan instantly vanished from sight. When that middle-aged man saw Ding Xiu leave just like this, he stomped his feet in anger. Didn't they say that EC City's super transmission array was broken? Why was it fixed so quickly? No matter how I rushed, I was still a step late. Sigh. Once the transmission array activated, the next activation required waiting until 3 days after. In 3 days, Ding Xiu would have run to goodness knows where long ago. 10 days later, a group of trade caravans with dozens of people were advancing along a narrow, winding trail. Each and every one among the trade caravans was fully armed to the teeth, akin to facing a great enemy. These martial artists among the trade caravans, each and every one looked very intrepid. Looks like their combat power were all not weak. At this time, the trade caravans already entered the chaotic Devil Sea's boundary. Starting from here, they would have to deal with dangers coming from all sides at any time. Elder Brother Lu, I heard that this route isn't very peaceful recently. There are already quite a few trade caravans that were gobbled up until not even bones remained. This trip, we got to be more careful. Don't worry, Owner Yen. Our Green Sea mercenary group is Luo Ding City's strongest mercenary group, not one of. With us around, you can feel at ease. With the Green Sea mercenary group, this Yen naturally feels safe. If not for. So, I wouldn't have spent a large sum to invite Elder Brother Lu either. Just that the things being transported this time is too important. This Yen has no choice but to be more careful. Owner Yen is overthinking it. The other trade caravans being annihilated was either because the strength of the mercenary groups they employed were lacking, or the trade caravans were unable to see through an obvious situation. Our two families have cooperated for many years. We naturally won't make that kind of mistake. These two people talking, one was the owner of the trade caravans called Yen Yunyo. The other was the leader of Luoding City's Green Sea mercenary group, called Lu Yuxing. Luoding City was the nearest city away from the chaotic Devil Sea, and also a communication bridge between the chaotic Devil Sea and the outside world. The chaotic Devil Sea needed large quantities of goods and materials. All of it flowed into it from places like Luoding City. Due to the chaotic Devil Sea being very chaotic, it had its own set of survival rules. Therefore, some merchants did this sort of high-risk transactions like Yen Jun this kind. But the chaotic Devil Sea was very dangerous. These merchants would naturally hire some mercenary group as well to ensure safety. The Green Sea mercenary group was a powerful mercenary group second to none in Luoding City. Yen Yuxing was a 9th-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist. Speaking in terms of this tiny little Luoding City, he was already very powerful. Apart from him, the Green Sea mercenary group's martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles too. All of their strengths were not ordinary. Luoding City's mercenary group's primary missions were to escort trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea. Accumulating year after year, mercenary groups able to survive were all those with very formidable strength. But for so many years, the trade caravans that frequently take this path, they would generally bribe some of the major and minor forces on the way. These small forces in the chaotic Devil Sea were also merely in order to seize some cultivation resources. As long as these trade caravans were generous enough, they would not exterminate everyone either. To these small forces, the trade caravans were like chives they were growing. After growing for some time, they would cut some to eat. It was just that the situation recently seemed to have had some changes. 2 or 3 trade caravan teams previously disappeared on this route, incomprehensibly, without leaving behind even a trace. Therefore, the merchants were all on tenterhooks during this period of time. Yen Jun took on a huge deal this time. In order to earn this sum of money, he did not stint to spend a very high price on hiring the Green Sea mercenary group. At present, in a horse carriage of the trade caravans, a woman was holding a 5 to 6 years old little girl in her arms, her eyes filled with lovingness. Master Yi, really thank you so much this time. My daughter's ailment has constantly been tormenting her since birth. We've invited many alchemists before who were all unable to treat her illness. If not for running into Master Yi, my little girl probably wouldn't be long for this world. The woman said gratefully. This woman's name was called Lin Shuang. She was precisely Yan Jun's lawfully wedded wife, and that little girl in her arms was naturally their daughter. The Master Yi, in Lin Shuang's words, was obviously the Yi Yuan who came far away from EC City. Passing through several places, Yi Yuan finally went to Luoding City. The outside world did not have transmission arrays that led directly to the chaotic Devil Sea. So, wanting to enter the chaotic Devil Sea, one must enter by foot. In places like the chaotic Devil Sea, moving alone drew too much of people's attention. Those martial artists did not care who you were. Murdering and seizing treasures was a frequent thing. Although the chaotic Devil Sea's borders did not have many high-level martial artists either, Yi Yuan did not fear those people. But this way it would be a lot more troublesome. As it happened, Yan Jun's trade caravan needed an alchemist and just happened to be recruiting from the outside world. Yi Yuan came forward of his own accord to offer his services. Even though Yan Jun's remuneration was very high, nobody accepted the offer at all. Alchemists' combat strengths were very weak. Following trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea was no different from committing suicide. Alchemists' statuses in Luoding City was very high, but those who genuinely dared to enter the chaotic Devil Sea were a scant few. Yi Yuan did not have a high-level alchemist's badge. When he came to accept the employment offer, it could not dispense with a series of eye-rolling. But with his strength, after he displayed his skills slightly, it thoroughly convinced Yan Jr. Yan Jun's daughter was called Yan Ling. When she was still in swaddling clothes, she was once captured away by a chaotic Devil Sea's expert, who used special means to injure her meridians. Back then, Yan Jun spent an enormous price before ransoming his daughter back from the other party's hands. But he never would have thought that his daughter, who was ransomed back, would actually end up like this. But that martial artist who abducted Yan Ling was well renowned in this border zone of the chaotic Devil Sea. Even Lu Yuxing did not dare to provoke either. Helpless, he could only invite alchemists with a king's ransom to come and extend his daughter's life. Except that person's methods were extremely profound. These few years, the earth essence crystals Yan Jun expended went beyond tens of millions. But Yan Ling's body went steadily downhill. This time, because of some special reason, Yan Jun husband and wife had no choice but to bring their daughter along. But no alchemist was willing to follow their trade caravan. With no other choice, Yan Jun was forced to recruit an alchemist in Luoding City. Coincidentally, Yi Yuan just happened to be thinking of ways to enter the chaotic Devil Sea at this time. After seeing the recruitment, he took the initiative to join in. Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really remarkable. When I grow up, I want to be an alchemist like you too, and become a master looked up to by tens of thousands. Yan Ling looked at Yi Yuan in admiration and said, under Yi Yuan's treatment, Yan Ling's mental state was already much better. Compared to the pale and sickly appearance from before, it was simply akin to two different people. Yi Yuan rubbed Yan Ling's small head fondly and said with a smile, Linger is naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence. In the future, you'll definitely be a remarkable alchemist. Yan Ling's bright eyes lit up, and she said in delight, Big brother Yi Yuan, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When has Big brother Yi Yuan lied to you before? Yeah, Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan was really not teasing Yan Ling to make happy. This little girl was of the innate wood spirit physique, a natural alchemist. To alchemists, the most important was fire control and soul force, and the innate wood spirit physique had a natural affinity with flames, possessing an inherent advantage in the path of fire control that others were unable to compare to. But Yan Ling's family was just passerby in his life. He naturally would not express too much. However, When Yenling heard it, she jumped up happily. Yay! Yay! Wait until Linger is as incredible as Big Brother Yi Yuan. I'll definitely treat everybody's sickness and not let them be tormented like Linger. Yi Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not think that a little child could actually say this kind of words. Although these words were very childish, it was a noble aspiration. It should also be the lifelong goal of an alchemist. For a 5-year-old little girl to be able to say this kind of words, it could be seen how painfully she was tormented these few years. Even Yi Yuan got a huge shock when he first laid eyes on Yenling. A little girl like this could actually live to 5 years old. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that an infant's meridians had yet to form and were also very fragile. Although that person's methods were extremely profound, it also virtually ruined Yenling's vitality. Logically speaking, it was even considered a miracle for Yenling to be able to live for a year. Along with the increase in age, Yenling's meridians would slowly grow. But this process intensified Yenling's agony even more. If not for running into Yi Yuan, Yenling would be dead for sure. Even Yi Yuan was very cautious when treating Yenling too, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Hoo-hoo! Linger can definitely do it, Yi Yuan encouraged with a laugh. Lin Shuang patted Yenling's back and said with tender lovingness, "Go find your father to play. Mother still has some words to say with your big brother."
Ye Yuan. N.
Yenling nodded her head obediently and crawled out of the carriage. After Yenling left, Lin Shuang's expression became solemn as she said, "Master Yi, I know that it's rather brusque, but I still have a matter that I wish to request of you." Regarding Lin Shuang's behavior, Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He said, "Madam Yen is worried that this trip won't go smoothly and want to entrust Linger to me." Lin Shuang froze. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually saw through her thoughts already. She nodded her head at once and said, "The owners of those 2 trade caravans who went missing, us husband and wife are very familiar with them. They were both very cautious people. They've already traveled on this route for many years and had never gotten into any trouble. Didn't expect that this time they finally. Since Madam knows that this trip is dangerous, why would you still want to do this transaction with owner Yen?" Yi Yuan asked curiously, even though travel trading like them carried their heads on their waistbands. In the first place, it was actually not as dangerous as others imagine in normal times. Bribe what was expected and they could live, unless they really offended those people badly, otherwise they would not viciously kill. Especially Yen Jun this kind, he was even more of a veteran of this route. His connections and resources naturally need not be said, or else it would be very hard to hire the Green Sea mercenary group too. If this trip was truly dangerous, Yen Jun did not have the need to wade into this messy situation. No matter how the goods were, it was not as valuable as one's life either. Lin Shuang's expression dimmed when she heard that and said, "Since we're going on this trip, we naturally have a reason for making this trip. Don't ask any more, Master Yi." Yi Yuan said, "Like this, huh?" It was this Yi Yuan who was rash. Since Yen Jun was delivering these goods and even brought his whole family, this trip was definitely even more important than their lives. "Master Yi, Lin Shuang beseech you, if we encounter any danger, can you bring Linger and leave first? Don't worry, even if us husband and wife die, we'll also carve out a bloody road for you and Linger," Lin Shuang said resolutely. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Maybe Madam is worrying too much. There wasn't much danger this trip. But since Madam said so, this Yi will comply with your wishes." Innate wood spirit physique, that was an extremely rare spirit physique. Even Yi Yuan had his heart moved due to the appreciation of talent. Lin Shuang was overjoyed when she heard that and said, "Then Linger will be entrusted to Master Yi." After Lin Shuang left, Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too. Everyone's atmosphere was rather odd. Yi Yuan had clearly detected it long ago. More importantly, Yi Yuan's perception was much more acute compared to ordinary people. In truth, ever since they entered the chaotic Devil Seas area, Yi Yuan had become aware that there was someone staring at them. Such a large caravan team entering the chaotic Devil Sea, not being targeted by people was impossible. But the strength of the person shadowing was a bit too high. Plop, plop. Two crashing sounds came from outside one after another. Following that, it became a mess. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he also got down the carriage. Not far away, two dead bodies laid on the ground. Lu Yuxing and Yan Jun, the two of them revealed solemn expressions on their faces. Master Yi came. Quickly let Master Yi take a look. The two of them died so, oddly, without any wounds on their bodies. How did they die? Seeing Yi Yuan come over, someone hurriedly said. When Yan Jun saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly came forward to give a bow as well, saying, Master Yi, these two brothers had no illnesses or diseases. Just now, they were walking perfectly fine. How come they passed away? Yi Yuan did not speak. Going up and inspecting the two dead bodies a little, he said with a sigh, the two of them were hit by other people's ambush long ago. Only all the way until now did it show effect. These two people were members of the Green Sea mercenary group. Yi Yuan naturally would not diagnose each person once. Yan Jun's expression changed when he heard that and said, these two brothers ate and lived together with us. When did they get hit by an ambush? Along the way, the vast majority of the time was spent in the wilderness. Everyone was together too. To be able to ambush these two people without a sound, how formidable did their strength have to be? Lu Yuxing frowned and said, these two brothers were sent out for a period of time yesterday. Is it possible that they were stabbed in the back by someone during that period of time? This sort of delivery journey was not much different from fighting in a war. Sending two people out to scout for a path, and to see if there were any movements, this was something perfectly normal. But they did not expect that the excursion caused them to lose their lives. These two brothers' strengths were not weak. They were both heaven, enlightenment realm martial artists. If they were ambushed by people, it's not possible to have zero reaction, right? Yan Jun's expression was slightly grim, as he said, only two kinds of possibility. One is that they were poisoned by people, unknowingly. Second is that the strength of the person who ambushed them was way higher than theirs. While talking, Lu Yuxing looked towards Yi Yuan, clearly seeking his opinion. Yi Yuan was the only alchemist in the trading caravans. He naturally had the greatest right to speak. But he saw Yi Yuan shake his head and said, neither. Seeing everyone's puzzlement, Yi Yuan squatted down and lightly pressed a few times on one of the dead bodies. Then his palm force abruptly spat out. Black color little things suddenly tunneled out from the skin. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being struck with terror. At this point, how could everyone still be unaware that what made these two people lose their lives was this black color tiny thing? After the small black bug crawled out from the skin, it turned into a stream of light with a whiz wanting to escape. Where are you running? But Lu Yuxing was long prepared. A burst of force suddenly fired out and just happened to score a hit on the small bug. Lu Yuxing extended a hand and clutched, grabbing the small bug in his hand. Looking closely, this small bug was merely the size of a soybean. It did not appear to have any extraordinary aspect, but it actually claimed 2 lives. What the hell kind of bug is this? To actually be so formidable? Lu Yuxing said with a grave face. This bug is called heart-devouring bug, specially raised with martial artist's blood and essence. It can bore into the body through the martial artist's skin and arrive straight at the heart through the meridians, infesting within the martial artist's heart and devouring the heart's blood essence. And this process, the martial artist would only have some pain, like being bitten by a mosquito. Extremely hard to discover. If one were careless, they would succumb to it, Yi Yuan said. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. This small bug was totally impossible to guard against. Even if the martial artist heightened their vigilance, it was also not possible to focus attention from morning till night either. As long as one slightly relaxed a little, wouldn't they die without rhyme or reason? This tiny bug is actually so formidable? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's even more incredible than you imagine. Leader, Lu better throw it away. Your blow just now shouldn't be sufficient to cause death. Is currently in a state of suspended animation. When you loosen up, it might just come and give you a bite." Lu Yuxing's countenance suddenly changed. His entire person nearly jumped up, and he instinctively threw away the heart-devouring bug in his hand. Right then, a cold light flashed. Yi Yuan drew his sword directly to split the heart-devouring bug into two halves. With this, it was deader than dead. Although I didn't use full strength just now, I also used 30% to 40% power. This little bug can actually still survive. Lu Yuxing said with lingering fear. In his heart, Yi Yuan said, "I already said, it's even more impressive than you imagine. The most terrifying thing about heart-devouring bugs is not that it kills people imperceptibly, but heart-devouring bug swarm." Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, the matter was not as simple as imagined. This heart-devouring bug can not only devour blood essence, but it also has extremely high immunity towards essence energy attacks as well. Therefore, that move of Leader Lu's just now is completely unable to cause death. Can't feel anything with just one or two, but if the numbers go up, that would really be called truly impossible to guard against, Yi Yuan said. As if confirming Yi Yuan's words, everyone suddenly heard a series of buzzing sounds. Immediately after, tiny black bugs that blotted out the skies and covered the earth swarmed over towards the trade caravans from all directions. 0. The title of the chapter is Crow's Mouth. It is a phrase to describe a person with a wicked fortune-telling mouth. Inaccurate when saying good stuff, accurate when talking about bad stuff. This is a heart-devouring bug swarm. Yan Jun's gaze revealed a look of despair. The heart-devouring bugs already surrounded them up. Even immortals could not possibly fly out either. Lu Yuxing was used to seeing grand spectacles too, but at this time his scalp could not help tingling. Such numbers of heart-devouring bug swarm, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he had no way of warding them off either. Yi Yuan currently had his gaze fixed on the heart-devouring bug swarm, but suddenly felt someone hug his leg. Lowering his head to take a look, it was little girl Yen Ling. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Linger, are you scared?" Linger shook her head cutely and said, "With big brother Yi Yuan around, Linger isn't scared." "Good girl." Yi Yuan gently rubbed Linger's small head and said dotingly, "I don't believe that a swarm of tiny bugs can eat us. 2 brothers, get into formation and exterminate this group of damn bugs for me," Lu Yuxing shouted angrily. Sea Green mercenary group martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles. Experiencing the initialmost panic, they calmed down very quickly. Dealing with such a large swarm of bugs, it was naturally the effects of array formations that was the best. Otherwise, being besieged separately by these bugs and getting routed one by one, that would be terrible. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. If Lu Yuxing could really deal with these heart-devouring bugs, he would naturally be disinclined to make a move again. The Green Sea mercenary group was clearly very familiar with array formations. Only using several breaths of time, the array formation was already formed. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up slightly and started to look at this Green Sea mercenary group in a completely different light. This set of array formation was called Spirit Profound Unity Formation. After forming the formation, a kind of fantastical resonance would form between the martial artists and let each of their strengths increase immensely from there. Furthermore, the group of martial artists could join hands to lay down an enchantment, letting the power of the array formation increased greatly. Yi Yuan observed for a while this set of array formation being set up. Even if phaseless realm martial artists wanted to break it open, they had to expend Quite a bit of effort too. No wonder the Green Sea mercenary group was called the strongest in Luoding City. Looks like it was not without reason. Indeed, once the enchantment activated, it immediately isolated those heart-devouring bugs outside. Quite a number of heart-devouring bugs all crashed into the enchantment like moths into the fire. But the moment they touched the enchantment, a large swarm was killed by a blinding light. Seeing this scene, Yenjun's heart finally fell back into place. Heaving a long sigh in relief, he praised, "Elder Brother Lu is indeed impressive. Hiring the Green Sea mercenary group here on this trip is really too worth it." Lu Yuxing was proud of himself too as he said, "That goes without saying. For our Green Sea mercenary group to be able to make it to our current status, how can we not have any ultimate trump card ability? With us, this group of brothers here, it's also useless no matter how many of these damn bugs there are." The might of the spirit profound unity formation was extraordinary. Killed large swathes of heart-devouring bugs very quickly. But these bugs were too many. Completely could not be killed finish. These bugs were clearly not intrepid and fearless towards death either. Seeing that they were unable to breach the enchantment, they stopped the attacks very quickly and started circling around outside the enchantment. Suddenly, those bugs seemed to have suffered some kind of stimulation and actually started biting each other. When the martial artists saw this scene, they could not help being astounded. Haha! These bugs are indeed savage in nature. Not able to breach our enchantment, they actually started killing each other, someone said with a jeer. When these bugs started to chomp down, they did not show the slightest hint of mercy towards their companions. Very soon, a large swarm of heart-devouring bugs died under the gnawing of their own companions. But when Yi Yuan saw the spectacle, his gaze turned grim. "Everybody, don't lower your guard. These heart-devouring bugs chomping down on each other is not savageness being their second nature, but because there is someone controlling them to evolve. Heart-devouring bugs are unable to take human form, but are able to evolve through devouring their companions. Along with the increase in rank, their resistance towards essence energy would also rise dramatically," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan was just like a jinx. The moment he finished explaining, after those heart-devouring bugs devoured many of their companions, their strength suddenly skyrocketed. With this, the number of heart-devouring bugs reduced a lot, but the quality increased by a large margin. Lu Yuxing's expression changed, and he said, "Careful, they are going to attack. Kill them." This time, the heart-devouring bugs that had a large improvement in strength bounced back with renewed effort after a failure. The Green Sea mercenary group spared no effort to control the enchantment, bombarding wantonly at the heart-devouring bugs. Yet, the bodies of those heart-devouring bugs actually just swayed a little and dropped directly on top of the enchantment. Hiss. The heart-devouring bugs actually started to devour the essence energy used to set up the enchantment. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuxing and Yen Jun's expression changed greatly. Wasn't these heart-devouring bugs a little too formidable? Hiss. More and more heart-devouring bugs plopped onto the enchantment. The enchantment became a black sky very quickly. Lu Yuxing had sweat streaming down his face from nervousness. He wanted to remove the array formation, but removing the array formation at this time was no different from seeking death. Boom! Right at this time, it was as if the entire world was lit up. A raging flame actually started burning on the enchantment. Buzz. At this time, virtually all of the heart-devouring bugs were gathered on the enchantment. This fire burned extremely suddenly, burning all of the heart-devouring bugs all at once. The heart-devouring bugs emitted low cries, making people shudder with fear. When they heard it, this flame was very fierce, seemingly like a bone-festering maggot. No matter how those heart-devouring bugs struggled, they could not break free. Finally, they turned to ashes, even though those heart-devouring bugs already evolved successfully under this flame. They did not have the slightest strength to resist. Lu Yuxing and Yan Jun watched this scene in a daze, both somewhat out of sort. The glow of the fire shone on their faces, radiating light, shaking people to the core. Elder brother Lu, was this flame done by your mercenary group? Yan
Yun asked slowly.
Lu Yuxing was stunned, then immediately let out a roaring laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha! Oh, of course. Just now, I deliberately showed weakness to the enemy. It was for the sake of drawing all of them over to round them up in one fell swoop. How is it, Owner Yen? Is this fire still passable?" Yan Jun nodded his head mechanically and sighed with praise. "Elder brother, Lu is indeed formidable. If we can return safely from this trip, your mercenary group's reward will add another 30%. Although Lu Yuxing did not know what was going on, this outcome was exactly when he wanted. This baffling fire actually directly increased their remuneration by 30%. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not have the intention of stepping forward to claim the credit. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the heart-devouring words. He took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention and quietly infused the cleansing sandal sacred flame into the array formation. How could a tier 7 cleansing sandal sacred flame be what these heart-devouring bugs could withstand? With this, it directly burned until nothing was left. This kind of means only Yi Yuan could accomplish it without drawing attention. As well, he was very familiar with this spirit profound unity formation. Even though it was his first time cooperating with these martial artists, it was seamless. Even Lu Yuxing did not detect it. Don't be happy too early. These heart-devouring bugs should be controlled by someone. Burning them down with this, the perpetrator is probably going to show up, Yi Yuan warned. 0. The chapter title is Burning of the Linked Camps. This is a reference to a battle in the Three Kingdoms era. Soldiers ran around to set fire everywhere, causing chaos. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a man appeared in everyone's line of sight. Yan Jun said with a bitter smile, "Master Yi, can we not say any more? If you keep talking, you might provoke some kind of existence out." Lu Yixing grumbled too. "Master Yi, can we keep our mouths shut for a while? Whatever you say, everything will come true. At this rate we can forget about reaching the place for the rest of our lives." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Only then did he recover to his senses too and could not help saying embarrassedly, "Hoo-hoo, I'll just stop talking." Starting from when the enemy appeared, it seemed like all of the direction of the plot was planned by Yi Yuan, and he became a seer. Whatever he said, everything came true. Yan Jun and Lu Yuxing had clearly become aware of it already and could not help complaining to Yi Yuan. They naturally did not know that if it were not for Yi Yuan, they would already not have the life to complain here. This man who suddenly appeared had a sinister and ruthless gaze. There was even a knife scar on his face. One look and it was obvious that he was not some good person. But this guy was merely 8th level heaven enlightenment realm. This made Lu Yuxing and the rest feel much more at ease. Against a 8th level heaven enlightenment realm, Lu Yuxing sized himself up that he would not lose to anybody. Moreover, in his view, this man should be more formidable in controlling bugs. His combat strength should not be strong. To dare burn all of my blood saber-tan seas, heart-devouring bugs to death. Are you all prepared for a reckoning? The scar-faced man said in a cold voice. The moment these words came out, Lu Yuxing and Yan Jun's expressions changed drastically. You're the blood saber-tan sea who massacred Luo Ding City's entire Zhang family 10 years ago. Lu Yuxing was incomparably astonished. His hand, holding the sword, tightened unnaturally. Clearly, this blood saber-tan sea's fierce name made Lu Yuxing produce fear. Yi Yuan was very curious when he saw the situation too. Lu Yuxing appeared like he feared nothing and no one. He was actually so fearful of this scarred man in front of him. Is this scarred man very impressive? Yi Yuan asked a Green Sea mercenary group's martial artist. That person's expression was not too good as well. He said in a solemn voice, 10 years ago, Blood Saber Tansi was only 6th level heaven enlightenment, but massacred Luo Ding City's entire Zhang family of 200 over people. One has to know that the Zhang family was a great family second to none in Luo Ding City. Just the 9th level heaven enlightenment realms were as many as 2 people. There were even several people in the 8th level heaven enlightenment realm. Tansi killed all of them with his strength alone. Would you say that's impressive or not? That martial artist even thought that Yi Yuan would get a huge shock after hearing it. Who knew that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave an "oh." Then there was no more follow-up. This Tansi should have comprehended a supreme true intent. That was why he would be so formidable. Now that 10 years had passed, Tansi already cultivated to 8th level heaven enlightenment realm, his strength was bound to have scaled new heights. If Lu Yuxing matched up, it was indeed quite troublesome. Supreme true intents were not cabbages that anyone could comprehend. Although Lu Yuxing was strong, he was still a little away from comprehending a supreme true intent. Under the circumstances of being at the same cultivation realm, Lu Yuxing was absolutely not Tansi's match. But seeing this Tansi also made Yi Yuan have a direct understanding of the chaotic Devil Sea's martial artist's strength. This place was merely just at the border regions of the chaotic Devil Sea, and there was already an expert like Tansi. Continuing deeper, he might run into some formidable characters. Heh, looks like my Tansi's name is still not weak. Since you know my name, you should know that I never leave survivors behind, right? Are you guys taking action yourselves? Or are you letting me do it? Tansi said with a cold smile. Lu Yuxing's expression changed, and he said, "We have never provoked your esteemed self. It was your esteemed self who took the initiative to control the heart-devouring bugs to come to attack our trade caravans. Why is there a need to be overbearing? Your meaning is that my heart-devouring bugs died in vain just like that? In order to groom these heart-devouring bugs, this Tan expended a considerable price, virtually killing off all of the people in this area. Now you guys actually burned them to death. Could it be that you still wish to not get involved in it?" Tansi said coldly. Lu Yuxing's expression changed drastically, and he said, This area's forces were all killed off by you." Lu Yuxing was still curious. Originally, walking until this place, there should long have been people jumping out. But along the way it was unusually peaceful. What? Could it be that you still want to take revenge for them? Alright, enough crap has been said. I'll be sending you on your way right now. Tansi made a move right away and actually did not have the slightest hesitation. Into formation. Lu Yuxing knew that he was not a match. With a loud cry, the spirit profound unity formation was instantly formed. Boom! A blood-colored saber light slammed onto the grand array and actually struck the enchantment until it teetered shakily. Even Lu Yuxing and the others staggered unsteadily. This? How could it be so strong? Lu Yuxing turned pale with fright as he said, just now that blow was virtually equivalent to Tansi overpowering their entire Green Sea mercenary group with his strength alone. This kind of strength was simply what no one could ever imagine. Only at the 8th level heaven enlightenment realm, the disparity between Lu Yuxing and Tansi was seriously too great. Tansi was also slightly surprised to see that he did not succeed in one blow, and said, I really couldn't tell that your little mercenary group still have a bit of capability. But the next attack, you guys have to be careful. Just a little surprised, that was all. No matter how powerful this spirit, profound unity formation was, he, Tansi, did not place it in his sights either. Elder brother Lu, what should we do? Yan Jun's expression changed greatly as he said. Lu Yuxing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, no other choice. This Tansi's fierce name is illustrious. There have never been survivors under his hands. Want to live, we can only stake everything on A single throw. Ha ha ha. Stake everything on a single throw? Looks like you guys have already not entered the chaotic devil sea for very long. You actually don't know that. This Tan is already ranked in the latest issue of the Earth Carnage Proclamation, said Tan Si with a laugh. It was as if Tan Si heard some ridiculous thing. He laughed, but the others could not laugh. Yi Yuan faintly revealed a surprised look too. The reputation of the Earth Carnage Proclamation he had naturally heard before. This list was published by the Heaven's Secret Tower's Chaotic Devil Sea branch. One issue every half a year, divided into Heaven and Earth. 2. Proclamations. What the Heaven Carnage Proclamation recorded were all phaseless realm martial artists. What the Earth Carnage Proclamation recorded were all Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. Any martial artists who made it on the list would be people with extremely formidable martial prowess in the same realm. Facing experts in the same realm, it was virtually all instant kills. Every martial artist in the Chaotic Devil Sea took pride in being able to get on the Heaven and Earth dual proclamations. Just as Tan Si said, Lu Yuxing they all had already not entered the Chaotic Devil Sea for half a year and was completely unaware that Tan Si actually slaughtered his way into the Earth Carnage Proclamation within this half a year. Facing an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, how could Lu Yuxing they all still have the mindset of getting lucky? More importantly, this Tan Si troublesome and ruthless, completely not giving people a way out. Even if they pleaded to him, he could not possibly let go of this group of people either. No wonder those trade caravans disappeared, bafflingly. With such a great, malefic star around, how could they still have the possibility of surviving? This time, this Tan is not going to pull any more punches. You guys will have to bring out all of your might. Tan Si licked his lips, revealing a cruel expression. Clearly, the next attack would be a lightning-like blow. Brothers, keep your chins up. This guy isn't easy to deal with, Lu Yuxing said with a solemn face. Earth Carnage Proclamation's expert, however seriously they took him, was not being overboard. If he did not have the Spirit Profound Unity Formation to assist, he would definitely turn around and run right now. Of course, whether he could escape or not was another matter. The Green Sea mercenary group members were naturally also aware of what Earth Carnage Proclamation meant. Each and every one all plucked their spirits up 120% to deal with Tan Si's lightning-like blow. For a moment, the enchantment radiated a brilliant splendor. His power seemed to be even greater than before. Tan Si looked at Lu Yuxing and company's actions indifferently and was not anxious at all either. This array formation is rather interesting. However, wanna deal with me? With just the likes of it? Tan Si gave a cold laugh. A short blood-colored small saber appeared in his hand. Blood, moon, slash. Tan Si said it word for word. A horrifying half-moon blood-colored saber light chopped down at the grand array. Lu Yuxing's expression was incomparably solemn. He poured all of the essence, energy in his body into the array formation without holding anything back. The aura of Tan Si's move was completely different from that slash previously. The power was more than several times stronger. He knew that just by relying on the Spirit Profound Unity Formation he probably could not withstand this move at all. But at this moment he did not have a second option either. There was only meeting the enemy with all his power. But right at this time the Spirit Profound Unity Formation erupted with rays of brilliant light once more. A stream of violent flames gushed out once again, colliding together with Tan Si's saber light. Evenly matched. Lu Yuxing looked at this scene in front of his eyes disbelievingly. Tan Si's saber light was actually blocked by them. Wah! Big! Yanling suddenly cried out, clearly very excited. But her words had yet to be uttered when she saw Yi Yuan shake his head slightly, indicating to her to not speak. The little girl was very sharp, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. Linger, this is our little secret. Don't tell others, okay?
Ye Yuan
Transmitted. The little girl nodded her head excitedly, as if guarding some earth-shaking secret, exceedingly pleased with herself inwardly. Other people all did not notice Yi Yuan's actions. Only Yen Ling, this little girl, noticed it. Yen Jun did not know what it meant and shouted fiercely, "Yen Ling, what are you messing around here for? Quickly go back to the carriage." The lass stuck out her mouth and ran away swiftly. After Yen Ling left, Yen Jun let out a long sigh and said to Lu Yuxing, "Elder brother Lu is indeed formidable. This array formation, even an earth carnage proclamation expert, is actually powerless against it." "Asha, what earth carnage proclamation expert? I think it's merely nothing more than this," Lu Yuxing said with a big laugh. "What's going on today? Could it be that I was performing abnormally well and made the power of the array formation rise to a greater height?" Lu Yuxing thought to himself secretly. One time could still be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice in a row that it was him breaking through unknowingly, he was the entire array formation's core. Only he could unleash such a swift and fierce attack. Tan Si's expression was incomparably livid. He did not expect that this lousy array formation could actually block his attack, especially that flame attack which suddenly appeared just now. The process, from beginning to end, was unbelievably intimidating. It was actually almost on par with his blood moon slash, but he did not believe that a measly little mercenary group could possess the power to contend with him. If the other party really had the strength that Slash earlier would absolutely not attain that kind of an effect. Among these people there must be an expert. It was just that this person did not want to expose himself, so he made use of Lu Yuxing's hand to deal with him. Looks like earlier it was this person taking action too. That was how it burned the heart-devouring bugs he nurtured painstakingly cleanly in one go. Tan Si looked at Lu Yuxing and said with a cold smile, "Just based on the likes of trash like you are also fit to be my opponent." Lu Yuxing said without fear, knowing that he had something to fall back on. Our mercenary group has never upheld individual strength. Everybody tiding over the difficult hurdles together. That's a victory. Even if I'm not your match, you can't do anything to us either. Leader is mighty. We're the strongest. Leader, we love you. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuxing's words greatly encouraged all of the mercenary group. Even though it made no sense, these members were brimming with confidence at this time too. The fear towards an earth carnage proclamation expert, previously already melted away into thin air at present. An earth carnage proclamation expert of the legends did not seem impossible to beat. Yi Yuan secretly found it hilarious in his heart. This guy really knew how to take the opportunity to win over people's hearts. But to be able to make the Green Sea mercenary group cultivate the spirit profound unity formation to this sort of extent, this Lu Yuxing was indeed not someone simple. If not for running into an expert like Tan Si, there should not be too much of a problem for Lu Yuxing to go in and out of the chaotic Devil Sea's border regions. Tan Si was angered until his face turned black. The scar on his face appeared even more savage. But Tan Si did not quibble over anything. At the chaotic Devil Sea, this kind of place, strength was all of the capital to talk. He could not do anything to this mercenary group. Saying any other big talk was also of no help to the matter. His gaze swept over the faces of everyone in the mercenary group, wanting to find that hidden expert. When his gaze swept to Yi Yuan, it paused for a bit. So many years of lingering between life and death made his strength improve by a large margin. It also made his perception become extremely keen. When Tan Si first laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he felt that Yi Yuan was different from the rest. But very soon, he himself denied his thinking. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, and his age was too young as well. Was completely impossible to be that hidden expert. But apart from Yi Yuan, he could not find any other suspicious person at all. "What are you looking at? Are you fighting or not? If you're not fighting, we still have to hurry on with our journey," Lu Yuxing said haughtily. Tang Shi gave Lu Yuxing a glance and said with a cold snort, "Consider yourselves lucky today. Pray that you don't land in my hands." Finished talking, Tan Si's figure moved, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. Ha ha ha! An Earth Carnage Proclamations expert was sent packing by our Green Sea mercenary group. Returning to Luoding City this time, our Green Sea mercenary group status will probably become transcendent, Lu Yuxing said, with a big laugh. Yanjun also clasped his hands and congratulated him. Congratulations, Elder Brother Lu. For Elder Brother Lu to be able to drive an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert away, the Green Sea Mercenary Group is fully deserving of being the #1 mercenary group in Luoding City. From hereafter, no one else will be able to surpass. Haha. That doesn't matter. This time, it's still all thanks to Owner Yen. If not for you hiring us this time, we wouldn't have this chance. Lu Yuxing was unbelievably high-spirited and enthusiastic at this time. Earth Carnage Proclamations expert. They were all legendary existences to them. One had to know that somewhere as large as the chaotic Devil Sea how many millions of Heaven Enlightenment Realm experts there were. But the Earth Carnage Proclamation merely just recorded 500 people. These 500 people were the most powerful existences among Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. Rumors had it that Earth Carnage Proclamation experts crossing realms to defeat ordinary phaseless realms was nothing difficult. From this, one could tell just how formidable the strengths of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were. To be able to drive away such an expert, it was sufficient to let the Green Sea mercenary group become famous all over the world. Not that I want to pour cold water, that person probably.
Yeah.
Yuan's words were spoken halfway. He was stopped by Yen Jun. My Master Yi, don't make any more divine prophecies. Yen Jun was filled with terror after the incident. The moment Yi Yuan spoke just now, it immediately gave everyone a huge fright. Said whatever it would come. If Yi Yuan's crow mouth kept on talking, they would even worry whether or not it would draw a deity realm powerhouse over. Yi Yuan blinked his eyes twice, indicating he would not talk anymore. Only then did Yen Jun heave a sigh in relief and let go of his hand. Yi Yuan said with an innocent face, I was only warning you guys a little out of goodwill. Was it necessary? Necessary? Yen Jun and Lu Yuxing cried out in one voice. Scaring away Tan Si, the party finally set off on the journey once again. The experts in this region were basically all killed off by Tan Si. Along the way, it became much more relaxed instead. There was not even a single person picking a quarrel. And thanks to Yi Yuan's final sentence not coming out of his mouth, that Tan Si actually did not come to find trouble either. But along the way, Lu Yuxing kept his spirit up 120%, so as to respond to Tan Si's ambush. Although Yi Yuan's words were not said finish, he took it to heart. Dealing with Tan Si, this kind of expert, he did not dare to loosen up at all, either. If there were no spirit profound unity formation, he would definitely be instantly killed effortlessly. But no idea why Tan Si never appeared again either. Actually, it was not that Tan Si really did not appear before. He had always been following nearby the trade caravans. There was even one time where he wanted to sneak attack. But each sneak attack he would always be scared away by a faintly discernible divine sense. His actions could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears at all. Yi Yuan only warned him not to act rashly without careful thought with divine sense. Only then did Tan Si confirm that there was absolutely an expert whose strength was a level higher than his within these trade caravans. The other party did not wish to expose his identity. That was why he would use this kind of method to warn him. If he really had no sense to appreciate favors, the other party would likely really make a move to kill. Tan Si killed people like flies, but it did not mean that he did not fear death. Throwing an egg against a rock, this sort of thing, he would not do it. Even though Yi Yuan detested Tan Si's killing on sight habit, he was not a pedantic person either. People like Tan Si were too abundant in the chaotic Devil C completely could not be killed finish. Since Tan C was sensible, then Yi Yuan would not be bothered to make a move on him. After this, Yi Yuan used Fiery to create a clone to leave in the carriage, but he himself entered the vast heaven pagoda to cultivate. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm increase these 2 years was rather rapid, but concept's comprehension speed slowed down. It was hard for there to be leisure time. Yi Yuan naturally could not waste. Inside the vast heaven steel's consciousness space, Yi Yuan's brows were furrowed tightly, muttering to himself, "This scorching supreme true intense. Final step, how should I cross over? No wonder spirit bristle that fellow is so powerful. This scorching true intent is indeed not that easy to comprehend." Yi Yuan already reached the final step of comprehending the scorching supreme true intent. That feeling was clearly right within touch already. But Yi Yuan kept failing to grasp that tiny bit. Legends had it that when the scorching supreme true intent was cultivated to the extreme, it could incinerate myriad life, invincible. Could be seen from this how powerful this supreme true intent was. But the more powerful the thing, the harder it naturally was to comprehend as well. Yi Yuan had advanced on this path for many years and borrowed the help of the vast heaven steel before reaching his present boundary. But wanting to break through this final hurdle was not that easy. Inside this consciousness space, Yi Yuan had suffered goodness knows how much pain. But this final step, he kept failing to see hope. Yi Yuan suddenly smacked his head and said regretfully, "Why am I so stupid?" The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's own martial techniques originally contains fire attribute true intent inside. Spirit Bristle that fellow also trained in the martial techniques before comprehending supreme true intent. Insist on ignoring the shortcut and not take it. Isn't that utterly foolish? It was also that Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were too high. Along the way, the majority of the time was him comprehending supreme true intents himself and creating martial techniques himself. Towards the end, he rarely used the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's own cultivation method anymore. Once this kind of habit formed, it would form a serious stagnation, making Yi Yuan disdainful to learn the good points of other martial techniques. Little did he realize that future generations all stood on the shoulders of predecessors. As a divine art, how could the power of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's own martial technique be ordinary? Training this series of martial techniques to the great circle of perfection, Yi Yuan's scorching true intent would be achieved naturally. Going along with the martial techniques to comprehend a supreme true intent was much easier than comprehending it out of thin air. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath. His consciousness withdrew out of the vast heaven steel, and he started pondering about the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's cultivation method. Starting from the first move, Absolute Yang Finger, Yi Yuan slowly tidied up this set of martial techniques sequence of ideas. With Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the scorching true intent and transmission true intent presently, he had a brand new understanding when he comprehended these martial techniques anew. As a set of divine art, the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was originally passed down in the same vein. Its martial techniques were naturally passed down linearly too. Yi Yuan recalled his comprehensions towards true intent and discovered that this series of martial techniques followed along the true intent's development train of thoughts and created this set of cultivation method. The 4th level, Heavenly Flame Palm. The 5th level, Cloud Converging Fire. The 6th level, Void Fire Mark. Yi Yuan discovered to his shock that cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's martial techniques to the 6th level already reached the level of supreme true intent. Didn't that mean that as long as he cultivated according to the prescribed routine, he would have already comprehended the supreme true intent now? This discovery made Yi Yuan smile bitterly to no end. It was really sitting on a treasure mountain, but knowing it. The final 3 levels of martial techniques, each level corresponded to 3 stages of supreme true intent. as long as Yi Yuan fully comprehended the final profound meaning of the 9 suns burning heaven, grasping 9th stage, scorching supreme true intent would naturally be nothing difficult. Actually, this really could not be blamed on Yi Yuan. His comprehensions in Sword Dao was too strong, resulting in the martial techniques he created to be stronger than the spirit bristle 9 yang divine arts moves. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan's comprehensions into the Sword Dao's supreme true intent already reached 5th stage. Suddenly turning back, but that person is under that waning light one. Rushed forward blindly, but neglected the scenery behind me, Yi Yuan said, with an emotional sigh. No one would not err. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to. Yi Yuan was too confident in his comprehension abilities. But he never thought that his comprehensions into the martial Dao had merely just started for 10 years. Without the accumulation of time, how could these extremely profound supreme true intents be so easy to comprehend? It was true that the spirit bristle divine king was powerful, but the time he spent immersed in this Dao was what Yi Yuan could not catch up to even if he whipped his horse. Thinking through this link, Yi Yuan no longer hesitated and started cultivating the spirit bristle 9 yang divine arts auxiliary martial techniques anew. Yi Yuan did not slack off. He started cultivating from the first levels. Absolute yang finger. This was a complete martial technique system. Missing any links might cause an enormous influence on the comprehension at the back. With Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge, he naturally would not make mistakes here. But when he truly started to cultivate this martial technique, he still discovered that he thought of things too simply. The martial techniques in the first few levels Yi Yuan accomplished with high proficiency. He only spent less than 2 days to settle it. But when he reached the 6th level, Yi Yuan's speed dropped all of a sudden. Void Fire Mark. This martial technique was the breakthrough point of the supreme true intent. Very hard to train. Yi Yuan spent half a month's time before barely managing to train it to minor accomplishment. It was still a step away from comprehending the supreme true intent. But cultivating the Void Fire Mark corroborated with Yi Yuan's own comprehensions previously. It still let him have a deeper understanding of the scorching supreme true intent. There's still one last chaos gem. Looks like Waihout using this chaos gem. I'll probably not be able to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent. Within a short time, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The chaos gems extorted from Long Tang, Yi Yuan was finally going to use them up as well. Yi Yuan was very decisive and did not have much hesitation before directly firing the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel. Strike while the iron was hot. Yi Yuan felt that he was only a step away from the supreme true intent already. Fine steel needed to be used on the edge of a knife. This chaos gem, nothing to feel unwillingness to use about. Moreover, Yi Yuan knew that in the chaotic Devil Sea only by having powerful strength could he ensure his own safety. Different from other places, the chaotic Devil Sea, this sort of place, martial artists that comprehended supreme true intents could be found everywhere. When Yi Yuan faced them, he would not have too much advantage. Therefore, comprehension of the second supreme true intent, it was imperative to him. Next was the dreary martial technique training. Each day, Yi Yuan would train according to the Void Fire Mark series of moves. This process was extremely dreary, but Yi Yuan found joy in it and never got tired. But the effects of focusing on cultivation was also apparent. After 1 month, Yi Yuan's Void Fire Mark was finally cultivated to major accomplishment. But this was still lacking some level of attainment from comprehending the supreme true intent. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as he cultivated to the great circle of perfection, he could definitely comprehend the supreme true intent. The following 3 months, he still cultivated without knowing fatigue.
Yeah.
Yuan practically did not have any rest time. His state as if he went mad. Finally, one day after 3 months, a transparent imprint was fired by Yi Yuan into the void. A look of pleasant surprise surfaced on Yi Yuan's face as he said, "Finally, done." Scorching supreme true intent, indeed unbelievably powerful. This has merely just broken through first stage, and it's likely going to be even stronger than my third stage Azure Dipper floating zero sword. This void fire mark being cultivated will show a brilliant yellow color mark. When it just started, when cultivated to major accomplishment, it was a light yellow color mark, and the transparent imprint launched was precisely the hallmark of the void fire mark being cultivated to the great circle of perfection. Yi Yuan also relied on this move to finally comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, starting from stepping onto the Nine Heavens road until now roughly 10 years' time had passed. Yi Yuan finally comprehended a second supreme true intent. The agitation in his heart could be imagined. This scorching supreme true intense comprehension was far from as quick as the Azure Dipper floating zero sword. Yi Yuan also sunk enormous effort into this path. Just inside this vast heaven steel space, Yi Yuan was frozen to death. God knows how many times. Even though it was not a true death, that kind of feeling felt like he had experienced it. People lacking willpower, just the agony was sufficient to drive them crazy, let alone talk about comprehending. Now, the painstaking efforts Yi Yuan put in finally had a return. This second supreme true intent was a milestone success to Yi Yuan, because there were many martial artists able to comprehend a supreme true intent, but comprehending two supreme true intents, that was in the minority. No other reason, there was a limit to a person's strength. A person's energy was limited. Comprehending a supreme true intent already expended tremendous energy. How could there still be people with the energy to go comprehend a second one? To be able to comprehend a second supreme true intent and achieve the divine King realm, not one was not a major power of the divine realm with strength far exceeding those in the same rank. If the Azure Dipper floating zero sword's comprehension still had some elements of being opportunistic, then this scorching supreme true intent was comprehended by Yi Yuan little by little indisputably. This process he only spent 10 years' time. If the spirit bristle divine king knew that Yi Yuan only used 10 years to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, he would definitely be shocked until his jaw hit the ground. There's still 2 months more. I wonder what kind of power will combining the scorching supreme true intent with the spirit rank dragon wave together produce. Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. Although first stage scorching true intense power was strong, it clearly had not met Yi Yuan's requirements yet. Back then, Yi Yuan carried out a fusion between the scorching true intent and dragon wave and created the flame movement carnage. But the power of flame movement carnage was already inadequate right now. When Yi Yuan faced the enemies currently, the majority of the circumstances was to directly use the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Now that he comprehended the supreme true intent, fusing the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and the scorching supreme true intent, the power would definitely be rather impressive. These remaining 2 months' time, Yi Yuan planned on doing this thing. Without a doubt, the difficulty level of fusing the scorching supreme true intent and the scorching supreme true intent coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was goodness knows how many times higher compared to flame movement carnage. The fusion before could only be treated as a reference as well. But with the experience of flame movement carnage, Yi Yuan had a direction to work towards, which was resonance. Back then, when he merged the scorching true intent and coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan only used the flame movement carnage after blasting out countless fists and finding the resonant point of the true intent and fleshy body as well. What he wanted to do presently was to find the resonant point of the supreme true intent and spirit rank dragon wave. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes and started to feel, seeking out the breakthrough point of these two kinds of completely different attributes. Merging supreme true intent and fleshy body martial techniques, probably only Yi Yuan this sort of freak could be capable of it too. Ordinary heaven enlightenment realm martial artists forget about supreme true intent. Their fleshy bodies were probably not even 1 in 1,000th as powerful as Yi Yuan's. But this process did not make smooth progress. After 2 months, Yi Yuan still did not find the resonant point, but the effects of the Chaos Gem were already over. In this period of time, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm also quietly broke through to second-level heaven enlightenment. Yi Yuan had no choice but to put away his emotions and return to reality. Master Yi, we've reached Cloud Transient City. Outside the carriage, Yan Jun's very polite voice called out to Yi Yuan. Got it. Yi Yuan responded coolly, his voice somewhat hoarse. But the moment he got off the carriage, it made Yan Jun jump in fright. Master Yi, what happened to you? The current Yi Yuan had deep sunken eyes and a sallow face, clearly very haggard. It was as if he suffered a serious illness. Although just 20 days passed in total, in reality to Yi Yuan more than half a year had already passed. This half a year he was virtually cultivating frenziedly and did not really rest. Relaxing all at once. Currently, Yi Yuan's entire person had indescribable weariness.
No worries.
I'm cultivating a divine soul cultivation method. My soul force was excessively exhausted. Rest for a while and I'll be fine.
Ye Yuan Vavid.
His hands and casually made up a story. This Cloud Transient City was the group of people's destination. It was a most out-of-the-way city in the chaotic Devil Sea. In the chaotic Devil Sea, even if people were in a city drawing swords at a word of disagreement was rather commonly seen as well. As long as it was not a massacre, no one would care about you. Therefore, people without strength would all have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. There were no rules to talk about here. Strength was the highest for everything. In order to survive, martial artists naturally formed factions and gangs. It was very hard to survive here all alone. Cloud Transient City was just a small city. The population was not many. This place was obviously not Yi Yuan's endpoint. His true objective was the core of the chaotic Devil Sea, the slaughter steps, and Cloud Transient City had a transmission array that led to the slaughter steps. Apart from the transmission array, one still required another item to enter the slaughter steps. This was also one of the objectives of Yi Yuan coming here. This sleep, Yi Yuan slept until the skies turned dark and he blacked out all the way past the 3rd day before he woke up. The moment he went out, Yi Yuan discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. Owner Yen, you guys, what's going on? Yen Jun's expression was dark like water. He sat there alone and kept silent. In his eyes actually faintly contained tears. This made Yi Yuan greatly astonished. Although Yen Jun's martial strength was not very great, he was absolutely a tough guy in Yi Yuan's impression. What matter could actually make him sit alone here quietly with tears in his eyes? Yen Jun did not hear Yi Yuan's words at all, still staring blankly there. Owner Yen. Yi Yuan went over and lightly touched Yen Jun a bit. Yen Jun abruptly startled awake and said, Master Yi, why you woke up? Yen Jun had an appearance like he had lost his soul, making Yi Yuan produce a bad premonition. Owner Yen, what's with you? Where's the rest? Where's Madam and Linger? Yi Yuan asked. The moment Yen Jun heard, tears flowed down uncontrollably as he choked. Sobbingly, Linger she. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, What happened to Linger? This morning we went to hand over the goods. Schwanger and Linger stayed behind in the inn. Schwanger just left for a short while, but I didn't expect. Saying until here, Yen Jun choked and really could not continue anymore. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he said, Linger went missing? Yen Jun nodded his head with difficulty, with great sorrow. Several years ago, he lost his daughter in this Cloud Transient City too. The result was that he gave out all of his assets before barely managing to preserve his daughter's life. Since then, Yen Jun earned money to support his family desperately as well, in order to treat the recurring chronic illness on his daughter. He did not think that after a time interval of several years, the exact same scene actually played out once more. Toward Yen Ling, this little girl, Yi Yuan quite adored her too. He did not think that she would actually have so many setbacks in her life. This made his feelings of compassion stir. Being silent for a moment, Yi Yuan asked, "Owner Yen, don't panic first. Tell me about the situation at that time." But Yen Jun shook his hand and said, "No special situation either. Schwanger just left for a brief moment. Then when she returned to the house, Linger was gone. Virtually identical with the last time. I already requested for elder brother Lu they all to go out and search, but half a day has already passed. There's no news at all." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Exactly the same as last time? Do you know who ambushed Linger the last time or not?" Yen Jun shook his head again and said, "We didn't see that person's true face at all. He just makes us deliver the earth essence crystals to the designated point. We heard a baby's crying sound and went to find Linger. Turning around to take a look, the earth essence crystals were long gone without a trace. Already." Hearing Yen Jun's description, Yi Yuan was lost in thought. The previous time, the other party was clearly already planning on killing the hostage. It was just that the other party did not expect Linger's life was actually so tenacious, forcefully holding on for several years, resulting in being thoroughly treated by Yi Yuan in the end. If it was just kidnapping and blackmailing, the other party's methods would probably be cut from the same cloth as last time. Right while they were talking, Lu Yuxing walked in hastily. "Owner Yen, my brothers have already inquired around and don't have Linger's news." "But..." Lu Yuxing hesitated. Yen Jun froze and suddenly said, "But what could it be?" Lu Yuxing nodded his head and handed over a slip of paper. Yen Jun's expression could not help changing drastically when he received it and looked. Yi Yuan saw it clearly from behind. The slip of paper wrote, "Tonight at midnight, warehouse north of the city. 1 billion earth essence crystals. Only Yen Jun is permitted to come alone. Hand over the money in one hand, the person in the other." Indeed, the same pattern from the method last time. It was as if someone had purposely eyed Yen Jun to actually use the same method on him twice. Without a doubt, this was done by the same person. Yi Yuan could also tell from that skill to damage the meridians that the other party was absolutely a martial artist with very formidable strength. Yi Yuan quietly withdrew out of the crowd and came onto the streets. After an hour, Yi Yuan played with a short incense in his hand as he said, smilingly, "I didn't think that I'd have to use you again." What Yi Yuan was holding in his hand was precisely the soul-guiding incense. Used to find lure back then. But the soul-guiding incense, he refined this time, was a much higher quality compared to that time. His perception toward soul force was also much sharper. He slowly came to Linger's room, pushed open the door and discovered that Lin Shuang was currently inside holding an item of Linger's in a trace. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said to Lin Shuang, "Don't need to be sad anymore, madam. I have a way to find Linger." Lin Shuang was originally ashen-faced, virtually without any signs of life in her eyes. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, she jumped up at once and grabbed Yi Yuan's arm, looking as if she was crazy as she said, "Master Yi, is what you said true?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Actually, I've had some surmises already. It's just that I still need to confirm it a little. Madam, do you have any clothing items that Linger frequently wears? Lend it to me to use." Lin Shuang's eyes finally shone with life as she hurriedly nodded and said, "Just a minute, Master Yi. I'll go get it for you right away." Before long, Lin Shuang brought over a small and exquisite piece of clothing. Yi Yuan directly ignited it together with the soul-guiding incense. At the same time, Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and Fiery appeared in front of him. "Fiery, you follow the soul-guiding incense and see where they are hiding." Linger. "Yes, big brother." Fiery received the order and turned into a wisp of fire, following a strand of fragrance out of the room. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuang was dumbfoundedly shocked. After Fiery left, Yi Yuan said to Lin Shuang, "Actually, I believe you and Owner Yen have some conjectures in your hearts too, right? Except that person you feel that you can't afford to provoke, so you weren't willing to think too much. Rescuing Linger this time, you and Owner Yen shouldn't get involved in this messy situation anymore. Come up with other means of livelihood outside the chaotic Devil Sea. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the chaotic Devil Sea's bloodiness and cruelty. Without absolute martial strength, there was completely no way of ensuring one's family's safety. This kind of travel trading method of earning a living seemed like exorbitant profits, but actually it was merely just money-making machines being scattered and raised. The power over life and death was still controlled in other people's hands. Forget about Yen Jun, even Lu Yuxing, this kind of veteran was not possibly the other party's match. In a hidden venue in the city, 3 men were currently watching over a little girl. One of them was wearing light armor. He was tall and well-built. Clearly he was the leader of these 3 people. "My lord, this lass isn't well-behaved. Let us take good care of her," one of the martial artists said as he threw a slap on the little girl's face. With a smack, the little girl did not dare to struggle anymore after getting hit. But that stubborn gaze was exhibited in its entirety. That lass that person was talking about was precisely the Yen Ling who went missing. Yen Ling was currently tied up on a chair, struggling endlessly. She glared at the 3 people furiously, filled with resentment. Being kidnapped the last time, she was still young and did not feel anything at all. But the agony of these few years made her life worse than living hell. This point also made Yen Ling much more mature compared to those of the same age. Therefore, being kidnapped by these people, Yen Ling was extremely disgusted by them. That person wearing light armor looked at Yen Ling, his eyes filled with doubt, as he muttered, "Back then, I clearly used the pulse-severing divine palm to sever this girlie's meridians. I didn't expect that, after a time interval of several years, she actually recovered. Truly inconceivable." The other 2 people's expressions changed, and they said, "No way, right? My lord's pulse-severing divine palm's power is incredible. Forget about a little girl. Even a battle-seasoned martial artist can't withstand it either. How can this girlie possibly recover? Could your excellency have identified wrongly?" That person waved his hand and said, "Maybe I'll recognize this girlie wrongly, but her parents, I won't identify them wrongly. The outstanding few people who come to Cloud Transient City for travel trade, I know them like the palm of my hands. Yen Jun is the most outstanding among them. Back then, that deal virtually squeezed dry all of his savings. I didn't think that after several years, he has accumulated considerable wealth again. Heh. So what? Aren't they just pigs that your excellency is rearing? Butchering once they get fat? With this girlie here, will we still fear that Yen Jun not submitting obediently?" said a martial artist. "Hoo-hoo, that's true. All thanks to these fat pigs that I am able to have my present strength. Now, this seat is only a step away from phaseless realm," said the middle-aged man in light armor said. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. My lord is an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Once you enter the phaseless realm, your future prospects will be boundless. At that time, naturally you won't go without benefits." When the 2 people heard this, they were both beside themselves with joy. That middle-aged man in light armor was actually an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. One of the underlings bowed his body and asked, "My lord, how to dispose of this girlie?" The middle-aged man in light armor said with a cruel smile, "The last time, pulse-severing divine palm didn't kill her. I don't believe that it can't kill her this time too. This time I'm going to sever all of her meridians. See how she still survives. Bang, bang, bang. My lord, this subordinate has an important matter to report." Right then, vigorously knocking sounds suddenly sounded out outside the door. The middle-aged man in light armor furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Come in." A subordinate pushed the door and entered. coming in front of the middle-aged man in light armor, all in a fluster, he said, "Milord, things are bad. Somebody wants to challenge you." The eyebrows of the middle-aged man in light armor raised up, and he laughed loudly as he said, "Challenge me? Ha ha ha. It's really been so many years since anyone dared to seek death like this. Doesn't he know that this cloud transient city lord is an expert ranked 463 on the earth carnage proclamation? That person challenging is merely a second-level heaven." "Enlightenment, young man," said the subordinate after he hesitated for a moment. "What? A second-level heaven enlightenment dares to challenge our Lord Xie? Is this someone who's complaining that his lifespan is too long and is tired of living? Ha ha, what a joke. Even though Cloud Transient City is a small city, Lord Xie Ying's reputation is known far and wide. This punk is definitely a moron. As long as one slightly inquires about it a little, they wouldn't do this sort of foolish thing either." The two subordinates seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke. Both laughing, their heads off, including Xie Ying himself, gave a slight smile too and said to the three subordinates, "You guys watch the person carefully. I'll go and chop off that punk's dog head first." "Yes, Your Excellency." The three people voiced their assent. The chaotic Devil Sea's rule was that anyone could challenge the city lord. As long as one had the strength to kill the city lord, they could take his place. Moreover, as long as someone challenged, the city lord must accept the challenge all the way until one party was killed. Logically speaking, under this sort of rule, the city lord being replaced should be frequent occurrences. But in reality, Cloud Transient City's city lord Xie Ying had already been in this position for over a decade. When he assumed the position, there were naturally quite a few people who were unconvinced and issued challenges to him. But in the end, all of them were killed by him without any exception. Gradually, people who dared to challenge him became lesser and lesser. And along with the passing of time, Xie Ying's strength became increasingly stronger, all the way until later Xie Ying became an earth carnage proclamation expert. Ever since then, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Today was indeed out of the blue. It was the first time in several years. After Xie Ying left, the three underlings all did not detect a small lotus flower growing out from the corner of a wall. Yi Yuan sat in front of the city lord manor quietly, closing his eyes to meditate, quietly waiting for Xie Ying's arrival. The one challenging Xie Ying was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Out of Lin Shuang's expectations, Yi Yuan did not go and rescue Linger right away. Instead, he came straight to the city lord manor and issued a challenge to Xie Ying in front of everyone. "What on earth is Master Yi selling in his gourd? He's merely an alchemist. Why did he go and challenge City Lord Xie? City Lord Xie is an earth carnage proclamation expert. Challenging with his strength? Isn't that seeking death? Didn't he say he was helping owner Yen find his daughter previously? How did he search until he came here to challenge?" The Green Sea mercenary group and Yen Jun husband and wife were all here, spectating. The Green Sea mercenary group's members were all gesticulating, clearly very perplexed by Yi Yuan's actions. Lin Shuang grabbed her husband's hand tightly and said with an anxious look on her face, "Husband, Master Yi must have guessed something and wants to give vent on Linger's behalf." But, Yen Jun's expression was very ugly. Although he had never met with Xie Ying before, to be able to abduct Yen Ling away in Cloud Transient City noiselessly, who else could there be other than Xie Ying? City Lord Xie Ying was clearly the greatest suspect. But even if he knew, he was powerless to do anything as well. Earth Carnage Proclamations number 463 expert was totally not what he could deal with, let alone that the City Lord Manor still had many experts. Yen Jun initially already resigned himself to his fate and brought out all of his savings over these past few years for Xie Ying. What he did not expect was that Yi Yuan actually ran out and challenged City Lord Xie Ying on his own. Finally, Yen Jun could not endure it anymore and came in front of Yi Yuan to Urge. Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions, but Xiaoying is an Earth Carnage Proclamation's veteran expert. His strength is unfathomable. Challenging the city lord, one has to determine who lives and who dies. You. Doing this for Linger, us husband and wife will have a guilty conscience for the rest of our lives. Master Yi, us husband and wife are already endlessly grateful to you for
treating Linger.
But this Xiaoying, he really cannot be provoked. Quickly go. Now, leave Cloud Transient City. The further you go, the better. Lin Shuang urged as well. But her voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man wearing light armor who was flying in air landed in front of Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, without my agreement, Xiaoyings, even if you guys want to leave, you can't go either. Since you put forth the challenge, you got to have an awareness of death. Go? Where can you guys go to? Xiaoying said arrogantly. When Yanjun saw Xiaoying, his eyes wanted to spew fire. He could not endure it anymore and said, Xiaoying, was it you who abducted Linger away? Yanjun originally thought that Xiaoying would deny it. He did not expect that Xiaoying would actually laugh out loud and say, so what if yes? Are the earth essence crystals I want prepared? Don't blame me for not warning you. Even though there's a fool who's challenging this seat, once the time is up, I'll send your daughter on her way all the same. Don't think that this punk can buy time. Xiaoying admitting it openly made Yanjun even more enraged, if not for being apprehensive that the other party's strength was too formidable. He would really want to go up and risk his life at this instant. You and I have no grudges. Why do you want to target me time and again?
Yanjun denounced indignantly.
Xiaoying looked at Yanjun pitifully and said in disdain, why? Haha, what a joke. Don't you know what kind of place you're in right now? This place is the chaotic Devil Sea. In this Cloud Transient City, I'm the king. Everything of yours is all mine. What does some mere earth essence crystals count as? I'm not targeting you, but targeting you all, these travel trade merchants. You guys make use of the chaotic Devil Sea's resources to make staggering profits. Since that's the case, I let you all amass weight until you're fat. Then slaughter and eat. What's wrong with it? This kind of excuse might be very preposterous in the outside world. But in this Cloud Transient City it was not very hard to understand. This point, it could be seen from the expressions of the people surrounding and watching. They did not cast over very pitying looks towards Yanjun. More of it was indifference and contempt. In here, one could only end up as lambs that other people talked about without strength. In here, there had never been a reason to talk about. In this Cloud Transient City, Xiaoying's strength was the most powerful, so whatever he did was right. The reason why he employed kidnapping actions was just in order to not stir the grass and frighten away the snake, to let these merchants have some more time to accumulate. Yanjun was angered until he trembled all over, but his eyes revealed a look of despair. He originally thought that earth essence crystals could settle everything. However, he was wrong. For so many years, he was merely a lamb that others let loose to rear. It was just that this lamb, was fatter, and he was getting slaughtered by Xiaoying for the second time. You, whatever you have, come at me. Why do you want to deal with a little girl without a weapon in her hand? Back then, Linger was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Lin Shuang trembled as she said. Xiaoying pursed his mouth and said scornfully, baby? In the chaotic devil. See, not having strength is the original sin. There is no pity here, only strength. You all have stayed in the chaotic Devil Sea for so many years and actually can't even see through this point? Fools. You devil. Elder brother Lu. I give all of my assets to you. I request you to help kill this fiend for me. Yanjun could no longer put up with it anymore and wanted to use all of his wealth to gamble for Xiaoying's life. Yanjun himself was a heaven enlightenment realm too. But in front of Xiaoying he was too weak. The two of them, husband and wife, attacking together could not possibly be Xiaoying's match either. They could only use money to do things. Lu Yuxing's expression was very ugly. He did not think that Linger's disappearance would actually involve Xiering, although he scared away Tanxi using the Spirit Profound Unity formation. Previously, facing the Xiering whose strength was a level higher, Lu Yuxing hesitated. Owner Yen, not that I, Lu Yuxing, cravenly cling to life instead of braving death. It's just that I'm really not his match. Your money if I take this job. I have the life to earn, but I don't have the life to spend, Lu Yuxing said helplessly. The moment these words were uttered, Yan Jun and Lin Shuang, all of the pair's strength seemed to be drained, unwittingly falling back 2 steps. The Green Sea mercenary group was his greatest reliance. But even Lu Yuxing was not willing to make a move. What hope did he still have? Xiaoying was even more incomparably proud of himself when he saw the situation, and said with a loud laugh, I already said, this cloud transient city is my world. Xiaoying's. What can a tiny little mercenary group do to me? Humph. If you're sensible, get the money ready and send it to the location. Perhaps you can still see that cute daughter of yours. However, wait until I dispose of this trash first before talking. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since anyone has dared to challenge this seat? Xiang looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmering gaze, looking in high spirits. Ever since he ascended to the Earth Carnage proclamation, no one challenged him. He did not expect that today there was actually someone who delivered himself to the gate to let him practice. Although his strength was a bit weak, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it was sufficient. Yi Yuan did not speak at the side all along. It was in order to let Yan Jun, husband and wife, know the chaotic devil sees cruelty. This kind of money was really not easy to earn. Without adequate strength, it would only be like drawing water with a sieve in the end. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his mouth to say, the nonsense has been said entirely. I can send you on your way already. Are you handing over the absolute kill token on your own, or do you want me to come to take it myself? Xiaoying was stunned and looked at Yi Yuan like he was staring at a fool as he said, just the likes of you want my absolute kill token too? Go back and train for another 100 years. This absolute kill token was precisely the second objective of Yi Yuan coming to Cloud Transient City, because only by possessing this absolute kill token could one enter the slaughter steps. Otherwise, entering inside rashly, one would be obliterated. Each city lord had an absolute kill token in possession. To obtain the absolute kill token to enter the slaughter steps, it could only be accomplished by killing a city lord. If the incumbent city lord entered the slaughter steps would send over another token for the next city lord. Of course, this process would be another gory struggle. Yan Jun duo were battered out of their senses. Suddenly hearing Yi Yuan's words, they could not help being startled. They hurriedly went up to grab hold of Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi, you're our family's benefactor. We can't watch you cast away your life in vain. Your kindness, Schwanger, and I will bear it in mind. It's just that we can only repay it in the next life. Yi Yuan smiled broadly when he heard that and said, Owner Yan is worrying too much. I came to this cloud transient city for the sake of the absolute kill token in the first place. It's just that I didn't expect that Linger would run into this kind of incident. Since this matter was done by Xiaoying, then it just nice saves me a lot of trouble, combining 2 things into one. The pain that Linger suffered these past few years, let him pay it back in blood. Yan Jun was stunned and muttered, But, he's an earth carnage proclamation expert. You're just an alchemist. It's impossible to beat him. Yi Yuan lightly patted on Yan Jun's shoulder twice and said, I believe that. This time you should have seen clearly what kind of place the chaotic devil sea is. After I rescue Linger, your family of 3 should leave this place and never come here again. This place is not a place that you guys should. Come. Shameless boasting fool. Going to lose your life right away already, and you still wish to go rescue people. Xie Ying chortled and said. Yi Yuan's calm attitude made Xie Ying very displeased. Putting on an act got to have a limit too, right? A second-level heaven enlightenment challenging an earth carnage proclamation. Expert, this kind of thing had never happened before in the chaotic Devil Sea. To earth carnage proclamation experts, it had always been them crossing realms. To challenge others. When had they been challenged by others before? Yan Jun still wanted to say something, but he was lightly pushed by Yi Yuan's essence energy. Both he and Lin Shuang were pushed aside immediately. Yan Jun could not help being dumbfounded. He was a heaven enlightenment realm. Martial artist too. Being pushed by Yi Yuan here, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently. Was your Earth Carnage proclamation ranking boasted out with your mouth? So much crap. Xie Ying's expression turned cold, and he said, Stinking brat, you'll die. Very horribly. A violent killing intent erupted out, almost materializing. The surrounding audience could not withstand this killing intent at all and hurriedly retreated and spread out. Already have not seen Xie Ying take action for many years. His strength is even greater than in the past. His killing intent has condensed to become tangible. Looks like his comprehension in the slaughter supreme true intent has already improved. Further, no wonder his Earth Carnage proclamation rank rose non-stop these few years. Looks like he's already not far from phaseless realm. This brat challenging Xie Ying is simply courting death. Xie Ying's position was fought out using bona fide battle results. Although he had not taken action for many years, his strength was clearly rising steadily. By this time, when Xie Ying exhibited his strength in front of everyone once again, no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. The slaughter true intent was a concept universally comprehended by the chaotic Devil Sea's martial artists. The slaughter concept was also a top-notch supreme true intent. When cultivated to the extreme, it was also not at all inferior to the scorching concept. After cultivating to an exceedingly high realm, one could confuse the opponent's mental state just by relying on the concept released by the martial artist and then make the first strike from there. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the center of the storm very comfortably, looking very calm. The slaughter true intent was very strong, but just based on Xie Ying's comprehension, it was unable to shake Yi Yuan the slightest bit. Seeing this scene, Xie Ying's expression changed slightly too. Looks like this brat was also not without capabilities at all to dare raise a hue. Qi. Xie Ying's figure suddenly burst forth. The sword in his hand actually disappeared bizarrely. Shadowless sword. Xie Ying's shadowless sword finally appeared once again. He draws his sword without any traces. It is completely hard to fathom. Can't believe that it's the killing move he used the moment he attacks. The moment Xie Ying moved, someone immediately cried out in shock. Yi Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His entire person entered into heart-like monolith heart realm, knowing all of the surroundings like the palm of his own hand. Clank. A crisp metal clashing sound came over. Yi Yuan and Xie Ying separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was actually repelled back several dozen steps. This boy actually used the power of his fleshy body to have a frontal clash with Xie Ying. Just how powerful is his fleshy body? Such a quick sword move. How did he see it? No wonder this boy dared to challenge Xie Ying. Turns out that his strength was actually this powerful, but it looks like he still isn't Xie Ying's match. One move down. Xie Ying did not move a muscle while Yi Yuan was beaten back several dozen steps. Whoever was superior was immediately determined. Heh, no wonder you were so cocky. Turns out that your fleshy body has already cultivated to such a level. However, no matter how powerful your fleshy body is, it's of no avail too. Prepare tudi. Xie Ying gave a cold laugh. Swinging his sword, he attacked again. Clank. Clank, clank. In a blink of an eye, the two people engaged in battle for several dozen rounds. Bang! Xiang raised his foot and suddenly stomped onto Yi Yuan's chest, directly, kicking him out far away. Master Yi! Yan Jun was long struck dumb with amazement already. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually still such a formidable martial path expert. Battling an expert like Xiang, he was actually just in a slightly disadvantageous position. But this move, it gave Yan Jun a fright. Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine, crawling to his feet and patting the dust on his body. He said, "Not bad, a little interesting." Again, Xiang's foot landed right on Yi Yuan's chest, and he was currently pleased with himself. Seeing that Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine, his expression could not help becoming ugly. This foot, he did not hold back much. Yi Yuan was actually not injured at all. Formidable fleshy body, this defense was also ridiculously powerful. Looks like only the slaughter concept could break Yi Yuan's defense. Humph! Boy, you won't be so lucky next time. Xiang wielded his sword and attacked again, battling with Yi Yuan again. Xiang's slaughter concept spread out everywhere, violent to the extreme. In comparison, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in howling winds and torrential rain. No matter how fierce the storm was, he still held on as firmly as a rock. It was just that people with discerning eyes could tell that Yi Yuan was still at a disadvantage. Xiang very much wanted to use his slaughter concept to deal with Yi Yuan, but each time it was cleverly avoided by Yi Yuan. However, even though Yi Yuan avoided the vital parts, he was in a sorry plight. The entire process, 1,000 exchanges down, he already suffered considerable external wounds. Hehe, even if you're a chunk of metal, you'll die from serious injuries at this rate. Xiang was very patient. Since Yi Yuan wanted to drag the time, then he would like to see who could afford to waste time. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. He still brandished his fists non-stop, not giving Xiang any chance to catch his breath at all. Master Yi, don't fight anymore. If you carry on fighting, you'll die. Yan Jun really could not carry on watching anymore and shouted at the sides. Haha, you're too naive. At this point, will City Lord Xie still let him leave alive? But to be able to force City Lord Xie to this extent, he can be sufficiently proud already, said one of Xieying's followers with a big laugh. Fool, this is a death match. Until one party dies, it won't cease. This brat is overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge City Lord Xie. It also serves him right if he dies. Seeing as Yi Yuan was going to be defeated, everyone sneered in contempt towards Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own strength. From the start until now, Yi Yuan had always been in a situation of taking a beating passively. No chances of victory could be seen at all. Although Yi Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, it was very clear that the gap with Xiang was too great. They naturally did not discover that starting from just now. Xieying's expression became increasingly solemn. The force Yi Yuan wielded became greater and greater. Each punch was like a giant hammer carrying an enormous impact force. Xiang actually had some signs of not being able to withstand it. Moreover, each punch of Yi Yuan's landing, Xieying's entire body felt like he was being burned by flames. Tremendous impact force and the power of combustion made his entire person extremely unacclimatized. All of a sudden, Xieying's pupils constricted. This punch of Yi Yuan's actually vanished before his eyes. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang. Xieying's body was smashed right onto the ground like a cannonball. Those voices mocking Yi Yuan suddenly cut off. They looked at this scene in disbelief, their brains not being able to wrap itself around it for a moment. Just now, it was clearly Xiang who occupied the absolute initiative. But did he lose in the twinkling of an eye? What's going on here? Xiang was clearly suppressing this boy all round. How did he suddenly turn out like this? An Earth Carnage Proclamation expert actually lose to an unknown and nameless second-level Heaven Enlightenment realm. It's too unbelievable. Xiang suddenly getting hit made everyone unbelievably stunned. Clearly, Xiang had suppressed Yi Yuan all round, and he was about to be defeated soon. How did the plot reverse suddenly? Xiang struggled to his feet, looking incredibly wretched. He lowered his head to take a look at himself. The light armor he was wearing previously was actually ruined by Yi Yuan with one punch and already completely lost its function, which was also to say that if Yi Yuan gave him another punch, he would face certain death. The life and death juncture just now, it was this light armor that saved his life. This light armor was acquired by him by spending a huge price. It was for the sake of preserving his life. He did not expect that Yi Yuan only used one punch to shatter it. Recalling the punch earlier, Xiang still had lingering fear in his heart. The light armor on him was a high-grade profound artifact armor. It was actually rendered invalid under Yi Yuan's punch. One could imagine just how formidable the might of Yi Yuan's punch earlier was. One must know that devastating a high-grade profound artifact armor beyond repair was a much higher level of difficulty compared to snapping a sword. Apart from the armor, there was still the martial artist's protective essence. Energy. Not only did Yi Yuan directly smash Xiang's protective essence, energy, the residual force even destroyed a high-grade protective armor. This blow was too terrifying. Xiang looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes showing a look of extreme fear. You were actually testing your moves on me. At this point, if Xiang still did not understand that Yi Yuan was only treating him as a target to practice his skill, then he would be too stupid. Yi Yuan's fist technique became stronger and stronger in the battle, increasingly proficient, resulting in unleashing that terrifying punch at the back. The power of that punch was absolutely able to annihilate a phaseless realm. Martial artist. Second level heaven enlightenment realm, and he could cross a major cultivation realm to eliminate a phaseless realm martial artist. What kind of concept was this? It was true that the Earth Carnage Proclamation's martial artists were strong, but when they were at the second level heaven enlightenment, it was also not possible to have such perverse strength. The Yi Yuan in midair appeared rather ragged, but his fleshy body was extremely powerful. Xiang's attack did not cause very substantial injury to him. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "You're not too stupid, thanks to you. My Void Dragon Shadow Punch is finally mastered." This move was the move merged together and formed from the Void Fire Mark and Dragon Wave. The reason why he chose Xiang to test the move was that he was strong enough. Of course, Yi Yuan similarly had the strength to kill Xiang by relying on the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. Xiang's expression was incomparably ugly, but his dread towards Yi Yuan reached the pinnacle. That punch just now, what it contained was actually the scorching supreme true intent. What? The two of them exchanged 1,000 moves, and it was actually just that boy testing his moves. Too terrifying to actually dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test one's moves. Just how confident is this guy? What did Xiang say just now? Scorching supreme true intent. This isn't that the supreme true intent that only the Spirit Bristle Divine King could comprehend? This boy, how did he do it? Yi Yuan and Xiang's conversation made the surrounding martial artists stupefied. They previously even thought that Yi Yuan could not stand up to a single blow. They did not expect that Yi Yuan completely did not attach any importance to Xiang. To dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test moves, Yi Yuan must have absolute confidence. Even if he did not use that newly mastered move, Yi Yuan likewise had the ability to kill Xiang too. However, Yi Yuan was just second-level heaven enlightenment. Looking at Xiang, Yi Yuan said indifferently, "At least you have some insights. Now, I can send you on your way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, planning on eradicating Xiang with one punch. "Hang on. If you dare to kill me, that little lass is dead for sure too. Don't you want to save her? I want to see just how you save her," Xiang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's relationship with Yan Jun, husband and wife, Xiang had long inquired clearly. Kidnapping Yanling was originally in order to extort a huge sum from Yanjun. But he did not expect that, in the end, it actually became his protective charm. This made Xie Ying incredibly pleased with himself. With Yanling around, Yi Yuan absolutely would not dare to make a move. Hearing these words, Yanjun husband and wife's faces changed as they reproached indignantly. Xie Ying, you are shameless. Xie Ying roared with laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, shameless? The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Shameless, this term is utterly not applicable. In the chaotic Devil Sea, boy, since you want the absolute kill token, then have you made the preparations to sink low? Do you want your own life or that little girl's life? Choose one yourself." Yi Yuan landed onto the ground and looked at Xie Ying pitifully as he said, with a faint smile, "If I want to kill you, nobody can stop me." Xie Ying was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually, involuntarily retreated several steps. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't you care about that little girl's life and death anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and pointed towards the crowd as he said, "Is the little girl? You're talking about her." Tracing the direction Yi Yuan pointed at and looking over, Xie Ying's expression could not help changing drastically. His legs turned weak and his entire person plopped down onto the ground. How is this possible? In the crowd, a youth was carrying a little girl in his arms. Who could that little girl be but Yanling? When Yanjun husband and wife saw Yanling, they could not help rubbing their eyes as they revealed a look of disbelief.
Ellinger.
Father, mother. Fiery carried Yanling and came before Yanjun husband and wife, and he returned her to Lin Shuang. The couple's tears poured down. "Linger, it was all father and mother's fault, causing you to have suffered." The family of three cried bitterly on each other's shoulders. Bang! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and finished off Xie Ying neat and tidily. The final protective charm being gone, Xie Ying could not even muster up the courage to resist. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. A token flew into his hand from Xie Ying's corpse. The moment he caught it, a berserk killing chi pounced from head on. A scarlet, red kill word was written on the token. This token was the absolute kill token. With it, Yi Yuan would be able to enter the slaughter steps and start a journey filled with blood and slaughter. Dripping blood to acknowledge a master, a burst of extremely powerful killing. Qi entered Yi Yuan's body, assaulting Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had fallen into endless slaughter. He actually had an impulse to kill off all the people around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan entered heart like monolith heart realm. It instantly suppressed this bout of killing intent down. How could a mere killing intent beat Yi Yuan's heart like monolith? At this instant, each one of Yi Yuan's actions was watched closely by everyone. When everyone saw that he actually dripped blood to acknowledge a master on the spot, all of them were shocked until they could not close their mouths. In the absolute kill token contained extremely intense killing intent. Single mishap could make the martial artist turn into a killing machine. When ordinary people obtained this absolute kill token, they all would find a place without anybody to enter seclusion. Who would be so arrogant like Yi Yuan? But they clearly saw that Yi Yuan's eyes were only turbid for an instant. Then, it recovered clarity. This newly ascended city lord was too terrifying. Yanjun trio huddled together and cried bitterly for a while before finally recovering. He led his wife and daughter in front of Yi Yuan and prostrated on the ground. "Master Yi saved my family. Yanjun has nothing to repay you with, so I'll give these meager family wealth to master. Hope that master don't scorn it." Yanjun offered up a storage ring with cupped hands, stirring the audience into a commotion. No need to think, inside the storage ring definitely had quite a number of earth essence crystals. This made each and every one of them extremely envious. It was just that no matter how great their gall was, nobody dared to provoke this new city lord either. who knew that Yi Yuan actually pushed the storage ring back and said coolly, "No need to be courteous, Owner Yen. In the future, leave this troublesome place and bring your wife and child to live your lives well." Yen Jun showed a look of dilemma. Suddenly, he pushed Yen Ling in front of Yi Yuan and said, "This Yen knows that this action is very presumptuous, but I don't want Linger to live like good-for-nothings like us in the future. Master Yi, I beg you to take Linger in as a disciple. We, husband and wife, will be endlessly grateful." Regarding Yen Jun's actions, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He could feel Yen Jun's fond love toward his daughter. He did not think that they would actually be willing to part by giving Linger to him to be an apprentice. Yi Yuan said, "This matter isn't up to us. It still has to depend on Linger's wishes herself. Linger, do you want to learn alchemy skills from Big Brother?" Yi Yuan. Linger nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, "Of course I want." Linger wants to become the greatest alchemist. But Linger can't bear to part with father and mother. Linger was very clever. She knew that by acknowledging Yi Yuan as her master, she would likely have to part with her own father and mother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's easy to handle. I'll write a letter for you. You go to the White Valiant Region's Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, say that you were arranged to come by me. They will naturally take you guys in." Yen Jun was overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly gave thanks to Yi Yuan. Settling Yen Jun's family down, Yi Yuan suddenly said coolly to the crowd, "Tan Si, do you want to keep on watching like this?" The moment these words came out, Yen Jun, Lu Yuxing, and the rest were all startled. They did not think that Tan Si was actually hiding in the crowd. Indeed, a scarface flashed out from within the crowd. It was precisely Tan Si. That expert lying undercover in the trade caravans was indeed you. Tan Si looked at Yi Yuan and said with a gloomy face. The moment these words were uttered, Lu Yuxing's face changed. If he still did not know that it was Yi Yuan who secretly made a move until now, then he would be too stupid. But the problem was, how did Yi Yuan make a move? One had to know that the one controlling the spirit profound unity formation was him. When did Yi Yuan take action? He actually did not find out at all. Hearing that, Yi Yuan just smiled. The current Tan Si was very wary of Yi Yuan and said again, "I'm only here to observe the battle and don't have any ill intent." But Tan Si's appearance caused a commotion. He's Earth Carnage Proclamation rank 458. Tan Si. My God, why would Tan Si appear in Cloud Transient City? Heard that it was this Tan Si's first time entering the Earth Carnage Proclamation, charging straight to the 458th place. He's a legendary-like existence. But he actually submitted to City Lord Yi. Tan Si's ranking was even several positions higher than Xie Ying's, indicating that his strength was even stronger than Xie Ying's. But this kind of existence actually submitted to Yi Yuan. This made everyone's jaws dropped. Yi Yuan looked at Tan Si with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Don't you feel that this sort of explanation is very feeble? If I didn't call you out, would you tail behind Owner Yen and leave Cloud Transient City and then kill them halfway?" Yen Jun's expression could not help changing when he heard that. This Tan Si actually still refused to give up. If not for Yi Yuan pointing Tan Si's whereabouts, there really was a possibility that he might lay his hands on him. Tan Si's expression changed, and he shook his head and said, "I have no such intentions." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Good that you don't have such intentions. Just nice. I'm going to the slaughter steps, and I'm lacking a person to accompany me. I'll have to trouble you to take a trip with me." This time, Tan Si really lost composure. He said in astonishment, You want to go to the slaughter steps? I'm not going." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether you go or not isn't up to you." Tan Si's expression was livid with rage as he said, "Do you really think that I'm scared of you?" Yi Yuan said very coolly, "The so-called Earth Carnage Proclamation experts are nothing in my eyes. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also the same. Arrogant. Wildly arrogant. In the chaotic Devil Sea to dare look down on Earth Carnage Proclamation. Experts, Yi Yuan was still the first one. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm Martial Artists. Earth Carnage Proclamation. Experts were invincible existences. But Yi Yuan said that they were nothing. I assure you, I absolutely won't kill them. Is this still not enough? Tan Si shrunk back once more. He actually did not have the courage to have a battle with Yi Yuan. Tan Si's performance subverted everyone's understanding of Earth Carnage. Proclamation experts. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm Martial Artists. Earth Carnage Proclamation. Experts were invincible existences. But facing Yi Yuan Tan Si this Earth Carnage Proclamation, who was ranked 458, actually did not even dare to make a move. You only have two options. Go together with me or be killed by me. Yi Yuan did not care about Tan Si's words the least bit and said indifferently. This was a stark naked threat, or should one say an undisguised kidnapping. To dare talk this way to an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, Yi Yuan was probably a special one. Tan Si's hand holding the saber was trembling. He desperately wanted to draw his saber, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's punch earlier, he could not muster up the courage no matter what. Xiang did not see clearly that punch of Yi Yuan's. He likewise did not see clearly. Tan Si could sense that under that punch, he absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. He truly did not think that a second-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist would actually have such formidable strength. I'll go. Tan Si struggled for a long time and finally still yielded. The gazes all of the martial artists looked toward Yi Yuan with were filled with awe and veneration. This man actually coerced an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to enter the slaughter steps. Too subverting. Yi Yuan slowly came before Lu Yuxing and said to him, "Escort Yan Jun's family safe and sound to Luo Ding City. If accidents occur, your Green Sea mercenary group don't have any need to exist anymore." Although Lu Yuxing's strength was not bad, his personality was too spineless. Previously, when Xiang was taunting if he stepped forward, Yi Yuan would still think a little better of him. But now, he did not have the need to be courteous anymore. Arranging everything, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si to the transmission array leading to the slaughter steps. This array formation could only be activated using the absolute kill token. A light flashed, and the two people vanished from sight. When they appeared again, they already arrived at a wasteland. Far away was a magnificent great city. Even separated by several thousand miles, Yi Yuan could still see it clearly. That great city was the legendary Azura City. If my conjectures are right, you should have come out from Azura City, right? Yi Yuan asked Tan Si. It's clearly your first time entering the chaotic Devil Sea. Why do you know this place like the palm of your hands? Tan Si gave an answer that evaded the question. Yi Yuan did not have any hint of killing aura on him. Out of tune and different than chaotic Devil Sea martial artists. One look and it was clear that it was his first time entering the chaotic Devil Sea. But what made Tan Si surprised was that Yi Yuan did not seem to be unfamiliar with this place at all. Yi Yuan took a look at Tan Si's glabella and discovered that 5 blood-red stars appeared between his eyebrows. 5-star Soul General. Not bad. Yi Yuan still gave an irrelevant answer. This was indeed Yi Yuan's first time coming to the slaughter steps. But he was formerly an apex existence in the divine realm. He was very clear about the rules here. It was just that these things Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Tan Si. Tan Si suddenly discovered that he was actually somewhat at a loss on what to do when he was in front of Yi Yuan. Tan Si had always been an incomparably vicious and fierce person. He spent these few years in the midst of life and death battles before he had his present strength. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could always think of ways to kill the opponent. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually gave rise to an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. All of a sudden, Tan Si's expression changed. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was as if he had seen a ghost. You You just entered the slaughter steps and you're actually already a 3-star soul general. On Yi Yuan's glabella, 3 stars gradually condensed out in an equilateral, triangular arrangement. It was precisely the hallmark of a 3-star soul. General Tan Si was talking about. For martial artists who entered the slaughter steps, the absolute kill token would condense the slaughter concept within their bodies on their glabella, manifesting the concept distinctly. According to the degree of comprehension of the concept, they were divided from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star soul general was already not far from supreme true intent. Previously, Tan Si did not feel a shred of slaughter intent on Yi Yuan's body. But after entering the slaughter steps, Yi Yuan actually reached the level of 3-star soul general all at once. How could this not shock him? One had to know that when Tan Si entered the slaughter steps for the first time, he had already killed God knows how many people. But it was merely only the level of 1 star. This completely harmless young man in front of him actually already walked so far along the path of slaughter. How was this possible? Little did he imagine when Yi Yuan was in the lower realms, the martial artists he had personally massacred before was an astronomical figure. Talking in terms of killing people, Tan Si was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan's mind was firm. Slaughter, true intense violence, was completely unable to have an influence on his heart, that was all. On the path of slaughter, Yi Yuan had already comprehended the true intent. Long ago unknowingly. It was just that presently the help that particular true intent had on Yi Yuan was already very little. Just 3 stars, is there a need to make such a fuss? This slaughter steps, 3-star soul generals can be easily found, Yi Yuan said, unconcernedly. Tan Si was speechless and only asked after a while, "You didn't come to this slaughter steps for the sake of going to Azura City, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "What did I come to the slaughter steps for if I'm not going to Azura City? You're at any rate an expert on the Earth Carnage proclamation. You're actually afraid of going into Azura City." Tan Si's expression fell slightly and he said, "It's no use even if you taunt me. I won't enter Azura City with you. Once you enter Azura City, you must start the slaughter mode. Either you kill people or be killed." The personnel changes on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation is tremendous because the Azura City is too cruel. I'm not those fools who crack themselves up to be geniuses. I won't go and seek my doom. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Doesn't matter. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now." Yi Yuan said it with incomparable ease, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Tan Si said with a somber face, "I've already exercised forbearance in every way towards you. Don't push people too far." Boom! A powerful wind howled past Tan Si's ears, smashing out a large crater behind him. Tan Si's pupils constricted, his entire person frozen there. He was actually unable to move. He desperately wanted to make himself move, but his body would not listen. That punch earlier came very suddenly. But he knew that even if he had made ample preparations, it was impossible to block this punch too. Yi Yuan slowly withdrew his own fist and said with a sigh, "Accidentally hit. Crooked. Why don't I punch again?" Plop. Tan Si suddenly knelt down, his 4 limbs supporting his body on the ground, panting heavily for air. I'll go," Tan Si said, panting for air. "Oh, then, let's go." Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and walked towards that enormous city. Only when he arrived in front of this enormous city did Yi Yuan feel the magnificence of this city. Around 30,000 years ago, Azura City rose from ground up. Ever since then, the chaotic Devil Sea was born. Starting from then, who knows how many genius martial artists collapsed in the city for the sake of taking a shot at that 9-star soul general.
Yi Yuan sikhet emotional.
The chaotic Devil Sea was a place without rules, especially Azura City. The allure of 9-star soul general to martial artists was lethal. Cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general signified the martial artist's slaughter supreme true intent would also reach the great circle of perfection. With a great circle of perfection supreme true intent, cultivating to the divine king realm could be easily accomplished. Moreover, the combat strength of the slaughter concept was on par with the scorching concept. As long as one could cultivate to 9-star soul general, it would mean that one could step into the ranks of the divine realm's pinnacle divine kings with one fell swoop. This sort of temptation was too great. Therefore, martial artists who came to Azura City were not just those martial artists being hunted down by various major forces. There were even more who were genius martial artists that came from all over the divine realm. Because cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general had a shortcut. That was to kill the opponent inside the Azura City's Azura Arena. One could absorb a part of the other party's slaughter concept and convert into their own concept. This sort of conversion would become increasingly more along with the increase in numbers and quality of the opponents the martial artist killed. As long as one accumulated to the level of 9-star soul general, the martial artist would comprehend the supreme true intent to the great circle of perfection naturally. This was the miraculous aspect of the absolute kill token. Of course, it was way too difficult to kill opponents at a corresponding level. The vast majority of martial artists would all be buried in the sand with broken halberds in the end, dying in the Azura Arena. Tansi knew that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the Azura Arena, so he refused to come to Azura City no matter what. It was just that now he had no choice at all. Not coming to Azura City, he would be killed by Yi Yuan at that time. Following Yi Yuan into the city, Tansi's face was grim as hell. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Relax a bit. Maybe when you achieve 9-star soul general in the future, you'll even have to thank me." Humph. For 30,000 years, there are countless geniuses who came to the Azura Arena. But how many people were able to cultivate to 9-star soul general? Yi Yuan, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost.
Tan.
Si said in a fierce voice. Yi Yuan said without a care in the world. You couldn't even beat me as a human. Could it be that you can still overturn the skies as a ghost? Calm down. With that kind of mentality, you might die in the first round. You killed so many people. Could it be that you still don't have any awareness of getting killed? Without this sort of awareness, your accomplishments in this lifetime would just be like this too. Tansi was alarmed inwardly. Yi Yuan's words seemed to have the intention of giving pointers inside. Honestly speaking, the more people killed, the more afraid of death actually. Tansi was also a rare talent in practicing martial arts. He had not entered Azura City before, but he forcefully cultivated to the level of 5-star soul general in the slaughter steps. But the strength of slaughter steps martial artists were limited. His accomplishments could only advance to this sort of extent too, because he did not dare to enter the Azura Arena, so he returned to the chaotic Devil Sea. Straightened it out? If you thought it through, then enter the city. After 30,000 years of development, Azura City was extremely prosperous. Streams of people bustled about on the streets, crowded with horses and carriages seemingly not much different from cities outside. But in the distance, there were currently several people chasing and slashing at each other. That was clearly not some game. This place was the chaotic Devil Sea. Killing could be seen everywhere. But killing on the streets did not have much help to one's own slaughter concept. Want to obtain the other party's slaughter concept, one must enter the Azura Arena. Yi Yuan did not wish to cause trouble and headed straight to the center of the city. That was where the Azura Arena was at. Walking to the central area, there was only a structure there. It was an Azura Arena with a majestic and imposing manner. Entering this region, Yi Yuan felt his own glabella heating up and was seized with a sudden impulse to want to kill people. Indeed, well deserving of being a land of killing. The air is pervaded with the scent of slaughter, Yi Yuan praised. Paying the entrance fee, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si into the Azura arena. The moment he entered the Azura arena, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was being surveyed by some kind of existence. He knew that this was the absolute kill token he refined playing tricks. Entering the Azura arena, the absolute kill token will automatically activate. Slaughter mode. The fighting arena will arrange fights for you every day. The first level fighting arena you can only avoid at most 3 times. If you still don't accept the challenge the 4th time, you'll be directly blotted out. Tan Si warned him. Under such rules, nobody dared to have any hint of slacking off. Each person was desperately improving themselves, then exerting the utmost effort to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "With your strength you would be able to make it through the first level, right?" Tan Si gave a cold snort but did not say much. "Go to the fighting arena first to take a look." Yi Yuan walked over towards the fighting arena in an ostentatious manner. Tan Si followed behind like a bullied little wifey. "Kill, kill, kill. Wang Dong, kill that rookie." The moment they entered the fighting arena, the martial artists inside were all roaring like they were injected with stimulants, shouting at a martial artist on the stage to kill his opponent. The strength of that martial artist called Wang Dong was very formidable. His opponent was not on the same level as him at all. He was just toying with the opponent. Bang! Wang Dong raised his hand and punched, directly blasting his opponent into dregs. Seeing this bloody scene, the audience below the stage were incomparably excited, shouting Wang Dong's name loudly. "Wang Dong! Wang Dong! Wang Dong! I love you to death. Come to my room tonight." Wang Dong himself was also incomparably pleased with himself, waving his hand in the direction below the stage non-stop to send his greetings. This place was a paradise for the strong. As long as you had strength, you could obtain everything you want. Essence crystals, women, all that you desire. Yo, a fresh rookie? Only 2nd level heaven enlightenment strength. TSK. TSK. Wonder how many days he can last. Haha. I bet that he'll be finished off in the first fight 4 days later. What do you think? That will have to depend on luck. If he also runs into a rookie, he might be able to live for a few days more. Yi Yuan, this new face, drew other people's attention very quickly. But clearly, nobody was optimistic about him. There were newcomers here every day. But those truly able to keep a foothold were less than 10%. The vast majority of the people could not survive past the first 3 showdowns, which was also around a month's time. A 2nd-level heaven enlightenment like Yi Yuan virtually did not have the possibility of surviving past the first match. Too weak. Is there still anyone stronger coming up to let the exalted me enjoy myself to my heart's content? Wang Dong did not leave the fighting arena immediately but started taunting others to come up the stage. But regarding him provoking so haughtily, there was actually no one who dared to respond. Clearly, his strength was part of the very formidable existences in the first level. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that Wang Dong was similarly a 3-star Soul General, and on his forehead, the 4th star was faintly discernible. Clearly, he was already not far from 4-star condensation. 3 stars to 4 stars was a threshold. When the 4th star appeared on the forehead, the martial artist would be able to comprehend the first stage. Slaughter Supreme True Intent, which was also to say that Wang Dong's concept comprehensions were going to break through to Supreme True Intent level very soon. Suddenly, Yi Yuan floated up and landed in the fighting arena. When Wang Dong saw a young man fly in, he could not help having an astonished look. He burst into laughter soon after and said, "Boy, it's your first day here, right? Overconfident fool. With just this bit of strength, you actually dare to provoke this honorable self." The audience below the stage guffawed with laughter too. "Brat, hurry up and concede. Wang Dong is in a good mood. Maybe he will spare you from death. That brat, Wang Dong, is a strong competitor ranked 10th in the first level. If you go up like this, you'll die very horrible." Sigh. There are so many idiots nowadays. Coming to the Azura arena, they don't find out about the situation a little either, before going up to seek death impetuously. Really, enough is enough. There was no big deal in taking the initiative to admit defeat in the fighting arena. It was just that the loser's slaughter concept would have a portion extracted and enter inside the other party's absolute kill token. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had the ability to take the initiative to admit defeat. Some people did not even have time to say admit defeat, these two words, on the fighting arena before they were one-shot. Wang Dong was already late-stage Heaven Enlightenment realm. His realm was similar to Tan Si's. In other people's view, killing a second-level Heaven Enlightenment realm was too effortless. Yi Yuan extended a finger and said indifferently, "With one move, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." Wang Dong's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, "Arrogant punk, you'll be the same as that person just now, being blown apart by me." Arg. Wang Dong gave a howl, both fists akin to flood dragons heading out to the sea, charging straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just stood where he was and did not move a muscle, quietly awaiting Wang Dong's arrival. Just as Wang Dong's fist arrived in front of Yi Yuan suddenly threw a punch out. Two fists collided. A tremendous impact force bombarded Wang Dong akin to mountains toppling and the earth splitting. Bang! Wang Dong's body exploded like a watermelon, his death state virtually identical with that martial artist he killed previously. And no way, right? Pulverizing Wang Dong with one punch. How can this brat be so strong? The originally excited audience were currently all spaced out like wooden chickens. The contrast between reality and their imaginations was too great, resulting in them not reacting to it for a moment. An expert ranked 10th on the first level was actually finished off by someone. With one punch, Yi Yuan extended a hand to grab, and Wang Dong's storage ring landed in his hand, while Wang Dong's absolute kill token floated in the air silently. Wisp of red smoke slowly spilled out from it and flowed into Yi Yuan's body. This is the slaughter concept? To actually be able to materialize a concept, this chaotic devil sea is really a magical place, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Possessing the absolute kill token, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that his comprehension of the slaughter concept was currently rising. With a whoosh, Wang Dong's absolute kill token flew into the air and finally vanished from sight. Anyone else still coming up? If there's nobody, I'll come again tomorrow, Yi Yuan said coolly. It was silent beneath the stage. That punch earlier was too shocking, resulting in no one daring to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a big and tall man leapt up the ring and said icily, "Brat who is still wet behind the ears. What are you being cocky about? Watch your Lord who take care of you. Lord who actually made a move. Lord who is a genuine 4-star soul general. He's a strong contender ranked 3rd on the first level. Lord who has already won over 100 matches in a row. There has never been a survivor under his hands. Winning 20 matches in a row can already go up to the 2nd level. But he insists on remaining at the 1st level. Clearly he wants to consolidate his strength some more. This boy is dead for sure, to actually provoke Lord Who. Newcomers should be a little more low profile. Isn't being so wild courting death. The stalwart man appearing on the stage roused everyone's spirits. Yi Yuan's blow earlier frightened everyone. But regarding Yi Yuan, this new face, everyone all instinctively did not acknowledge. At the 1st level, Wang Dong's might was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Being finished off by Yi Yuan with one punch, everyone still felt that Wang Dong underestimated the enemy in their hearts. This time came a lord whose strength was more than a level stronger. They naturally did not think that Yi Yuan would win. Lord who held a pair of battle axes, looking incomparably fearsome. In truth, those able to force him to use a weapon were not many. If not for Yi Yuan's punch earlier being too shocking, he would not possibly use his weapon. The moment he went up, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Come on." Lord Hu's face fell. Displeased, he said, "Brat, looking down on your Lord Hu, is it? Today your Lord Hu will let you know in this Azura arena be a little more low profile." Done talking, Lord Hu's 2 feet exerted strength. That tall and strong body soared into the air. The speed was actually inconceivably fast. His axes swept up a fierce wind and cleaved down towards where Yi Yuan was standing at, an earth-shattering axe. This axe, he did not hold back in the slightest, urging essence energy to the limits. He figured that even if Yi Yuan's speed was any quicker, it was not possible to fully dodge this axe either. The only way was to contend head-on with him. Boom! A massive blast of wind spread out, blowing until everyone could not open their eyes. "Why, you have got to be kidding, right?" He used his hand to receive this chop. Head-on. One person rubbed his eyes, clearly not believing this scene he saw. In front of him, Lord Hu's eyes stared like wide circles, feeling that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. He did not underestimate Yi Yuan. This chop was virtually flooded with all of his essence energy, plus the augmentation of the 4-star slaughter concept. Could be said to be an overwhelming force. An axe like this, how could a person possibly use one hand to forcefully receive it? That was right. Yi Yuan just used one hand and caught his axe. Yi Yuan stood where he was and did not even budge an inch. This kind of showdown simply made people find it too difficult to believe. One had to know that Lord Hu was in existence at the top of the 1st level. But he could not even break through one of Yi Yuan's hands. This gap was too great. How could they know that Yi Yuan, who had fused with the primeval dragon bone, the strength of his arms already infinitely approached the level of a holy artifact? These few days, Yi Yuan was still refining the primeval dragon bone bit by bit. The toughness degree of his arms had been rising non-stop. Adding in the augmentation of the scorching supreme true intent, it was nothing hard for him to receive this axe blow one-handedly. Seeing this scene, the expression of Tan Si, who kept silent below the stage, all along also changed slightly. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to estimate it. But the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body was simply too outrageous.
Bare.
Handedly catching this violent chop and not budging an inch, this Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped lethal weapon. With a whoosh, Lord Hu's figure retreated explosively, directly retreating to the peripherals of the fighting arena. He looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly, apprehensive of him to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "What? Still wanna go?" Seeing as Yi Yuan did not have the intention of pursuing vigorously and pummeling fiercely, no idea why, Lord Hu actually secretly let out a sigh in relief. He had already stayed at this 1st level for very long. This was still his first time encountering such a terrifying opponent. I admit defeat. Lord Hu did not have any unwillingness to resign himself to it, this sort of emotion. Instead, he had a feeling as if he was freed from a heavy load. This newcomer was seriously too scary. Following Lord Hu's seating, his slaughter concept also slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan. With this, the 4th star on his glabella actually became somewhat dim. While Yi Yuan's glabella area, the 4th star was partially visible. It was actually on the verge of condensing into supreme true intent already. Where did this newcomer pop out from? Why have I never heard of him before in the past? I saw earlier, he seemed to have just entered the Azura arena. His strength is totally not suitable to stay on in the 1st level. This kind of strength is simply making a clean sweep at the 1st level. The audience whispered in low voices, all having a clear understanding regarding Yi Yuan's terror. This newcomer's age was unclear, his cultivation realm unclear, but his combat power was terrifyingly daunting. They found it very hard to imagine why such a small body contained such tremendous energy. Is there still anyone coming up? Yi Yuan asked with an innocent face. Right then, a middle-aged man in gray robes came to the fighting arena and said in a clear voice, "Within an hour, if no one challenges Yi Yuan, he'll directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the second level." Time slowly trickled by. An hour's time passed very quickly, but no one dared to come up to challenge Yi Yuan. That gray-robed, middle-aged man said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. A wipeout. You'll directly obtain the opportunity to advance to the second level as well as 20 slaughter points." Yi Yuan said, "Just 20 slaughter points? Isn't that a bit too little?" Yi Yuan knew that this Azura arena had some major rules, but the very specific matters he was not clear. Slaughter point was one of them. In Yi Yuan's view, what was 20 slaughter points enough to do? The gray-robed, middle-aged man explained with a smile, "Brother Yi mustn't look down on these 20 slaughter points. Can buy many things. Those able to obtain slaughter points at the first level can be counted on one's fingers. You'll know when you go to the Azura shop to take a look. Additionally, these slaughter points are even able to exchange for cultivation sites as well as purchase some things that essence crystals cannot buy." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Like this, huh? I understand."
I wonder if we can.
Delay a few days to enter the second level. The gray-robed, middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's of course. You can even choose to not enter the second level. Moreover, unless somebody challenges you, otherwise you cannot be arranged a match. This is all your freedom." Yi Yuan did not think that there was actually still such a good treatment. He nodded his head right away and said, "I naturally have to enter the second level. This first level is too boring. Presumably, the second level has as many experts as clouds. I'd better increase my strength a bit first." The gray-robed, middle-aged man could not help being speechless when he heard that lord who was completely unable to test Yi Yuan's strength. Presumably, when he reached the second level, he was likely able to rank in the front too. This fellow actually still said that he wanted to increase his strength. But speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed a little low. Exiting the fighting area, Yi Yuan came to Tan Si's side and said to him, "Your turn. With your strength, getting a wipeout should be any problem, right?" Tan Si gave Yi Yuan a glance and entered the fighting arena with a leap. One should not look at how Tan Si was beaten by Yi Yuan until he could not even raise his head. His strength still stood head and shoulders above the others at the first level. He took on 8 opponents in a row on the stage. Finally, no one dared to go and challenge him anymore. Tan Si's attacks were still incomparably vicious. Toward opponents who were slightly weaker, he would always directly blot out. Except, just talking in terms of the spectacle, Tan Si was far from as shocking as Yi Yuan. But 2 experts emerging consecutively within one day still caused quite a bit of a stir. It was just that these did not have anything to do with Yi Yuan. Leaving the fighting arena, Yi Yuan started strolling idly in this Azura arena. The Azura arena was very large. The fighting arena was only a small part of. Regarding that Azura shop that gray-robed middle-aged man talked about, Yi Yuan was rather interested. Inquiring about it, Yi Yuan and Tan Si actually directly entered the Azura shop through a transmission array. "Welcome, guests. May I ask if you need anything?" A beautiful female came up to welcome and asked politely, "We're just casually looking around." This woman's attitude had nothing to nitpick about, but a look of disdain was concealed in her eyes. In a place like the Azura arena, snobbery was inevitable. Yi Yuan and Tan Si were clearly newcomers at one glance, and the likelihood of newcomers obtaining slaughter points was very low. Newcomers like Yi Yuan, they all would generally come and look around after hearing about the Azura shop's reputation. After these people came here and walked one round, they would be endlessly covetous towards the things in the store. But without slaughter points, they could only stare greedily. Forget about the first level's newcomers, even to the second level, third level's powerhouses, slaughter points was also an extremely scarce resource. In this female's eyes, Yi Yuan and Tan Si clearly belonged to this type of Newcomers. This way, please. Our Azura shop is divided into Essence Crystal area and Points area. The Essence Crystal area's things only need Essence Crystals to purchase. Of course, points can as well. But the things in the Points area can only be purchased with slaughter points. The beautiful lady introduced to them. Oh? In that case, the Points area's things should all be good stuff. Yi Yuan indeed became interested upon hearing. The female smiled slightly and said, "That's hard for this lowly one to say. This lord will know once you see it." Truly a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Slaughter. Points were extremely hard to come by things, let alone that you're a newcomer. Many martial artists who have toiled for many years in the Azura arena might not even have it. Although the woman was smiling, the way she smiled, it was very fake. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what this woman was thinking, but he was unconcerned. There was no need to stoop the level of a minor character like this. Under the woman's lead, Yi Yuan and Tan Si came to the Points area. Casually sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat astonished. 2. The Points area really had quite a number of good stuff. Earth Net Essence Element, Sky Grand Flower, Night End Spirit Word. These spirit medicines were virtually very hard to come upon in the outside world. But the Points area displayed them all. But once Yi Yuan saw the price of the spirit medicines, he could not help going into a daze as well. These extremely rare spirit medicines, the prices basically only varied from 3 to 10 slaughter points. Regarding the value of slaughter points, Yi Yuan also had a clear understanding. 20 slaughter points were indeed not considered little already. These spirit medicines, when placed in the outside world, would all start from 500 million Earth Essence Crystals. And this was still with demand but no supply. Calculating like this, 20 slaughter points was worth at least several billion Earth Essence Crystals. Moreover, these spirit medicines were utterly not what Earth Essence Crystals could buy. Only slaughter points could buy it. The Points area still had some completed products. The prices were even more ridiculously expensive. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance of judging each and every one of them, the woman was even more disdainful in her heart. Just looking and not buying, putting on an act for what? Yi Yuan browsed over each and every one. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and he took up a piece of dark gold-colored ore. I really didn't expect that there is actually gray flame earth sun gold inside this Azura shop, Yi Yuan said rather delightedly. This gray flame earth sun gold was an extremely rare ore. It was a material that could be used to forge holy artifacts. But to Yi Yuan, the gray flame earth sun gold had one significant function, that was that it could let the origin magnetism spirit would evolve. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly nurtured the origin magnetism spirit wood diligently, but its rate of progress was still a little too slow. Present, it had only just broken through to tier 6. This kind of evolving speed was truly a bit too slow to Yi Yuan. This chunk of gray flame earth sun gold was not small, sufficient for the origin magnetism spirit wood to evolve to tier 7. Making the origin magnetism spirit would evolve to tier 7, it could become a major assistance to Yi Yuan again. Ooh! A gust of wind howled past. A hand reached out from behind Yi Yuan and grabbed at the gray flame earth sun gold in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, his feet moving, directly disappearing from where he was at. That person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique would actually be so swift. He actually grabbed nothing all of a sudden, his body involuntarily stumbling. This person was wearing black tight-fitting clothes, his expression abnormally cold and stern. One look and it was clear that he was not some nice person. When the woman saw this man, she hurriedly gave a bow and said, "I've seen Lord Tu Gang. Boy, you actually dare to dodge." Tu Gang pointed at Yi Yuan and said solemnly. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "What a joke. You didn't even say hello before wanting to snatch my stuff. I'm not even allowed to dodge." "Humph. You're a newcomer, right?" Don't even have slaughter points, what did? You come here pretending to be some big shot for? Give the gray flame Earth Sun. Gold to me, then give 2 loud kowtows for your lord too, and that matter just now will be considered settled. Otherwise, Tu Gang looked at Yi Yuan with malicious intentions and said. Yi Yuan looked at Tu Gang amusedly and said with a faint smile. Otherwise. What? Although according to the Azura Arena's rules, second-level martial artists are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists, there's no problem at all in making you, this punk, lie down for a period of time, Tu Gang said. Hearing the meaning in Tu Gang's words, he was a martial artist of the second level. The first level and second level martial artists belonged to 2 different levels. Battles and living were all not together. Logically speaking, they would not have any interactions normally, but this Azura shop was an exception. The first 3 levels martial artists were basically all heaven, enlightenment realm. The goods they required were naturally more or less the same as well. Therefore, the first 3 levels martial artists shared an Azura shop. This was also why Yi Yuan could only reach this place through a transmission array. That woman could not refrain herself when she saw Tu Gang and Yi Yuan getting into a conflict. She warned Yi Yuan, "Little brother, Lord Tu Gang is a well-renowned big shot in the second level. He's an expert ranked 405 on the earth. Carnage proclamation. Why haven't you hurry up and apologize to him?" The way the woman saw it, she was warning out of goodwill here already. Newcomer offending a powerhouse of the second level was not some wise thing. But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and asked, "Turns out that the Azura Arena still had such a rule? I wonder if the first level's martial artists can kill the second level's martial artists or not." The moment these words were uttered, the woman and Tu Gang both froze. But the Tansi, who did not speak the entire time, opened his mouth. The Azura Arena doesn't have this rule. This should be a loophole. Yi Yuan smiled very happy, and suddenly threw out a punch explosively. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, Tu Gang did not get mad. He was delighted instead, and said with a big laugh, "Came right on time." This punch of Yi Yuan's was not fast, looking not much different from ordinary second-level heaven enlightenment realms. Therefore, the way Tu Gang saw it, Yi Yuan was purely asking for a beating. Here, Tan Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "Another dunce seeking death." When that attendant girl heard Tan Si's sigh, her eyes were filled with confusion. She thought that Tan Si would make a move and help. After all, Tan Si's strength looked to be much stronger. But Tan Si did not have the intention of taking action at all, and instead he mocked Tu Gang. These 2 people wouldn't be fools, right? Thought the attendant girl in her heart. Tu Gang also suddenly brandished his fist, his speed incomparably abnormal. Actually reached first despite launching after Yi Yuan. A faint mocking smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It was as if already seeing the appearance of Yi Yuan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But right at the moment the 2 fists intersected, Yi Yuan's fist suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Tu Gang was originally standing. This punch of Yi Yuan's hit right on his temple, directly inverting his body, smashing a hole into the floorboards. The Azura shop had some customers in the first place. Seeing that conflict happened over here, they were naturally happy to watch it for fun. Of course, they were laughing at Yi Yuan. A newcomer dared to provoke a second level's Earth Carnage proclamation. Expert, this was simply utterly foolish. But when they saw this scene before their eyes, each and every one of them was baffled. This newcomer was too violent. Rank 405, is it? Indeed have some skill to actually still be able to preserve an intact corpse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help being speechless. Tu Gang was evidently completely dead already, beating a strong opponent. Around Earth Carnage proclamation rank 400 to death in one punch, and he was actually still not satisfied with this battle result. Those who lived in the Azura arena were long used to seeing life and death Killing people, this kind of thing, they were long numb to it. But an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert being beaten to death by someone in one punch, this kind of spectacle was still overly shocking. Now, can I buy this piece of gray flame Earth Sun Gold? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at Tu Gang and immediately asked that female attendant. You really have slaughter points. The female attendant finally knew that this youth in front of her was not as simple as he looked on the surface. In truth, this Azura arena was a lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who would really be simple? Those powerhouses ranked to the front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation were all very low profile, but their strength was unfathomable. These people completely could not be measured using the standards of ordinary martial artists. The female attendant originally would not make mistakes at this sort of thing. It was just that Yi Yuan was too young. Moreover, he was a newcomer, resulting in her overlooking many things. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out the absolute kill token. That 20 slaughter points already arrived inside his absolute kill token after he advanced. When the female attendant examined Yi Yuan's absolute kill token, she could not help having a look of astoundment. 2 to 20 slaughter points. Milord got it. Wipeout at the first level. Yi Yuan said curiously, "Why? Is it very hard to believe?" "And no. I'll exchange the gray flame Earth Sun Gold for your excellency right away," the female attendant hurriedly said. "You have got to be kidding. Even the second level's Tu Gang was one shot. What was strange about getting a wipeout at the first level? It was just that this Azura arena's first 3 levels were all heaven. Enlightenment realm martial artists. Those able to survive in the first level were all absolutely not mediocre. Wanting to kill until other people did not dare to take the field, this was a very difficult thing. Let alone that Yi Yuan was only second level heaven. Enlightenment realm. Very soon, the female attendant deducted 15 points from Yi Yuan and returned the absolute kill token to Yi Yuan. Being experienced, the female attendant had seen many grand spectacles before. At this time, she already recovered back to normal and ordered people to get rid of Tu Gang's corpse. Coming in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a broad smile, "Milord is a young hero to actually be able to kill Tu Gang with one punch." However, Tu Gang isn't alone in the second level. He and the second level's rank 7, Lu Liqing, has a very good relationship. Milord still need to be a little more careful after you enter the second level. Yi Yuan received the absolute kill token and gray flame Earth Sun Gold and said, with a smile, "Just some dancing clowns. No need to take notice." The female attendant just smiled when she heard that and did not say anything else. On top of the Azura shop's corner tower, a middle-aged man in brocade watched Yi Yuan's departing back view and said to the woman beside him, "Exalt one, this boy's strength is unfathomable. The next issue of Earth Carnage Proclamation, maybe he can charge into the top 10. What makes people even more astonished is that his fleshy body is actually even more formidable than his essence. Energy cultivation realm. Letting him grow up for some time, he might be able to be of some help to our plan." The exalt the man was talking to was precisely that female attendant who served Yi Yuan. The man's attitude was very respectful toward her. This unassuming female attendant actually had an extraordinary status. The exalt's temperament currently was like 2 different people from before. Her face had an indescribable frostiness. The Azura arena's rule is that people of the second level are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists. But it didn't stipulate that first level martial artists can't kill those at the second level. This loophole was probably a loophole deliberately left behind by the sovereign. But those able to make use of this loophole are a scanty few. This young man is indeed not simple, the exalt said. The man in brocade nodded and said, "It wasn't that first-level martial artists killing second-level martial artists didn't happen before. But there absolutely would not be people so neat and tidy like him. Furthermore, his opponent is even a character close to rank 400 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation," the exalt said. It's still this boy's first day entering the Azura arena, and he actually has such strength already. There's a possibility that he's a genius junior groomed by some super holy land. We need to investigate his origins clearly first before making a decision. This matter will be handed to you. The man in brocade bowed and said, yes. Leaving the Azura arena, Yi Yuan rented a residence in the Azura arena and started to help the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the gray flame earth. Sun gold. This gray flame earth sun gold contained extremely strong powers of gold element. 2. Using it to refine into a holy artifact could make the martial artists attack even stronger. But Yi Yuan had the Star Moon sword on hand and was not overly concerned regarding the need for holy artifacts. Rather, the origin magnetism spirit using it well would absolutely be a form of enormous assistance. Therefore, he let the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the gray flame earth sun gold, without the slightest hesitation. Just as Yi Yuan was refining the gray flame earth sun gold, an uproar already utterly broke out at second level. The news of two gang being finished off by a newcomer spread like wildfire at the second level. This sort of thing truly made all the martial artists' jaws drop. Quite a few people were gasping in admiration at this newcomer's powerful strength. But the vast majority of the people still mocked two gangs' incompetence. To be able to survive in a cruel environment like the Azura arena, every person had tremendous self-confidence. Being killed could only show that too. Gang's strength was lacking. Of course, the one who lost the most face was still Lu Liqing. Tu Gang was his subordinate and also his right-hand hired thug. He did not think that Tu Gang was actually killed by a second level's punk 3. This was smacking his face. Investigated properly yet? Just what origins is that punk? Lu Liqing asked his subordinate with a grim look. Yes, we investigated his background. That boy just entered the Azura arena today and directly got a wipeout at the first level. Tu Gang had long eyed the Azura shop's gray flame earth sun gold, but he did not have sufficient points. This time, he finally managed to amass enough points to go buy it. Didn't expect that he actually got killed by this newcomer. Humph! Does that punk called Yi Yuan really think that he's invincible? In this Azura arena, even a dragon has to coil up, Lu Liqing said with a cold snort. In this Azura arena, there had never been a lack of geniuses. These Earth Carnage Proclamations experts, which one of them was not peerlessly talented, with strength far surpassing those in the same level. That punk probably also knew that he got into trouble. After leaving the Azura shop, he actually chose to enter seclusion and did not enter the second level, the subordinate said. Humph! He may get off today but not tomorrow. Keep a close eye for me. When he arrives at the second level, report to me immediately. I want to let him take a look at this Azura arena's brutality. Yes, Your Excellency. It's just, if you have something, just say it. Don't hem and haw. There are quite a few rumors out there right now, especially Lord Zong Ta. They are all laughing at us. Upon hearing this, Lu Liqing's expression became even more overcast. That Zong Ta was similarly a heavyweight class figure in the second level. Regardless whether was its strength or forces, it was not at all inferior to him. Making such a big fool of himself this time, Zong Ta would naturally grab hold and not let go and give a good mocking. This damn brat, causing me to lose so much face. I must tear him from limb to limb. Lu Liqing gnashed his teeth in hatred, hating Yi Yuan to the bones. Regarding the things that happened in the second level, Yi Yuan was naturally unaware. Even if he knew, he would not care either. He set up an array formation to help the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the gray flame earth sun gold, while he himself entered inside the vast heaven pagoda to cultivate. The likelihood of Yi Yuan making progress in supreme true intent was not too high within a short time. Therefore, Yi Yuan placed the focus of cultivation on the advancement of cultivation realm. At present, Titanic transformations already happened to Yi Yuan's body. Even if he did not borrow the powers of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very fast too. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the Bing character in the 9 characters true word formula. After violent essence energy went through the vast heaven pagoda's tempering, it was absorbed by Yi Yuan into his body. After entering the heaven enlightenment realm, each time Yi Yuan advanced a minor cultivation realm, it required massive amounts of essence energy. But ever since cultivating the Bing character, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was several times faster compared to before. Same as the Lin character, the Bing character similarly seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. But the effects of the Bing character was completely different from the Lin character. It was able to make martial artists become more sensitive toward the energy between heaven and earth. Cultivation would also yield twice the results with half the effort. For such a long time, Yi Yuan discovered that the effect of each word was different through comprehending this 9 words true character formula. But there was one point: each word contained extremely profound maxims of the Great Tao, could virtually let Yi Yuan reach the quintessence in an area. And this Bing character could let his cultivation speed increase tremendously. Yi Yuan believed that if he could cultivate the Bing character to an extremely high realm, his cultivation speed would probably be able to crush all of the divine realm's geniuses. Even using medicinal pills to pile up cultivation realm was probably nothing more than this too. After advancing to heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan deliberately slowed down cultivation speed and fastidiously comprehended the powers of laws. Although this way would make his cultivation speed become slow, it could let his comprehension toward heavenly Tao become even clearer and more comprehensive. After heaven enlightenment realm, the most important was still comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, increasing concepts cultivation all round. If one did not pursue combat power, there naturally was no problem getting help from medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan was rewalking the martial path. Presently, this step was indispensable. The upper 3 realms could be said to be even more important than the 6 major cultivation realms before added up. Yi Yuan wanted to pursue the pinnacle of the martial path. He would rather walk a bit slower. But the Bing character plus the remolding of the primeval dragon bone made his cultivation speed no worse than any genius in the divine realm. Furthermore, along with the comprehension of the Bing character, his cultivation speed would become faster and faster. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 3rd level heaven enlightenment. When he went to check on the origin magnetism spirit wood, he discovered that the gray flame earth sun gold already turned into an ordinary chunk of rock. The power of gold element inside was already absorbed fully. Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that the origin magnetism spirit would had indeed advanced to tier 7. With this, the power of the origin magnetic field increased greatly. This slaughter points is really good stuff. I'm going to inquire about it later to see if there's any way to obtain even more slaughter points. It's time to enter the 2nd level. Yi Yuan had seen quite a number of good stuff in the Azura Shops points area. Even he was quite moved as well. Congratulations to Yi Yuan, Tan Si, for entering the Azura Arena's 2nd level. A melodious voice sounded out in the 2nd level. The entire Azura Arena all knew at once. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Just advancing to the 2nd level. Is there a need to raise such a big rumpus? The 2nd level martial artist's strength is very formidable. We got to be a little more careful." It said that the rank 1 Zhan Wushuang, his ranking, reached 150th place on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength is very formidable. Still remember that 2 gang you killed? Although his ranking wasn't high, the backer behind him is ranked 10 plus at the 2nd level. His ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation is also as high as around 210. C said. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was oblivious to the outside world. But Tan Si inquired about the 2nd level situation very clearly. That punch of Yi Yuan's seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. He would probably be targeted the moment he came up. But Yi Yuan said totally unconcernedly, I hope that he has some common sense, and doesn't come to provoke me like that idiot underling of his. The people in the Azura arena, which one was not stained full of blood on their hands? Regarding killing Tu Gang and his like, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Tan Si had nothing to say. He could not figure out where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength lie either. But very clearly, when killing Tu Gang, Yi Yuan did not use full strength. Just arriving at the second level, Yi Yuan naturally had to stroll around a bit. But Yi Yuan barely walked 2 steps when he was stopped by a group of people. Boy, was it you who killed Tu Gang? A burly man at the front questioned. What? Are you all here to help him get justice? Yi Yuan said with a smile. That wasn't a smile. That burly man was originally still sinister looking. But he suddenly lopped an arm around Yi Yuan's shoulders and said with a big laugh, Ha ha ha! Well, killed Tu Gang, that fellow. He has rubbed me the wrong way long ago. I'm called Zhao Chong. In the future we'll be brothers, so let's get on more intimate terms. Yi Yuan still thought that he was here to find trouble. He did not think that this guy suddenly addressed him with great familiarity, looking not at all distant either. Yi Yuan jerked lightly, directly bouncing Zhao Chong off, and said coolly, Not everyone is qualified to address me as his brother. Who the hell are you, people? State your names. Being easily bounced off by Yi Yuan, Zhao Chong could not help being startled. Inwardly, he originally thought that Tu Gang getting finished off was because he underestimated the enemy, but just that bit earlier this boy's strength could not be taken lightly. Heh. We're Lord Zong Ta's subordinates. You killed Tu Gang, Lu Liqing. We'll definitely not be satisfied until he kills you. In the future, you follow Lord Zong Ta around. With him shielding you, Lu Liqing won't even dare to let out a fart. Zhao Chong laughed and said. After hearing this, Yi Yuan finally figured out this bunch of fellows' intention for coming. He did not expect that his actions in the Azura shop actually made these people give rise to the idea of soliciting him to join their side. Except Yi Yuan did not have plans on joining. Your meaning is to pull me into a partnership? Yi Yuan said. Zhao Chong saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts too and said with a smile, I know that your strength is decent. It's just that the second level situation is very different from the first level. Without a major figure shielding you, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. It's also not impossible for me to join in, but the moment Zhao Chong heard that there was a chance, he could not help being secretly pleased. This boy's strength was not weak, likely not beneath his. Settling this errand, Lord Zong Ta would definitely reward greatly. Was still wondering how proud this boy was. Looks like it was also just like that. As for Yi Yuan wanting to state conditions, it was within reason too. Raising his status a little, this supported the argumentation of the main topic. But what? Zhao Chong asked. But it will only work if I become the boss. I don't have the habit of being sheltered by others. It has always been me covering others. Yi Yuan looked very calm as he said. Zhao Chong's expression changed when he heard that. He even thought that this fellow was quite astute. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not know how to appreciate favors. You become the boss? What a joke. Boy, don't think that you're amazing with a bit of strength. Let me tell you, without Boss Zong Ta's care, you'll be eaten in this second level until not even any scraps remain. Moreover, have you thought it through? You already offended Lu Liqing terribly by killing Tu Gang. Offending us further, you'll find it difficult to advance even a step in the second level. Zhao Chong said with a solemn face. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a regretful expression, Is that so? Looks like we can't reach an agreement. Then there's nothing good to talk about. Make way, don't block the path. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pushed aside. But this time Zhao Chong was prepared and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. But he did not think that the force of Yi Yuan's light push was actually extremely strong. His body was pushed to one side involuntarily. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Zhao Chong's expression was ugly to the max. But Yi Yuan barely walked a few steps when he had his path blocked by another group of people again. Seeing this scene, a delighted expression showed on Zhao Chong's face. Lu Liqing actually personally moved out. "Punk! You finally came up. Your Uncle Lu has waited very long for you." Lu Liqing swept a glance at Zhao Chong ferociously. Clearly, he did not think that he came even faster than him. "A good dog won't block the path. Get lost," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Heh! What an arrogant brat. In this second level, no one dares to talk like this to your Uncle Lu. I think since you came up to the second level, you've already come to understand, right?" Lu Liqing had an appearance like he got Yi Yuan and did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he heard that. This was really any random guy would all feel good about themselves. "Of course, my awareness has always been very high," Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. "Very good. Tomorrow, fighting arena, the two of us have a points gamble. Fight. If you dare to not agree, I'll kill you right now," Lu Liqing said, with unparalleled overbearingness. Yi Yuan's brows jumped up when he heard that and said, "Points gamble fight?" The Tan Si by the side moved closer and explained, "Points gamble fight is when both parties each put forth a portion of points and carry out a deathmatch. They must determine life and death in the fighting arena. The victor can obtain the other party's points." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help getting very interested and asked, "Lu Liqing, how many points do you have?" Yi Yuan showed an excited look, but it made Lu Liqing stunned. "How many points I have, you don't need to care. You used 15 points at the Azura shop. Right now, you only have 5 points on hand. Let's bet 5 points." Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, "Too little. I'm lacking points. Very much right now. How about this? I'll raise the stakes, bet all of your points." The moment Yi Yuan's words came out, the surroundings could not help being speechless. This guy is a moron, right? Just that bit of strength of his wants to bet. With Lu Liqing all of his points. Even Zhong Ta dare not say to be able to retreat unscathed in a deathmatch. With Lu Liqing either. This boy wouldn't think that by getting a wipeout in the first level, he can also do whatever he wants coming to the second level, right? The second level's martial artists, any random one that goes to the first level can also get a wipeout. Haha, maybe he thinks this way. The first level is already so weak, how strong can the second level be? There are idiots every year, this year is especially more. Zhao Chong was not far away. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he could not help holding his face with his face. He finally understood why Yi Yuan would say that sort of arrogant and conceited words earlier. Could it be that this boy was completely a fool? Zhao Chong's strength was roughly the same as Tu Gang, also around Earth. Carnage Proclamation 400th place. But 400th place and 200th place, the gap in between this was akin to a heavenly chasm. Although similarly Heaven Enlightenment Realm, the two people's strength simply had no way of mentioning in the same breath. If not for so, why would he, an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, throw himself under a same realm? Martial artist? Ha ha ha. Did you all hear it? He wants to raise the stakes and bet all of my points with me. Boy, your Uncle Lu has 35 points. Why don't you say what you'll use to make up for it? Don't tell me that you don't know how valuable these extra 30 points are. Lu Liqing was currently roaring with laughter when a medicinal pill was placed in front of him. His smile withdrew, the expression on his face gradually became solemn. This is a transcendent grade heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Recognizing the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, Lu Liqing was no longer composed. The heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill was a top-tier tier 7 medicinal pill for cleansing the marrow. It was a huge temptation to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. This is because it could help martial artists to break through the fetters of heaven enlightenment realm, and then to step into phaseless realm. Of course, with the strength of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, breaking through to phaseless realm was not hard. To them, what was truly hard was breaking through to Tao Profound later, reaching Emperor Realm. The so-called lawless and phaseless were not just the martial artists' comprehension on heavenly Tao, but it was also on the fleshy body one. Breaking through to phaseless realm, there was a process of cleansing the marrow, remold the fleshy body anew, and from there, lay down the foundation for breaking through to Tao Profound Realm. Then what kind of extent this marrow cleansing reached was very particular. One could say that this process determined how far the martial artist could walk in the future to a very large degree. The heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill was of much higher rank compared to the medicinal pills on the market to help martial artists break through to the phaseless realm. What was even more damnable was that this Tier 7 medicinal pill was too hard to concoct. Ordinary alchemists simply could not refine it. Therefore, even though the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill's reputation was out there, those truly able to obtain it were extremely few. This was also why Lu Liqing would lose composure like so upon recognizing it. This medicinal pill was extremely rare. Moreover, it had a demand but no market. Valuing at 30 points was more than enough. At least you know about the good stuff. How is it? Can you bet all of your points now? Yi Yuan kept the medicinal pill and said. Lu Liqing sucked in a deep breath and finally calmed his state of mind. He switched to a cold smile and said, Since you want to give such a valuable medicinal pill to me, what reason do I still have to decline? On the second day, the fighting arena was packed full of people. The news of Yi Yuan and Lu Liqing's points gamble fight caused an uproar in the second level. But what made them even more concerned was the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in Yi Yuan's hands. The allure of this medicinal pill was seriously too great. Lu Liqing's luck is seriously too good. There's actually a fool who's giving him a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Why do I not run into this kind of good thing? Screw off, you. Even if you obtained the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, can you defend it? Heh, that's true. Forget about me, even Lu Liqing himself might not be able to protect it too. A heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, I don't believe that those few have no interest. Shoo, you don't want your life anymore? You mustn't anyhow say such things. Right now, Yi Yuan was just like a little child carrying a gold piece and walking around on the bustling streets in the eyes of the second levels. Martial artists. Everywhere were ferocious looks. One had to admit Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable. But to Lu Liqing, this level of existence, he was definitely still too weak. On the fighting arena's grandstand, in an inconspicuous corner, an elderly person and a youth were currently standing with their hands behind their backs. Old Zhu, looks like you're hellbent on the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill as well, said the youth with a sarcastic smile. The elderly person's face was cold as he said coolly, the pot calling the kettle black. If you're not interested, you won't show up here either. Heh, the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill is a legendary medicinal pill. Even you old Jew were moved. How can I, a junior brat, not be moved? It's just that after today, whose hands this medicinal pill lands in will have to depend on each one's ability, the youth said. The old man shot the youth a scornful glance and said, bullying this old man, is it? This time, for the sake of the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, I want to take a look at your feng shaos. Means? The youth smiled but did not speak. But the two persons' gazes turned toward the fighting arena. In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan and Lu Liqing's life and death battle was able to start. Brat, before dying, I still have to give you thanks for delivering to me such a precious medicinal pill. Lu Liqing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pleased expression. Yi Yuan still had that indifferent look as he said, your esteemed self is really a timely reign. You know that this little lord I am lacking points, and you delivered yourself to my doorsteps the moment I came up. Really, endlessly grateful. Lu Liqing smiled coldly and said, Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your Uncle Lu will let you take a look today at what the true strength of a second-level martial artist is. Done talking, the 5 stars on Lu Liqing's glabella suddenly lit up. Furious killing intent wreaked havoc on the field and was actually even more violent compared to Tan Si. A long halberd brandishing, killing intent was piercingly cold. Lu Liqing's second-stage slaughter supreme true intent is already approaching the great circle of perfection and is already not far from third stage. This boy's strength is obviously not weak, but he only has less than 4 stars on slaughter concept. I want to see what methods he has to deal with the situation. On the grandstand, the youth was filled with anticipation. As he said, I heard that this brat's fleshy body is extremely formidable. When he was at the first level, he directly blew up his opponent with 1 punch. I reckon that this should be his greatest reliance, the elderly man said. Looking at news from all round, Yi Yuan's strength was definitely not what ordinary martial artists could compare to, although the specific circumstances inside the Azura shop did not spread out. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's strength in itself could not be underestimated to be able to kill 2 gang. It was just that, in comparison, Lu Liqing, this veteran expert, was clearly more promising. Heavenly halberd frenzied slaughter. Lu Liqing gave a fierce roar. The long halberd drew a massive semicircle and directly cleaved down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. The long halberd had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. This move encompassed an overwhelming tremendous force and actually pierced through the array formation, blowing up gusts of fierce wind on the grandstand. Facing this staggering move, Yi Yuan actually did not move a muscle, allowing Lu Liqing to do as he liked and what he liked. Boom! The long halberd landed on the ground, smashing out an enormous pit on the Earth's surface. Debris scattered around, smashing onto the array formation, turning into a pile of dust. A portion flew onto Yi Yuan's body, likewise, turning into a pile of dust. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what happened. What the hell is Lu Liqing doing? Testing moves? Started off with a bang and ended with a whimper. This move also deviated too far off the mark. Right? Odd. Too strange. Lu Liqing isn't someone who shows mercy. Why was this move so off form? When I saw Lu Liqing's move just now, it frightened me badly. His strength is clearly even stronger than before. But this result. Lu Liqing's move smashed the fighting arena into a mess. It was just that, although this move's destructive power was shocking, it was too far away from Yi Yuan. The move was completely unable to cause any substantial damage. From beginning to the end, Yi Yuan stood there not moving a muscle, as if he had not done anything at all. This kind of scene was too bizarre. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Liqing and said with a smile, I didn't expect that in this Azura arena. There's still such a polite opponent. Not easy, oh not easy. In order to express respect towards your esteemed self, this punch, I'll call forth all my power. How did the current Lu Liqing still have any hint of the composure from before? His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with apprehension. Because of the isolation of the array formation, the people on the grandstands completely did not know what happened in the arena. But he was perfectly aware. His move of his was launched aiming at Yi Yuan, who knew that halfway, massive force suddenly appeared, forcefully altering the trajectory of his attack, making a huge deviation occur between this move of his and the originally planned trajectory from there. Under this enormous force, he actually had no command over himself. You, actually no origin. Lu Liqing's words had yet to be said finish when Yi Yuan moved. A slow and average punch. It actually looked somewhat soft and lacking strength. The feeling that this punch gave the martial artists on the grandstand was that, regardless of who was on the field, they could easily avoid it and even counterkill Yi Yuan. But Lu Liqing felt completely different facing this punch. Facing this neither too slow nor too fast punch, he actually had nowhere to evade. This was the moment of life and death. Lu Liqing urged his essence energy to the limits, wanting to avoid this punch of Yi Yuan's. However, right at this time, that strange force appeared once more.
No.
Yi Yuan's punch suddenly vanished before his eyes. That hoarse and exhausted shout suddenly stopped. Under everyone's stares, Lu Liqing was pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood by Yi Yuan with one punch, completely losing his human form. The next instance, Lu Liqing's absolute kill token slowly flew out. Slaughter concept slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan's body. The fourth star on Yi Yuan's glabella became clearer and clearer, and it finally formed. Lu Liqing's slaughter concept was a lot. Yi Yuan also absorbed his fill in one go. Apart from this, Yi Yuan also became aware that inside his absolute kill token 35 points appeared out of thin air. All of a sudden, he owned 40 slaughter points. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and was rather surprised as he said, "Is this the slaughter supreme true intent? Indeed impressive. No wonder this Azura arena is so brutal. But so many geniuses flock to it like ducks." On the grandstand, that elderly person and the youth earlier exchanged a glance, both incomparably astounded. No need to have talent, no need to comprehend. As long as one triumphed over their opponents continuously, they could comprehend a supreme true intent. Was indeed too alluring. Even if one did not comprehend to the great circle of perfection realm, the power of a supreme true intent was also unparalleled. Breaking through to 4-star Soul General at this moment, Yi Yuan had an additional supreme true intent out of thin air just like this. Counting the previous two, Yi Yuan already possessed 3 supreme true intents at present. In this Azura arena, it was probably a one of its kind. And the shock that Yi Yuan set off was still continuing. Everyone was all somewhat uncertain what it meant and totally did not understand what on earth happened. Currently, Zhong Ta and Jiao Chong were also below the stage, the expressions on their faces wonderfully fascinating. Especially Jiao Chong, recalling those words said to Yi Yuan previously, he could not help sweating profusely. He only came back to his senses at this time. Turns out that Yi Yuan was not joking previously. He was actually being serious. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really joined, who would be the boss if he did not become the boss? Zhong Ta's strength was neck to neck with Lu Liqing. The two people's ranking was also very close. For Yi Yuan to be able to kill Lu Liqing so easily, he naturally had the strength to kill Zhong Ta too. Thinking up to here, Jiao Chong could not help secretly rejoicing about Lu Liqing suddenly popping out at that time. If not for Lu Liqing, if he compelled Yi Yuan to join the team back then, his corpse would probably be strewn on the streets already. In the corner, the youth's expression had indescribable solemnness as he said, "Old Zhu saw it clearly?" Old Zhu slowly nodded, his gaze likewise unbelievably somber as he said with a nod, "Absolutely the origin magnetic field. No mistake. Moreover, looking at it, the power of his origin magnetic field is not small. Forget about you and me, even those freaks on the 3rd level would likely suffer considerable hindrance too. Him possessing the origin magnetic field is practically in an undefeatable position already. Unless one's strength far surpasses his, one can only be led by him by the nose," the youth said. "Not just that. Did you see clearly that move he killed Lu Liqing with? Looked like he relied entirely on the strength of the fleshy body. But at that instant of final eruption, it absolutely still contained an extremely powerful concept of fire. If I didn't see wrongly, it should be the extremely hard to comprehend scorching supreme true intent." The more old Zhu talked, the more alarmed he became inwardly. The youth suddenly could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, "To think that you and I were still having designs on the heavenly sea spirit. Brimstone pill. Thinking about it now, it's really a joke. Such an opponent. Better to provoke less. At this point, these two people were clearly incredibly wary of Yi Yuan. Already, no wonder Yi Yuan dared to take out the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Without fear for anything. Turns out that he really had the strength. Hey, is there still anyone coming up? This second level should also be consecutively winning 20 matches to advance. Right? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out in the fighting arena. But what replied him was silence. He said these words incomparably haughtily. But at this moment not a single person felt that he was arrogant. Although he won very bizarrely, Yi Yuan's strength left no room for doubt. Those martial artists glanced around, looking at each other. But who would dare to go up the stage at this time? Yi Yuan only killed a martial artist ranked 10+ at the second level. There were still over a dozen existences stronger than Lu Liqing in front. But at this instant, these 10 over people all collectively lost their voices. This points gamble fight is rather interesting. Is there still anyone? Continuing, Yi Yuan looked at the audience and said again, I believe that. Everyone also knows. I have a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in my hands. The current Yi Yuan was just like a bad uncle kidnapping kids. That appearance was detestable to the extreme. But under this sort of situation, no one dared to go up the stage to fight with him. What a joke. Points gamble fights could only be determined with life and death. Who dared to go up and seek death? Time slowly trickled by, looking as if Yi Yuan was going to get a wipeout once. Again soon. I'll challenge you. Right then, a voice sounded out. A youngster dressed in black tight-fitting clothes went up to the fighting arena. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that this youth's face had unswerving determination, his momentum quite imposing. He was absolutely an expert. Good. How many points do you have? I'll bet all of it, Yi Yuan said very interestedly. But that youth shook his head and said, I'm not having a points gamble fight with you, just purely challenging you. When the youth went up to the stage, below the stage was actually already whispering around in subdued voices. They were clearly very surprised by this black-clothed youth going up the stage. But the moment those words came out, everyone's jaws hit the ground. No way, right? The Lung Qing, who has made a clean sweep of all obstacles in the second level, actually capitulated. He doesn't dare to have a points gamble fight with Yi Yuan. I truly didn't expect that this Yi Yuan actually hauled Lung Qing out. He has already not taken action for very long. He's the only expert in the second level to enter the Earth Carnage Proclamation's first 150th place and has already been without any challenges and battles for a very long. The second level's number 1 expert actually don't dare to say to definitely win Yi Yuan either. Turns out that this black-clothed youth was actually the second level's number 1 expert, Lung Qing. Except when Yi Yuan suggested a points gamble fight, Lung Qing actually backed off. Very clearly, Lung Qing did not have the confidence to win Yi Yuan at all. The reason why he went up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan was just that he encountered an opponent he was interested in. He wanted to come up and compare notes a bit. That was all. If a points gamble fight was carried out, then there was no leeway to maneuver. The two people must carry out a life and death great battle all the way until one side dies. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a regretful look, how boring to not gamble points. Then forget it. Not fighting anymore today. Finish talking. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Yi Yuan actually left the fighting arena directly. Yi Yuan already fought a match today and could totally not accept Lung Qing's challenge. The second level's rule was that a match must be fought every 3 days. After this match, Yi Yuan could await the battle arranged by the Azura Arena. 3 days later, Lung Qing was the synonym for invincibility in the second level. There had never been anyone who dared to speak this way to him before. Everyone did not think that today Lung Qing was actually ignored by someone. Yet, Lung Qing's face did not have any look of unhappiness at all. He said coldly, Fine. 3 days later, we'll fight again. Yi Yuan was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and left. Tan Si, who's that kid? So arrogant? He can have a showdown with me if he wants to fight me? Isn't the arrangement of the fights decided by the Azura arena? On the way back, Yi Yuan asked Tan Si. Tan Si could not help being speechless when he heard that. Talking about arrogant, was there anyone more arrogant than you today? At every level, the people ranked in the top 10 all have special privileges, because their strength is sufficient to enter the next level. So whether they fought or not, it is already not important. And behind them, there are people backing them up. Although I don't know who is supporting them, arranging one match, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Also, that black-clothed youth is called Lung Qing. He's the second level's strongest person. Beating him, you'll be the second level's boss, Tan Si said. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, what does the second level's boss count as? Those guys in the third level are the Heaven Enlightenment realm's true geniuses. If my conjectures are right, there are probably quite a few people who comprehended two supreme true intents. Only by fighting with these true geniuses can one find some pleasure. This slaughter concept is really mystical. It's actually like it's inscribed in my body. There's not much difference than the supreme true intents I comprehended myself. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. These 3 days' time, he had constantly been understanding the slaughter supreme true intent that he had just obtained. Yi Yuan discovered that this slaughter supreme true intent could be released and withdrawn freely. It actually did not have a shred of stagnant feel. He could not help sighing in admiration at these mystical aspects. To any martial artist, concepts comprehension involved patience and painstaking work. Not a hint of choosing the easy way was permissible. But this slaughter concept was the only supreme true intent that could be grasped without needing to comprehend. It was precisely because of so that the divine realm would have so many young talents that came to the chaotic devil sea and entered the Azura arena. Among these, there were quite a number of people who have already comprehended a supreme true intent. Adding in another slaughter supreme true intent, their strength would have a substantial increase within a short period. But Yi Yuan discovered that this slaughter concept was linked in many ways to the absolute kill token. It seemed to rely on the absolute kill token to exist. Looks like this absolute kill token was the inherent law holding up the Azura arena's operations. But was there really such a good thing? Regarding this absolute kill token, Yi Yuan kept on having a strange feeling. But as for where it was strange specifically, he could not pinpoint it either. He once used all kinds of methods to examine the absolute kill token before, but could not find any trace of improperness. However, regarding this supreme true intent that was practically picked up for free, Yi Yuan still continued to have some suspicions. Acquired the slaughter concept, but I'm still lacking a martial technique to match it. Looks like I got to make a trip to the Azura shop again. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the Azura shop once more, the one receiving him was still that female attendant from last time. It was just that this time she became very warm. Si-in congratulates Sir for overpowering all heroes at the second level. Did Sir come this time in order to select a slaughter martial technique? The female attendant said. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised. Clearly, he did not expect that this lady actually guessed his intention for coming. Seemingly seeing through Yi Yuan's thoughts, Si-in said, generally martial artists who just became 4-star soul generals would all come to the Azura shop to choose martial techniques. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. He said, then is there any impressive martial techniques at your place here? There naturally is. But the formidable martial techniques are all housed in the inner pavilion. It's just that. Talking until here, Si-in could not help hesitating for a moment. You're worried that my points aren't enough? Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly, since the female attendant knew that he had a points gamble fight with Lu Leeching, she presumably should know how many points he had. He had 40 points in his hands right now. It was actually not enough to buy a set of martial technique. The female attendant nodded and said, "Ordinary martial technique, I believe. Sir won't take fancy of them. The truly powerful martial techniques of the slaughter concept require at least 80 points. Those even more powerful techniques require more than 200 points. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath when he heard that too. A martial technique selling at such a horrifying price. This was also too absurd, right? Bring me in to take a look first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Following Si Yin into the inner pavilion, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. Martial techniques related to the slaughter concept was actually as many as several dozen copies, from Tier 7 to Tier 9. But there was one point. The prices of these martial techniques were all very high. Even the price of the most inferior Tier 7 martial technique reached 20 to 30 points. As for the Tier 9 martial techniques, they basically all started at 50 points. Yi Yuan swept a glance, but his gaze stopped on a martial technique right in the middle. Isn't the price of this slaughter sword art a little too absurd, yeah? Yuan pointed at this martial technique and said speechlessly. This martial technique named slaughter sword art actually needed a horrifying 500 points. Si Yin smiled and said, "This slaughter sword art is our Azura shop's supreme store treasure. It said that this martial technique cultivated to the extreme can even be on par with the 10 great divine kings. Doesn't Sir feel that it is worth this price?" Upon hearing, Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested too. If a martial technique could reach the level of the 10 great divine kings, forget about 500 points, even 1,000 points were not considered expensive too. It was just that these words being uttered out of the mouth of a puny little female attendant, how much credibility did it have? 10 great divine kings? Who in the entire chaotic devil sea are there existences rivaling the 10 great divine kings? Yi Yuan said with a smile. That was not a smile. Si Yin looked at Yi Yuan with a slight smile as she said, "There are goodness knows how many divine kings in the divine realm, but those able to become 10 great divine kings existences are only those 10 people after all. No matter how strong the martial technique is, it also requires the person training in to be strong. Other people can't cultivate to the 10 great divine kingses. Boundary doesn't mean that Sir can't as well. Don't you agree, sir?" Si Yin finished talking and discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze was currently looking straight at her. He said with a half-smile, "Looks like Miss hopes for me to cultivate this martial technique very much." A trace of bewilderment flashed across Si Yin's heart. She did not expect that this boy in front of her was actually so sensitive. And not at all? It's just that Sir asked. This maidservant is just answering Sir's question, Si Yin hurriedly said. Heh, even if you have a trap, what do I, Yi Yuan, have to fear? This cultivation method, I want it, but can Miss Si Yin teach me how to obtain even more points or not? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan browsed through all of the cultivation methods. Very clearly, this slaughter sword art was the most suited to him. Yi Yuan could feel that behind the Sajura arena, there was a pair of large hands manipulating in secret. Regardless whether was it slaughter concept or martial techniques, it could all be a trap. But to be able to toy with so many geniuses in the palm of his hand, behind, this definitely had an earth-shaking plot. To Yi Yuan, to be able to live harmoniously in peace was naturally the best. If the other party did not have eyes and wanted to play some tricks on him, he would return it tit for tat without the slightest politeness too. Although Yi Yuan felt that it was not proper, he similarly yearned immensely for strength. To Yi Yuan, having one more supreme true intent was obviously something that he wished for. Him coming to the chaotic devil sea, on the one hand, it was for the sake of the Skanda divine stone. The other was for the sake of this supreme true intent. Now that there was a heaven-defying martial technique on par with the 9 suns burning heaven placed in front of him, Yi Yuan saying that he was not moved was fake. Si-in laughed coldly in her heart. The Azura Arena has existed for so many years. The geniuses are not just you alone. Having an unduly high opinion of oneself, this is a common failing for geniuses. In the end, you still can't resist the temptation of power. There are many ways to obtain points, but there's one thing, that is to have some contribution to the Azura Arena. I heard that Sir has a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in possession. If Sir is willing to transfer possession of it to the Azura shop, we're willing to purchase it at the price of 50 points. Si-in said. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look. He said with a smile, just the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill will do? Then if I refine other medicinal pills, can it also be exchanged for points? Si-in said, that will have to depend on what kind of medicinal pills, sir. Refine. If it's like the heavenly sea spirit brimstone, however many you have, we want as many. Is that true? Hearing Si-in explain this, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. Si-in said with a smile, will I lie to Sir? These kinds of short in supply medicinal pills are extremely popular among those geniuses ranked towards the front of the 3rd level. We purchase at a price of 50 points, but we can sell at an even higher price. Yi Yuan smiled too when he heard that and said, hoo, you all really have the intrinsic characteristics of a merchant. Fine, since that's the case, we'll go out and talk. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned right around and exited the inner pavilion. Si-in felt baffled but still followed after. Yi Yuan came to the points area, retrieved the absolute kill token and heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, and handed them to Si-in, saying, help me exchange the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill for points, plus the 40 points in the absolute kill token, a total of 90 points, exchange all of them into tier 7 spirit medicines. Yi Yuan's appearance was just like a magnate spending large sums of money, lavishly, incomparably generous. Si-in could not help being very surprised when she heard that and said in a daze, does Sir want to reconsider it a little? Although medicinal pills can exchange for more points, these spirit medicines are all very valuable. Refining into medicinal pills is also extremely complicated and difficult. The success rate isn't high. Sir might not be able to earn back this 90 points, even if you spend them all. To alchemists, the success rate was a very big problem, especially a medicinal pill like the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. The difficulty of refining was extremely high. In Si-in's view, even if Yi Yuan was really an alchemist, refining a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill would definitely expend many materials too. Plus Yi Yuan's spending money like water attitude, it was very easy to make Si-in mistakenly think that Yi Yuan was born in some major noble family, so that was why she voiced out to warn. But Yi Yuan said without a care, there's no need to trouble Miss Si-in to worry about this. Either way, these points were obtained easily too. Even if it gets squandered away, it doesn't matter either. Worst comes to worst, I'll find some more people to carry out a points gamble fight when I reach the 3rd level. Si-in was speechless when she heard it. To mention points gamble fight so easily, there was probably just this one in front of her. Yi Yuan's indifferent attitude was regarded by people as a fool at one point, but reality proved that he really had the strength to crush a level. Si-in did not doubt the least bit that even if Yi Yuan went to the 3rd level, his strength would be in the front ranks too. Since Yi Yuan already said it like this, Si-in could not very well say anything else. She could only go help him exchange the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill to points. Purple crystal blood dragon ginseng, profound cold ice soul fruit, ice flame, profound sovereign ganoderma. Yi Yuan uttered a long string of spirit medicine names like he was informing dish names. Si-in actually could not quite keep up with his speed following behind Yi Yuan. One had to admit this Azura shop really had quite a bit of good stuff. Some spirit medicines were all very hard to find in the outside world. This place actually had everything that one could wish for. It was just that these spirit medicines reserves were limited. a lot of them, could only extract out 2 to 3 portions of medicine embryo, and even only extract 1 portion. With this, it put an extremely high demand on the alchemist. But this was not an issue to Yi Yuan at all. Even his success rate for refining Tier 9 medicinal pills were shockingly high, not to mention mere Tier 7 medicinal pills. All of this was owed to his extremely solid foundational skills. Finally, Yi Yuan purchased 30 overstocks of spirit medicines, making Ceen dumbfounded from watching. This was simply an example of a dumb person flushed with money, taking 90 points to exchange for 30 overstocks of spirit medicines. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very retarded behavior too. Sir, these are all of the spirit medicine that you want. It's all inside the storage ring. Do a check. Ceen passed Yi Yuan a storage ring and said, "No need to check. Miss Ceen is so beautiful. Would you still lie to me?"
Yeah.
Yuan said with a smile. Ceen's face reddened and actually revealed the bashful attitude of a maiden. One would wonder if her subordinates would sigh with admiration at Exalt C. Yin's mind-boggling acting skills when they see this situation or not. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly felt the absolute kill token heat up. Message transmitted into his mind.
In?
Going to battle already. It's indeed with that Lung Qing, Yi Yuan said, with a frown. Ceen said with a broad smile, "I wish sir a triumphant victory as soon as your banners are unfurled." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "That's of course. This guy doesn't have the guts to have a points gamble fight with me and actually still dare to use this sort of despicable means to force me to fight with him. I must pummel him until even his mother can't recognize him." When Yi Yuan rushed to the fighting arena, the grandstands were already fully occupied. A showdown between an upstart and a veteran of the second level was destined to draw massive amounts of attention. On the grandstands, an elderly and a youth showed up once again. "Feng Xiao, what do you think Lung Qing's chances of victory in this match is?" The youth shook his head and said, "Old Zhu, although we can't win against Lung Qing even if we tried our utmost best, I still feel that he isn't Yi Yuan's match." "That? I don't think so. Lung Qing has clearly seen that fight on that day, too. He probably still has some confidence since he dares to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. It's just that how much this assurance is, that's hard to say," Old Zhu said. The youth glanced at Old Zhu but did not say anything else. The moment Yi Yuan laid eyes on Lung Qing, his expression darkened. "You this fellow to actually dare play schemes with me. You're dead," Lung Qing said coolly. "Whatever abilities you have, feel free to use them as you wish."
Ye Yuan su denli burst fort.
A fist arrived in front of Lung Qing in a blink of an eye. Lung Qing's expression changed because Yi Yuan's fist disappeared. This move again. Boom! Yi Yuan's one punch struck the fighting arena's grand array until it trembled. Waves of exclamations involuntarily came from the grandstands. "Oh my goodness! I'm covered all over in goosebumps. If this punch were to land on my body, my entire person would probably be gone. Too powerful. No wonder Lu Liqing was actually smashed into dregs by him. Even with his powerful strength. In the previous match, all of the force was received by Lu Liqing alone. Therefore, they did not sense the horror of Yi Yuan's punch. But this time it reflected clearly on the grand array. Only then did they know how terrifying this punch was. However, this punch ultimately still missed. Lung Qing actually avoided this unavoidable punch of Yi Yuan's. Ever since Yi Yuan mastered the Void Dragon Shadow Punch, this was still the first time being dodged by his opponents. This also involuntarily made him somewhat surprised. Concept of wind. Yi Yuan perceived it. The reason why Lung Qing could avoid his punch was precisely because the other party comprehended the concept of wind. Furthermore, it was even the Speed Supreme True Intent. The Speed Supreme True Intent and the Wind Flow True Intent Yi Yuan comprehended both belonged to concepts of wind. But the attributes pursued had nothing in common with each other. Comprehending the Speed Supreme True Intent could let the martial artist reach a height far beyond other people's reach. Myriad laws under the heaven, only speed is unbroken. In the center of Lung Qing's forehead had 6 stars. His slaughter concept was actually even a notch above Lu Liqing's. 2 kinds of supreme true intent were precisely where his confidence for being invincible in the second level lied. Not bad. You really are very strong. If I didn't have a bit of confidence, how could I dare to come up the stage to challenge you? Lung Qing said. Yi Yuan said with a smile. So what if 2 kinds of supreme true intent? You dare to scheme against me. I'll pummel you all the same. Wind movement shadow kill. Netherworld 100 kill saber. This time, Lung Qing struck first to gain the initiative. His opening move was 2 mighty supreme true intent martial techniques. A swift to the extreme movement technique and an unrivaled saber art, the 2 gave people an incredible visual impact sensation. Lung Qing unleashed his ultimate move. In this second level, how long has it already been since anyone could force him to go all out? With this, someone can finally pose a threat to Yi Yuan, right? After all, Lung Qing's strength would also be rather decent even when placed in the third level. This Yi Yuan is too arrogant. I want to see how he'll still be cocky if he can't keep up with that swift to the extreme speed of Lung Qing. But that one elderly and one youth shook their heads endlessly on the grandstand. This wind movement shadow kill was the martial technique they had. The biggest headache over. Coupled with the speed supreme true intent, Lung Qing was fast beyond imagination. But they knew that Yi Yuan still had the origin magnetic field that was not unleashed yet. This was speed's greatest jinx. Lung Qing's figure suddenly burst out, directly vanishing before everyone's eyes. But everyone all knew that it was not that he disappeared, but he was fast. Until the naked eye already could not see. Bang! Everyone saw Lung Qing display his figure, flying out backward, and slamming fiercely onto the grand array. Following that, Yi Yuan pounced forward and chased after in Lung Qing's direction. Lung Qing's strength was clearly much stronger compared to Lu Liqing. Although he suffered a punch, he did not lose combat capability. Seeing Yi Yuan chase after, he was greatly alarmed and hastily deployed his movement technique, wanting to escape Yi Yuan's pursuit. Yi Yuan laughed and smiled. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Origin magnetic field deploying, it was like Lung Qing fell into a quagmire, his speed falling drastically. Bang! Another punch. But Lung Qing's speed was indeed very fast. He avoided most of Yi Yuan's force, before barely managing to not be crippled. The power of Yi Yuan's one punch was seriously too fearsome. The martial artists on the grandstand were already struck dumb with astonishment. On the fighting arena, one chased and one ran, completely not like fighting. It was more like a game of cat and mouse. What was damnable was that the one being chased was the second level's number 1 person, Lung Qing. This scene seriously made people feel too subverted. Lung Qing's strength was clearly much stronger than Lu Liqing's. But facing Yi Yuan, he was likewise being pummeled until he could not raise his head. This guy's strength was truly ridiculously powerful. I concede. This was an unequal fight and was long unable to continue already. Except, Lung Qing only found a trace of opportunity to catch his breath now, and said the words to admit defeat. Following Lung Qing admitting defeat, his slaughter concept flowed over towards Yi Yuan's body. The 6th star became much dimmer all at once. The higher the rank of the Soul General, the more slaughter concept lost after defeat. All at once, the 4th star on Yi Yuan's forehead became bright. Advancing another step and the 5th star would be appearing. At this moment, Lung Qing felt like his entire person was on the verge of falling into pieces. There was not one spot that did not hurt from head to toe. Even if his willpower was firm, he was injured until he contorted his face in pain at this time. And many thanks for Brother Yi for showing mercy. Lung Qing sucked in cold breaths as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You and Lu Liqing are different. Your offense didn't deserve death. That Tu Gang and Lu Liqing clearly gave rise to killing intent towards Yi Yuan. So Yi Yuan cut them down mercilessly without any politeness. Although Lung Qing forced Yi Yuan to fight with him, Yi Yuan could sense that he was only tempering himself through battles. There was a fundamental difference in between this. Towards such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not mind sparing his life. It was just that Lung Qing's compelling method made Yi Yuan somewhat displeased. So that was why he would make a move to mete out punishment. The people on the grandstand were stunned long ago already. The ever-triumphant Lung Qing was actually defeated so utterly. He even needed Yi Yuan's charity before he was able to escape with his life by luck. A third-level heaven enlightenment was actually daunting to this sort of extent. This was an extremely rare thing in the Azura arena. At least, they had not seen such incident before. Even the second-level strongest, Lung Qing, became Yi Yuan's vanquished opponent. Yi Yuan naturally obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level. But Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. To him, the pressing matter on hand was to get enough points to exchange for the slaughter sword art. After the battle with Lung Qing, Yi Yuan immediately entered seclusion and started refining pills. 5 days later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and directly went to the Azura shop. When Yi Yuan placed 9 small bottles in front of Si-in, her mouth opened into a circle shape, and she did not recover to her senses for very long. Mouth opening so big, it can stuff a fist in already, Yi Yuan said with a snide smile. Si-in froze and finally came back to her senses. This time, her shocked expression was not feigned but genuine astonishment. Yi Yuan purchased a total of 30 over spirit medicines and actually refined 9 completed medicinal pills. Of course, if she knew that what Yi Yuan refined was far from just 9, who knew what she would think? Yi Yuan obviously would not tell her that his success rate of refining pills was 100%. It was just that out of fear that it would be overly shocking that he only took out 9 medicinal pills. In truth, Yi Yuan was in seclusion for 5 days and refined a total of 18 Tier 7 medicinal pills. They were all peak Tier 7 medicinal pills. And what he took out was just half of what he refined. The other medicinal pills, you just purchase them according to the price of 50 points will do. As for this 7 aperture exquisite pill, I think a price of 150 points isn't considered expensive, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Si-in nodded her head mechanically. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, These medicinal pills were all refined by you. You just have to care about getting them. As for whether or not it's refined by me, what does it matter? Yi Yuan said. Si-in's question for very amateurish. A seller bringing medicinal pills, as for where it originated from, one logically should not ask too much. But Si-in was too shocked right now. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were clearly refined and formed using those spirit medicines that Yi Yuan bought. Then, just how high was Yi Yuan's alchemy level? Ah, sir, Si-in didn't mean that. Please don't be mistaken. It's just that Si-in was too surprised. This is a 7 aperture exquisite pill. Even an alchemy emperor might not be able to refine it if he takes action. Sir only bought 2 portions of materials and actually refined one. This is simply too phenomenal. Si-in's emotions had no idea how it should be described. This kind of freak was simply not able to find an adjective to describe, except the 7 aperture exquisite pill that Yi Yuan refined was not 1, but 2. The 7 aperture exquisite pill was one of the hardest Tier 7 medicinal pills to refine. After consuming, it could permanently increase the martial artist's cultivation speed by several times. It had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means with the Bing character Yi Yuan cultivated. The valuable aspect of the 7 aperture exquisite pill lied in that it was not only effective to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, but it was also similarly effective on initial stage phaseless realm martial artists. It was just that its effect on heaven enlightenment realm martial artists was The greatest, so that was why it was classified as a Tier 7 medicinal pill. In reality, forget about alchemy saints, even alchemy venerables had very few people able to refine successfully too. Therefore, Yi Yuan stated a price of 150 points. It was just luck. This Yi normally don't have such a high success rate when refining pills. These few days of seclusion, no idea why either my moral character suddenly erupted, so I refined 9 medicinal pills. Even the 7 aperture exquisite pill that I'm normally unable to refine actually succeeded. 2. Yi Yuan said with a smile. But Si-in was speechless when she heard it. Refining pills, this sort of thing could rely on moral character too. 1. Although refining medicinal pills indeed had components of luck inside that was directed at a single medicinal pill. Refining 9 different medicinal pills due to good luck, how heaven-defying. To what degree did this luck have to be? Do you really take this exalt to be a fool? However, apart from luck, was there still any better explanation? Forget it if it was some other medicinal pill, but the 7 aperture exquisite pill could not be refined just based on strength. A success rate of 50%, this was also a bit too terrifying, right? Thinking about it carefully, luck was also the best explanation. This involuntarily made Si-in confused. Alright, doesn't matter how, Sir is truly an alchemy genius hard to come across once in 1,000 years. Moreover, Sir's martial strength is shocking. Continuing to cultivate, perhaps you might be able to become the next soul martial divine king. Si-in sucked in a breath deeply and said. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, haha. I won't dare to think about the soul martial divine king. Let's think about the issue of points. Si-in's face reddened, and she also became conscious of her loss of composure. She nodded and said, the 7 aperture exquisite pill is comparable to Tier 8 medicinal pills. Exchanging for 150 points is naturally not an issue. I'll help Sir to go exchange it for points straight away. Sir, please follow me. Si-in brought Yi Yuan into the inner pavilion. After exchanging the medicinal pills to points, she took out a jade slip very seriously and handed it to Yi Yuan. Sir, although this slaughter sword art is sold to you, you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not spread this martial technique outside. Si-in said solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, that's of course. Si-in said that this martial technique, when cultivated to the extreme, one's strength would be on par with the 10 great divine kings. This level of martial technique, if it was at the outside world, forget about being sold, one would not even get to see it. Regardless of which faction it was, regarding this kind of martial techniques, they would all cherish it very dearly. Although the Azura arena circulated it, it was also not possible to allow it to spread around outside freely. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan had even more suspicions. There must be something strange about things being abnormal. Since this cultivation method was so formidable, why would the Azura arena display it publicly? The chaotic Devil Sea was a very mysterious region in the divine realm. Nobody knew just who this place was ruled by. At one point, there were major forces that attempted to invade the chaotic Devil Sea, but without any exception they all failed. Furthermore, their outcomes were all very miserable. As time passed, no one else dared to have designs on this region anymore. But to say that the slaughter sword art could be cultivated to the realm of the 10 great divine kings, Yi Yuan had some doubts. If that was really the case, why had he never heard before of the chaotic Devil Sea producing any powerful characters? Right in front of Si-in, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Tao oath before receiving the Spirit Halo Jade from the other party's hands. Spirit Halo Jades were jade slips used specially to inscribe Tier 9 cultivation methods. Its properties were very special, and it was also extremely rare. Yi Yuan reckoned that just this jade slip made from Spirit Halo Jade was probably worth 10 points. The moment it entered his hands, Yi Yuan's divine sense had yet to sink inside. When a surge of killing chi pounced from head-on, it actually made Yi Yuan involuntarily revolve heart like monolith. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help being secretly shocked. 2. This martial technique really seemed to be incredible. Inside the spirit halo jade was definitely just a replica cultivation method. And it actually had such power. Looks like what Ceen said before were mostly true. Sir obtained such a martial technique. Don't you wish to take a look? Ceen said with a gleeful smile. This words had some spurring on intention. But what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he fear this sort of spurring? Smiling immediately, Yi Yuan directly sunk his divine sense into the spirit halo jade. Boom! Instantly, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness teemed with violent killing intent. It actually wanted to control his will. Yi Yuan was long prepared, revolving heart like monolith to the limits, and forcefully suppressing this killing desire. Slaughter Sword Art First Level Killing Song of the Sword. One killing song startles heaven and earth. Myriads of life are desolate and bleak. Only after forcefully suppressing the violent killing intent in his sea of consciousness did the contents of the first level appear in front of Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's current slaughter intent, he could only cultivate this first level's move as well. Just briefly skimming over it, Yi Yuan was greatly shocked. Only then did he know that turns out the slaughter concept could actually still be used like this. No wonder Ceen said that this martial technique could rival the strength of the 10 great divine kings. Looks like what she said was not false. If this first move was mastered, it was absolutely not beneath the spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's 7th layer martial technique. Yi Yuan was currently savoring the lingering appeal of the Slaughter Sword Art's first level and was incomparably shocked in his heart. But he did not notice that the astonishment in Ceen's eyes was even greater than his. Yi Yuan was not the first person to acquire this martial technique. But when the others sunk their divine sense inside the spirit halo jade, they all became unbelievably savage very quickly. There were even some people who got controlled by the killing intent within and attacked Ceen violently. Of course, the final outcome definitely would not be good. However, Yi Yuan just became absent-minded briefly, then it was controlled by him. This Yi Yuan, his mind is unshakable. His heart realm cultivation has reached heart like monolith realm at least. I really don't know how on earth he cultivates at such a young age. Inside this Azura arena, Ceen had seen before God knows how many geniuses. But not one could give her such a great shock like Yi Yuan. Presently, Yi Yuan already withdrew out of the spirit halo jade and gave praise repeatedly. Not bad. Pretty good. Ceen put away her thoughts and said with a smile. Does Sir feel that you got more than your money's worth now? Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. Buying this martial technique for 500 points. This he profited at other people's expense instead. This level of martial techniques were all priceless treasures and completely had no way of measuring using essence crystals. Although 500 points was an astronomical figure, learning a martial technique like this, it was indeed above its money's worth. Obtaining such a cultivation method, Yi Yuan could not quite contain his excitement anymore either, planning on going back to enter a retreat and cultivate this cultivation method. But he had yet to leave when his path was blocked by someone. The arrival was very polite. Clasping his hands at Yi Yuan, he asked, May I ask if you're Lord Yi Yuan? Exactly so. What guidance do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly. The person said, This one is Sun Qi, the number 1 battle general under the 3rd level's Lord Demon King. Lord Demon King heard that Lord Yi Yuan is an outstanding young talent and wants to get acquainted with you and specially order this lowly one to come here and invite my lord up to the 3rd level to have a chat. There were quite a few people in the outer pavilion. Seeing Sun Qi, all of them were taken aback. It's actually Lord Sun Qi. I heard that he's the number 1 battle general under the Demon King, an expert ranked 58th on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. He's actually so courteous to Yi Yuan. Looks like Yi Yuan really made a name for himself. He hasn't entered the 3rd level yet, and he won Lord Demon King's recognition, sending Lord Sun Qi personally here to invite Truly remarkable. For a moment, there were many discussions inside the Azura shop. Inviting Yi Yuan to join the team, this was nothing rare. With Yi Yuan's performance in the second level, he was bound to be regarded highly by those heavyweights after going to the third level. What made people surprised was Sun Qi's attitude. Who was Sun Qi? A powerhouse ranked 58 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength was way stronger compared to Lung Qing. An important person like this was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Even if he was sent here under the Demon King's orders, it should not be this kind of attitude. When did this Azura arena become so civil and polite? Who's the Demon King? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing as, well, I still have to go back to enter seclusion and cultivate. Don't come and bother me, Yi Yuan said with a look of impatience. He was currently in high spirits and wanted to cultivate the slaughter sword. But another whatever Demon King jumped out again. It would be weird if he could be happy. But these words were totally not the case when it fell into other people's ears. Who was the Demon King? One of the third level's kings. A powerful existence. Ranked in the top 5. Yi Yuan actually dared to speak impertinently. If these words were to be brought back by Sun Qi, wouldn't Lord Demon King blow his top? The reason why the Demon King was called the Demon King was that he killed people without batting an eye. Regardless of who they were, as long as they provoked him, he obliterated without exception. Maybe the Demon King was not the strongest one in the third level, but he was absolutely the most savage and cruel one in the third level. Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked off without any care, and he did not even give Sun Qi a glance either. Sun Qi's face turned dark. What kind of person was Sun Qi? Coming to invite a second level's brat, this guy actually still did not give face. But upon thinking of Lord Demon King's instructions, Sun Qi forcefully pressed down the discontentment in his heart, caught up with Yi Yuan, and said, since Lord Yi Yuan has already obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level, isn't going up to the third level to cultivate the same as well? Lord Demon King has already prepared a third level's top-tier cultivation chamber for you and can provide for my lord's cultivation. Regarding Sun Qi's attitude, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He initially thought that Sun Qi would explode. Did not expect that this guy would actually be so good-tempered. Ever since arriving at the chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan still very rarely saw such a good-tempered person. But a top-tier cultivation chamber made Yi Yuan slightly moved. One had to know that this top-tier cultivation chamber, one slaughter point, could only use for 3 days. If not to assault bottlenecks, ordinary people would not rent it. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, all right then, looking on account of the top-tier cultivation chamber, I'll take a trip with you. I still have some matters to take care of at the second level. You go to the third level and wait for me. Actually, there wasn't much stuff to take care of either. Yi Yuan was just going back to say goodbye to Tan Si. These few days, Tan Si was still considered attentive and satisfactory. Yeah. Yuan naturally would not be miserly towards him either. He gave him some medicinal pills and instructed him to cultivate well. Right now, the second level all knew that Tan Si was his follower. There naturally would not be anyone without eyes that would be making things too difficult for him. Tan Si still had a lot of potential. During this period, his improvement was apparent as well. Advancing to the third level in the future was also not impossible. After settling Tan Si's affairs, Yi Yuan went straight up to the third level. Sun Qi brought Yi Yuan to an empty hall, saying to go report his arrival, and then disappeared. In the entire hall, Yi Yuan was left all alone by himself. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from his outstanding skills, and did not mind either. He sat down calmly and drank tea. Even after drinking the entire pot of tea, there was still no one who came to say hello. Inside the hall, it was still and quiet, with only Yi Yuan's
continuously drinking slicht sounds.
A cold atmosphere gradually loomed. This matter seemed like a trap, no matter how one looked at it. Make your move. Holding it in for so long. Aren't you tired?
Ye Yuan Ganti.
Put down the teapot and said coolly. As if responding to Yi Yuan's words, a dark shadow suddenly dashed out. Palm. With an irresistible force rumbled over towards Yi Yuan. Bang! The chair Yi Yuan was sitting on and the table were directly smashed into. Dust. Strength is decent. But since your esteemed self invited me here, could it be that you don't dare to reveal your true appearance to people? Yi Yuan already composed himself and did not have the slightest awareness of falling into a trap. This person in front of him was dressed in black robes. He was even wearing a black fanged mask on his face, looking very ferocious. The masked man did not speak. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Yi Yuan's punch rumbled out, directly annihilating the masked man's palm. Force. Mighty heaven god annihilating palm. The masked man's low voice transmitted over. A horrifying palm force assaulted towards Yi Yuan. Violent killing intent filled the entire hall. This palm was clearly unleashed, with the slaughter supreme true intent. In terms of the slaughter supreme true intent's level, it was evidently above Lung Qing's. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if this masked man's slaughter concept did not reach 7 stars, it was not far away either. Although soul generals were divided into 9 stars, these stars would be harder and harder to condense towards the back. 6 stars to 7 stars, there was a major threshold too. A martial artist had to fight goodness knows how many matches before they could amass enough slaughter concept. This masked man in front of him should be that so-called Demon King. Facing such a palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless either. He immediately revolved the Void Dragon Shadow Punch to the limits. Boom! 2 attacks with tremendous power collided together. A massive energy wave directly ravaged the hall. The roof immediately crumbled down. The entire hall instantly turned into a wasteland. But right at this time, the skies suddenly dimmed. The skies studded with stars. A terrifying energy undulation instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan did not reveal a solemn expression but smiled. Instead, he finally knew who this Demon King was. I didn't expect that you, this fellow, actually ran to the chaotic Devil Sea. But your improvement really makes me feel astonished. Since you want to test my limits, I'll let you witness my true strength. The smile on Yi Yuan's face gradually faded away. The star moon sword quietly landed in his hand. Yi Yuan slightly raised the star moon sword, then just casually slashed in the air. A massive rift was actually slashed out in the sky. After that, those motes of stars were completely annihilated under this slash. This powerful lumen star brilliance move was broken by Yi Yuan with a wave of his hand. Azure Dipper floating zero sword, will soaring to the skies.
Ye Yuan
Lightly spat out these few words. Behind that black mask, those pupils constricted, clearly shocked by the scene. Before his eyes, only when the skies recovered its clearness did the masked man come back to his senses from the midst of shock. He heaved a long sigh and said, I thought that I was already powerful enough. Didn't think that the gap with you became bigger and bigger. The masked man slowly removed the fanged mask, revealing a delicate and good-looking face. Who could it be but Nalan Chu? Back then, Nalan Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, saying he wanted to go out and train. But Yi Yuan never expected that he actually ran to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land and even entered inside the Azura Arena. In Yi Yuan's impression, Nalan Chu was a free and unconventional modest gentleman, but this Demon King before his eyes subverted Yi Yuan's understanding of him. It seemed like during this period, his transformation was really not small. Looking at this debris all over the floor, Sun Qi could not help opening his mouth wide. He originally thought that Lord Demon King calling Yi Yuan over was just because he admired Yi Yuan and wished to take him under his wing. He did not expect that this Yi Yuan's strength was actually this powerful. Lord Demon King was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Nalan Chu's title of Demon King did not appear out of thin air but was fought outmatch by match. To be able to slaughter into the third level's top 5, it could be seen how powerful Lord Demon King's strength was. But such a Lord Demon King actually still lost to Yi Yuan. Just what background did this third-level heaven enlightenment brat have? Compared to before, you're indeed much more powerful. It was absolutely impossible for the past you to force me to use will soaring to the skies.
Yeah.
Yuan said with a laugh. Will soaring to the skies. A fine will soaring to the skies. Your sword. Intent is indeed already riding above the 9th layer of heaven. A sword like. This is simply as the saying if gods block, kill gods, if Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Nalan Chu said with vicissitudes of emotion. Nalan Chu had a deep understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess after exchanging blows with Yi Yuan. The last time, Yi Yuan using his most powerful rending the sky already shocked him. Training and tempering these few years in the Azura arena, Nalan Chu had always chased after Yi Yuan as his goal. His improvement was tremendous. At one point, Nalan Chu also felt that he was already very close to Yi Yuan. But upon seeing today, Yi Yuan's strength was still far above his. This stance, while soaring to the skies, truly rode above the 9th layer of heaven. He could not think of any strategies to resolve it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wait until the day my sword intent reaches major accomplishment. Maybe it can really kill gods if gods block, kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. But right now, it's still somewhat lacking. Nalan Chu also smiled and said, That's just a matter of time. Alright, this place isn't a place to talk. Sun Qi will go to your residence. Sun Qi bowed and said, Yes, Your Excellency. When Yi Yuan walked past him once again, the feeling in Sun Qi's heart was completely different. This young man's strength was too terrifying. Only after having some small talk with Nalan Chu did Yi Yuan know that Nalan Chu's these 2 years of training and tempering was also rather not easy. Nalan Chu had a warm-hearted and compassionate personality too, and rout his training and tempering, he encountered an unjust matter. A rank 7 Holy Land's junior disciple was in the process of violating a woman. Nalan Chu killed that person in his rage, then incurred endless pursuit. Along the way, he was forced into hopeless situations several times, and narrowly lost his life, but he still pulled through in the end. Rank 7 Holy Lands were not what the Crimson Afterglow, that sort of rank 9 Holy Lands, could afford to provoke. Nalan Chu did not dare to expose his identity. Being forced against his will, Nalan Chu fled to the Chaotic Devil. See, as luck would have it, he obtained an absolute kill token. Hence, he entered the Azura arena. Nalan Chu did not think that after he experienced life and death several times, his entire person underwent a complete transformation, integrating into the fighting ways of the Azura arena very quickly. In this place, he advanced with leaps and bounds. Not only he almost became a 7-star soul general already, but his light supreme true intent also broke through to the 3rd stage. On that day, I heard that the 2nd level had an upstart who was called Yi Yuan too. Moreover, his strength was overwhelming in the 2nd level. Thought about whether or not there was such a coincidental thing. Later I obtained the recording of you and Lang Qing fighting before discovering that it's actually really you. Running into an old friend in a foreign land, Nalan Chu was clearly very excited too. These 2 years plus time, regardless of whether was it strength or temperament, Nalan Chu underwent a tremendous change. Demon King, this title was not given randomly. This was simply unimaginable for the former Nalan Chu. Yi Yuan also talked about the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's recent developments with Nalan Chu. Nalan Chu sighed endlessly when he heard it too. But he was also very happy when he was informed that Tuyu broke through and that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was promoted to a rank 8 Holy Land. Yi Yuan, since you've already advanced to the 3rd level, isn't it time to choose a camp? After the small talk, Nalan Chu said, Choose a camp. Yi Yuan had a perplexed look. Nalan Chu nodded his head and explained, This Azura arena is actually controlled by the 12 great exalts. Martial artists from the 1st level to the Sixth level, regardless of whether heaven, enlightenment realm, or phaseless realm, they actually all belong to one of the 12 great exalts. Hearing Nalan Chu say so, Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder. Lung Qing really got his wish when he wanted to fight with me. Above Lung Qing is Exalt, heavenly hedonist of the 12 great exalts. The exalt I belong to is Exalt Zhuoyan. If my conjectures are right, Exalt Siyin has probably got an eye on you already. Seems like she wants to pull you under her command, Nalan Chu said. Yi Yuan was stunned. Siyin's face emerged before his eyes. You're saying that female attendant in the Azura shop is one of the 12 exalts? Yi Yuan had a blank look. Hearing Exalt Siyin this name, he finally came back to his senses. Siyin calculated a myriad of things, but she did not calculate that Yi Yuan actually had a personal friendship with this Lord Demon King. Nalan Chu smiled and said, the 12 Exalt statuses in the Azura arena are all different. The area Exalt Siyin is in charge of is precisely the Azura shop. Yi Yuan had a speechless look. That young lady was also a bit too capable at acting, right? Although Yi Yuan had suspicions long ago, he also did not think that this young lady was actually one of the 12 exalts. Like this, huh? What if I don't join their camps? Yi Yuan pondered about it and said, not joining their camps unless you have heaven-defying strength, otherwise, you can only be erased by them. Of course, they can't violate the Azura arena's rules either, but they can utterly wipe you out within the permitted boundaries of the rules, Nalan Chu said. Regarding the rules, Nalan Chu said Yi Yuan understood it. No matter which level Yi Yuan was at, they could arrange stronger opponents to deal with him. It was roughly like this. Heh, wanna wipe me out? Huh? Let them go ahead. Just hope that they don't break off their front tooth. Yi Yuan did not wish to be anyone's underling. He was him, a former peak alchemy emperor, a present genius youth. Trifling 12 exalts, what right to come and control him, Yi Yuan? Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Nalan Chu could not help saying with a bitter smile, I knew it. No matter what, we jointly came out of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Furthermore, you're the right and proper young lord. Whether professionally or privately, even if I die, I have to ensure your safety too. Yi Yuan was rather surprised when he heard that, but said with a smile, you can't even beat me, what do you have to protect my safety? Forget it, these things don't need you to come and worry. At least at this third level, there isn't anyone capable of harming me yet. Nalan Chu shook his head but did not know what he should say. Actually, before finding Yi Yuan, he already mentally prepared himself. Other people he dare not say, but Yi Yuan he knew a little. Wanna make Yi Yuan bow and scrape as someone's lackey? That was absolutely impossible. Ho, brother Yi, don't talk about other things first. The 18 days top tier cultivation chamber I promised you is already prepared. I know that brother Yi should have just chosen a slaughter concept's relevant martial technique. What you need most at this time should be close seclusion, Nalan Chu said. Killing Song of the Sword. Inside the cultivation chamber, killing chi overflowed. A mass of black-colored sword chi was roaming around inside the cultivation chamber. The space of the places it passed by would have minute undulation appear, making the surrounding walls have intense undulation sounds appear. This slaughter sword art is indeed well deserving of its fame, to actually be able to unleash killing intent through such a method. 1 month passed and I actually only comprehended a smattering of the first level. Just 18 days were too short. After time was up, Yi Yuan extended another 12 days' time. Only then did he barely manage to comprehend a modicum of the killing song of the sword. To Yi Yuan, using a month's time to go cultivate a martial technique under the prerequisite of possessing the slaughter supreme true intent and actually just comprehend a trace of the rudiments, this was a very seldom seen matter. This slaughter sword art was very profound. The difficulty of comprehending was absolutely not beneath the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine arts auxiliary.
Martial technique.
It appeared that what Si-in said was not false. If this martial technique was cultivated to the limits, one might really possess strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. It was just that if Si-in found out about Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, she would definitely be immensely shocked. This martial technique, other people all cultivated with 10 years as units.
예,
Yuan actually only used a month's time to comprehend the preliminary rudiments. This comprehension ability was too terrifying. The 10 great divine kings were all staggering geniuses. But for them to reach this level, it requires over 500 years of time at the fastest too. How could wanting to reach this sort of boundary be something overnight? But Yi Yuan was still very unsatisfied with his cultivation speed. Time is pressing. This kind of cultivation speed is truly a little too slow. Looks like I got to think of ways to get some chaos gems.
예 요한 해아베다.
Sigh and walked out of the cultivation chamber. Exiting the cultivation chamber, Yi Yuan discovered that Sun Qi was actually waiting outside already. It was just that his gaze was somewhat evasive. Clearly, he had something he found difficult to express. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He saw through that Sun Qi suffered considerable internal injuries at a single glance. What happened? You got injured during a fight? Where's Demon King?
예 요한.
Frowned and said. Nalan Chu did not use his original name here. Yi Yuan naturally would not reveal his unsavory background. It was just that Yi Yuan was quite surprised. If he had something to find him, there was no need to send an injured Sun Qi over, right? Lord Demon King he. Sun Qi words were vague, making Yi Yuan give rise to a hint of a foreboding premonition. Speak, Sun Qi suddenly said with a look of righteous indignation. Lord Demon King he. He was beaten to severe injuries by someone and is in danger of losing his life at any time. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he snapped. When did it happen? Why did you come and inform me earlier? I wanted to come and inform Lord Yi Yuan previously as well, but Lord Demon King he did not allow. He said that Lord Yi Yuan's matters are greater than the heavens. Unless it was absolutely necessary, we're not to disturb your closed seclusion, Sun Qi said with a bitter look. Bullsh *t. His little life is almost gone. What matter is even bigger than this? Hearing this news, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat moved in his heart, becoming abnormally irritated. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Nalan Chu's thoughts. It was just that he did not expect that Nalan Chu was actually so foolishly loyal. He was going to be beaten to death in no time, and he actually did not allow his subordinates to come and inform him to exit seclusion in advance. In Nalan Chu's heart, Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord. He was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Concerning martial artists cultivating, one of the greatest taboos was having a closed-door seclusion interrupted. Closed seclusion suddenly being interrupted, if it was minor, it would make the things they comprehended be irrevocably lost. If severe, one would run amok, burying hidden dangers for breakthroughs in the future. Nalan Chu did not wish to affect Yi Yuan became of him. That was why he did not let Sun Qi come and disturb Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, Sun Qi mumbled yes repeatedly by the side, and he did not dare to say anything. Yi Yuan casually threw Sun Qi a medicinal pill and said, "Consume it. Take me to find Demon King." Sun Qi's expression involuntarily changed when he got the medicinal pill. Transcendent Grade Ling Hua Jade Du Pill. This was an extremely hard to come by Tier 7 healing medicinal pill. Something that could not be bought on the market at all. Yi Yuan's casual opening move was simply extravagant to the extreme. Sun Qi consumed the medicinal pill and did not have time to refine the medicinal strength either, before bringing Yi Yuan to go find Nalan Chu. Seeing lying on the bed was the unconscious Nalan Chu, Yi Yuan's fury leaped. Nalan Chu's heart meridians were virtually shattered. Already at his last gasp, possible to die at any time, Yi Yuan even detected that within Nalan Chu's body had a peculiar force that would cause immense damage to Nalan Chu's internal organs. Very clearly, the other party deliberately held back a trick or two just to to Nalang Chu. Competing in martial arts showdowns, death was a common occurrence. It was just that this kind of method was truly a bit too vicious. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart slowly rose, but this kind of injury naturally could not stump the alchemy emperor Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forced that power out of Nalan Chu's body, then restored the wounds of Nalan Chu's internal organs with essence energy. Finally, he let him consume a medicinal pill and helped him to refine the medicinal strength. After a series of actions, Nalan Chu's complexion gradually became rosy. His breathing became regular too. Yi Yuan got up and made a hand gesture at Sun Qi, hinting for him to go out and talk. Sun Qi was incomparably shocked looking at Yi Yuan's actions by the side. These few days, he had pulled who knows how many connections to invite God, knows how many alchemists over, but they were all helpless on what to do regarding the Demon King's injuries. But the moment Yi Yuan came, he only used a short 2 hours' time to drag Lord Demon King back from King Yama's hall. This level of means was simply a marvelous work of art. Speak. What on earth happened? Yi Yuan's query was very calm, but beneath his calmness hid a monstrous fury. Sun Qi calmed his emotions a little and explained the events that happened the other day. Turned out, it had always been relatively balanced between the third levels. Various major forces. But not long after Yi Yuan went into seclusion, no idea for what reason, the two forces under Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire actually teamed up to deal with Nalan Chu's line. The other party overwhelmed with superior numbers and challenged Nalan Chu's side's forces continuously. With two major forces uniting together, their strength was simply not what Nalan Chu was able to withstand. In 10 days, Nalan Chu suffered heavy casualties under his command. Even the Sun Qi with formidable strength was also beaten to heavy injuries. It was naturally not possible for Nalan Chu to watch his own subordinates take a beating blindly. Hence, he came forward to challenge Exalt Blazing Fire's subordinate Yen Shan. This Yen Shan's ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation fell short of Nalan Chu's. Originally, it should have been an almost guaranteed fight. In the end, an accident actually occurred. The fight this time, Yen Shan's strength unexpectedly advanced greatly. Furthermore, he even cultivated a strange power. Nalan Chu was affected by this force and was beaten to serious injuries in the end. Yi Yuan was silent for a long time after hearing before saying to Sun Qi, "Take these two factions top 10, a total of 20 people, make a list and give it to me." Sun Qi's expression changed and guessed what Yi Yuan wanted to do very quickly. He hurriedly said, "Lord Yi Yuan, a pair of fists are no match for hands. I know that my lord's strength is powerful, it's fine if it's other people, but that Yen Shan and the Bai Meng under Exalt Heavenly Hedonists command, their strength is unfathomable, especially Bai Meng, he's even the third level's #1 powerhouse. How great his strength is, nobody knows at all. Give the list to me." Yi Yuan did not explain anything and just said calmly. Sun Qi's heart turned cold and knew that Yi Yuan already made up his mind. No matter how he urged, it was also useless already. Sun Qi did not dare to dawdle and could only give this name list of 20 people to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took the name list and came straight to the fight arena. "I want to activate the Azura mode. This is the name list I want to challenge." Yi Yuan found the fighting arena's in charge, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe. Yi Yuan handed the name list to him. The gray-robed middle-aged man was in charge of the third level's fighting arena's matters and naturally knew who Yi Yuan was. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to activate Azura mode, he was still taken aback from fright. "Do you know the consequences of activating Azura mode?" the middle-aged man asked solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, "I naturally know. I haven't fought a single match in the third level yet, so my ranking should be very far back. On the name list are all top 100 martial artists. I should have the Qualifications to challenge. Asura mode was known as suicide mode in the Asura arena. Martial artists who proposed activating the Asura mode could only challenge people ranked higher than them. The number of people challenged had to be no less than 20. One must kill all of these 20 people in 24 hours, which was also within a day, before considering challenging Asura mode to be successful and directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the next level. If one did not complete the task within the designated time, they would be directly blotted out by the Asura arena. This was a rule compelling slaughter within the Asura arena. The ones being challenged had to accept the challenge straight away and were not to decline for any reason. Normally, if there wasn't deep-seated hatred, nobody would propose activating Asura mode at all. Of course, some bloodthirsty people with formidable strength who wanted to advance to the next level as soon as possible, as well as to collect sufficient slaughter concept, would also activate this mode. However, those able to complete this mission in the Asura arena were extremely few. In these 30,000 years, only a mere 2 people completed the Asura mode. And the martial artists that these 2 people challenged, without exception, were only martial artists 20 places higher than them. Those who survived in the Asura arena were all not simple people. Wanting to battle across 20 ranks was a very challenging matter. Even if one really had that strength, wanting to kill 20 opponents within a day, one's essence energy was simply insufficient to support it. Generally, those who activate Asura mode all had deep-seated hatred and were hell-bent on dooming the other party to death. Furthermore, it was under the circumstances where the other party did not accept the challenge. Because under the situation where the difference in strength was not big, wanting to kill the opponent on the fighting arena was very difficult. As long as the other party admitted defeat, it could not continue anymore. Want to kill the enemy, there was only using this sort of deathmatch points. Gamble fight required the other party to accept the challenge before it could be carried out. Therefore, this Asura mode was the only avenue for those who had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Of course, one generally paid the price with their own deaths, even if you killed the opponent. The gray-robed middle-aged man took a look at the name list. His expression could not help changing as he said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, I know that your strength is decent, but are you sure that you want to challenge Yan Shan and Bai Meng? The 2 of them, their strengths are probably not beneath yours. If you're unable to kill them within 24 hours, you'll be directly obliterated by the Asura arena." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Do I look like I'm joking? Get started." The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed several times, but he finally heaved a long sigh, turned around, and left.
Ye Yuan aktivatet Asura mode. Hue Yun, Ven Sihing.
Yan Shan Bai Meng. Up in the 3rd-level sky, a melodious female voice sounded out, immediately, stirring up a commotion. Somebody activated Asura mode. Someone activated Asura mode.
Ye Yuan.
Who is
Ye Yuan?
Your news is also too out of touch. Yi Yuan is the man of the hour in the 1st level and the 2nd level these days. He's a formidable person who directly got a wipeout in the 1st level and brutally pummeled Leng Qing in the 2nd level. Being extraordinary at the 1st and 2nd level, can he also be extraordinary when he reached the 3rd level too? Leng Qing can't even rank into the top 100 when placed in the 3rd level. This boy has lost his mind, right? You listen. He wants to see challenge Yan Shan. Bai Meng. Crazy. This guy is utterly insane. Someone activating Asura mode was a piece of big news to begin with, but this person actually directly challenged the 3rd level's number 1 person. This was an even more explosive major news. All at once, the entire 3rd level burst into an uproar. Those martial artists all put down the matters in their hands and all sprinted to the fighting arena one by one. This kind of great battle was not a common occurrence. Inside a restaurant in the 3rd level, several people were currently drinking large bowls of wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. The voice sounding out, one person said, Hua Jun. Somebody wants to challenge. You. Azura mode. TSK TSK. You got to be careful. Hua Jun's expression changed, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Where did this fool come from? Becoming tired of living at this time. Boss, save this table of alcohol for this lord. Wait until I kill that blind punk. I'll come back and carry on drinking." Inside a top-tier cultivation chamber, Wan Ziheng slowly opened his eyes when he heard this pleasant-sounding voice and slowly walked out of the cultivation chamber. Inside a room, a man and a woman were currently having a flesh-to-flesh great battle when a pleasant-sounding voice echoed, "God damn it! What a bummer! Go to the side, wait until this lord kills that blind punk. I'll come back and continue." The man kicked the woman to the corner with one foot and swiftly wore his clothes and sped out of the door. The same thing happened in every corner of the third level. When these people heard the summons, they all did not dare to disregard it, hurrying to the fighting arena one by one. A short 1 hour's time and the third level's fighting arena was packed full with people. In the center of the fighting arena, a youth stood with his hands behind his back. He was currently resting with his eyes shut, quietly waiting for his opponent's arrival. "Hey, did you all discover or not? The opponents that this Yi Yuan is challenging are all in Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, these two people's camps. Like that needed you to say it? But this boy's head definitely has a problem. Even if challenging these two mighty Exalt's camps, he should also pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. You look at the people he's challenging. All powerhouses ranked in the top 100 of the Earth Carnage Proclamation. This boy still has some ability. He allegedly beat Lung Qing until he could not raise his head in the second level. So what? Lung Qing's ranking is merely around 150th place. The Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 martial artists are much stronger than the 150th place. Even if this boy has Earth Carnage Proclamation top 100 strength as well, can he kill these 20 people within a day's time? In my opinion, this boy is tired of living to actually activate suicide mode. What do you know? I heard that this brat has some friendly relation with Demon King. Don't you know that the Demon King was beaten to an inch of his life several days ago by Yen Shan? This boy is definitely here to take revenge. For Demon King, the fighting had yet to begin, but inside the fighting arena was already clamoring with discussions. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan was doing it for, activating Azura mode was no different from committing suicide too. Yen Shan already arrived. He looked at Yi Yuan. A hint of a cold sneer hung at the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, a disturbance stirred in the fighting arena. A young man, dressed in white, slowly stepped into the fighting arena. It's Bai Meng. He entered close seclusion for quite a few months this time. Right now, his strength is probably even more unfathomable, right? They are all discussing that the next time the Earth Carnage Proclamation comes out, Bai Meng will probably be reaching the summit. No idea where Yi Yuan's courage came from to actually dare challenge Bai Meng. This kind of suicide style is seriously too heroic. Bai Meng's appearance caused a considerable sensation. He ranked third on the Earth Carnage Proclamation and first place on the Azura Arena's third level. His strength was incomparably formidable. Even if one activated Azura mode, no one would be foolish enough to go and challenge him. Yet Yi Yuan did that. In the eyes of everyone, he was naturally a fool. Bai Meng's might was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if Yi Yuan's battle results were glorious, it was also not possible to take his place. Moreover, under the Azura mode, whether Yi Yuan could live to see Bai Meng or not was a matter worth discussing. Yen Shan glanced at Bai Meng, his eyes showing some dread as well. Clearly, he was incredibly wary of Bai Meng. Yi Yuan challenging Yen Shan in order to take revenge on Demon King's behalf. This was justifiable. But challenging Bai Meng, that was purely seeking death. The people being challenged all turned up. The gray-robed, middle-aged man came to the center of the fighting arena and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan is challenging the Azura mode. It officially starts now. The first battle, Hua Jun. Hua Jun came in front of Yi Yuan with an amused look and said with a cold smile, Boy, you really don't know how high the heaven is and how thick the earth is. Today, let your grandpa Hua come and teach you. Hua Jun was talking halfway when a stream of light in Yi Yuan's hand flashed and disappeared. Hua Jun's voice cut off abruptly. Next, Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out, like the curse of a death god, making the fully occupied field of martial artists feel a chill run down their backs. Spout! Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Hua Jun had yet to figure out what was going on and already went to meet King Yama. Adding it all up, it was less than a second. This sword was swift like lightning. Everyone did not react to it. They also completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not even say hello and directly drew his sword to kill people. Too unreasonable. Too arrogant. With a thud, Hua Jun collapsed onto the ground and breathed his last, leaving only behind fountain like blood still spraying wildly. Dumb asterisk. Once the Azura mode starts, that's a life and death match. He actually still had time to talk rubbish with that punk, Yen Shan said with a solemn face. Regarding Yi Yuan's one-hit certain kill, Yen Shan did not mind killing someone at Hua Jun's level. He could similarly do it. Next one, Wan Ziheng. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice sounded out. Once again, icy cold without the slightest emotion. But in the depths of his eyes, a hint of astonishment still flickered across. Other people could not see through, but he perceived it. This move of Yi Yuan's earlier was not some brilliant martial technique, but the not considered profound divine soul mystic art, sword-driving technique. The sword-driving technique was not considered very brilliant for divine soul mystic arts. But Yi Yuan killed an Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 expert skillfully without much effort. How powerful a foundation did this require? The way the gray-robed middle-aged man saw it, Yi Yuan chose the most effort, saving an effective way to kill off the opponent. This also indicated that Yi Yuan's control of battles was precise to the extreme. Such an adversary was truly very frightening. The moment Wan Ziheng took the field, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, rumbling over towards him with a punch. Wan Ziheng's expression changed. Without even thinking, it was a palm when he raised his hand. Boom! Wan Ziheng was smashed flying ruthlessly, slamming onto the grand array, and no longer breathed. Next! Yi Yuan's voice was still ripple-less like an ancient well, not carrying the slightest hint of emotion. But regardless whether was it the surrounding martial artists or the targets being challenged, they all could not smile. If let's say there were still suspicions of a surprise attack for Hua Jun, then Wan Ziheng was a frontal battle. Yi Yuan directly annihilated Wan Ziheng with absolute, tyrannical strength. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually fearsome to this sort of extent. Next, Chao Chun. Next, the gray-robed, middle-aged man announced name after name. These people's strength were each stronger than the other, but under Yi Yuan's hands, their best situation also did not pass 3 moves. T2 strong. How can this brat be so powerful? Those are all top experts on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. They actually can't even survive 3 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Who freaking said that this brat was here to commit suicide? This guy is clearly a killing god himself. The martial artists on the grandstand were all incomparably shocked. Looking at those legendary figures fall down one by one, their hearts twitched repeatedly and actually somewhat could not breathe anymore. While those challenge targets not yet called, each and every one of their faces became incomparably ugly. To be able to reach their level, which one did not have a heart of stone. But seeing people whose strength were roughly around the same as theirs collapse one by one, that sort of impact was still too intense. They were afraid. Yi Yuan's incomparably overbearing method of killing made each and every one of them feel terror. Next, Guaziming. Being called Guaziming trembled without rhyme or reason and actually kept on did not dare to step forward. Next, Guaziming. Guaziming's Earth Carnage Proclamation ranking was 53rd place. Around the same as Sun Chi. This was already considered a very impressive existence among heaven enlightenment realms. But facing such a powerful Yi Yuan, he actually did not dare to take a step forward, only to see him shudder all over, not daring to stride a foot out at all. Next, Guaziming. 10 breaths of time, still not taking the stage, you'll be blotted out. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice sounded out a third time. Guaziming quivered and involuntarily took a step forward. It was just that, after this one step, he still did not dare to go forward. Bang! After 10 breaths, Guaziming's entire person blew up. Very clearly, he was directly obliterated by the Azura arena. Seeing this scene, people's expressions became even uglier. Being killed was not scary, but this feeling of waiting to be killed was seriously too distressing. Next, Chi Hao. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's countenance did not change in the slightest and continued to call the next name. Chi Hao's expression darkened. Seeing Guaziming's wretched state, he did not dare to deliberately delay anymore, arriving in front of Yi Yuan with a leap. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of talking crap. It was the sword-driving technique the moment he made his move. Chi Hao's strength was not what Hua Jun could compare to. His figure flashed, and he directly avoided this sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After one attack, Chi Hao completely refused to come into contact with Yi Yuan. He intentionally pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan in order to not give Yi Yuan any opportunity that could be taken advantage of. Very clearly, he wanted to use this sort of method to delay the time. Humph! If I don't fight you head-on, even if your strength is any greater, what can you do to me? Chi Hao laughed coldly in his heart. But the next instant, his expression instantly froze on his face. Under Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field, his figure abruptly turned languish. After that, he was no longer alive. Want to kill my Yi Yuan's brother, you'll have to be mentally prepared to get killed. Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent, making everyone shudder at it. Fighting, not his match. Fleeing, nowhere to run. Apart from Bai Meng and Yan Shan, the gazes the rest of the people looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with despair. Besieging the Nalanchu line, they all more or less took part in it. It was just that they never thought that the consequences would be so severe. They very much wanted to flee the fighting arena. But once Azura mode activated, no means of escape would work. Either one killed their opponent or be killed by their opponent. The opponents after that, regardless of whether they broke down completely or turned to desperate measures in distraught, they were all clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Yi Yuan. Finally, 18 people were already killed. The next one was going to be Yan Shan. The people knew that the fighting had only just begun. Yan Shan slowly fell out of the ranks and said to Yi Yuan calmly, "Brat, I admit that you're very capable, but there's nothing worth showing off by finishing off those trash in front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 10. Everything is futile. Prepare for a reckoning." Yi Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "Demon King was injured by you? That fool, living in his own fantasy world and still thought that I wasn't his match. Now he's tormented by my profound dark force until he's almost dead, right? Brat, are you very furious? Do you want to kill me very much? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I'll make you die in agony like him." Yan Shan became more pleased with himself as he talked, finally bursting into laughter. At this time, a voice came from the grandstand. "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm afraid that the one dying today is you." Yan Shan's expression changed as he searched for the owner of the voice in disbelief. Indeed, he saw Nalan Chu appear on the grandstand under Sun Chi's support. "How is that possible? My profound dark force is incomparably abstruse. How can you still stand up?" Yan Shan was very confident in his profound dark force. Once it entered the other party's body, it would continuously wreck the other party's internal organs all the way until it utterly destroyed the other party's bodily functions. Demon King had already gotten hit by it for several days. Logically speaking, he should be almost dead right now. How could he possibly appear here? Looking from far away, apart from some paleness on Demon King's face, there did not seem to be any issue out of place. Profound dark force? What is that? As long as he still has one breath left, saving him is nothing difficult for me, Yi Yuan said scornfully. Yan Shan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Is that so? I want to see if you can bring a dead person back to life." Profound dark nether dream kill. A palm smacked towards Yi Yuan, seemingly looking slow, but it was swift too, the extreme in reality. Yi Yuan had purged the profound dark force within Demon King's body before and was naturally aware of the prowess of this palm art. Within this palm technique contained extremely powerful hidden force. It was incredibly hard to guard against. However, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear. His Void Dragon Shadow Punch was extreme indomitable yang. It was the jinx to this type of gentle in palm force. If Yan Shan was phaseless realm, Yi Yuan would really have some dread. But he was only heaven enlightenment realm. Yi Yuan had nothing to fear at all. Bang! The fist and palm clashed. Yan Shan was directly pushed back several dozen steps. His expression changed, and he said in terror, "Scorching Supreme True Intent. Your Scorching Supreme True Intent is only first stage. How can it possibly be stronger than my profound dark nether dream kill?" Yi Yuan fused together Dragon Wave and Supreme True Intent. Could be said as pioneering the start of a paradigm. Yan Shan not recognizing was also normal. This two things fusing together was not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Very surprised? Since you can't figure it out with one punch, then I'll beat you until you understand. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Origin magnetic field opened up fully. Dragon Wave and Scorching Supreme True Intent also revolved to the limits. This time he pulled out all the stops. With the pinning down of the origin magnetic field, it was as if Yan Shan sunk into a bog. Even essence energy circulation was not that smooth anymore. Yi Yuan's fist shadows landed like raindrops. Yan Shan had nowhere to run and could only meet the attacks passively. What Yan Shan's palm force relied on was hidden force. It was not suited for this kind of frontal clash in the first place and was beaten back under Yi Yuan's fist shadows repeatedly. Bang! 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 Yan Shan's strength was indeed incomparably formidable. Under Yi Yuan's berserk attacks, he could actually still barely manage to hold on and not be defeated. If it were some other people, they would have long been pulverized into minced meat. Truly didn't expect that this brat's strength was actually so formidable. Those fools in front actually didn't even force out half of his strength. Looks like there's no choice but to use that move, although I'll suffer a great loss of vitality after using it. It's better than dying. Yan Shan secretly pondered. Yi Yuan was currently bombarding savagely when all of a sudden warning bells suddenly sounded. A feeling of immense danger surged in his heart. Rip! A light flashed. A strip of clothing in front of Yi Yuan's chest was shredded into ribbons. Yi Yuan relied on the recoil force and narrowly avoided this attack. What happened? Why did Yan Shan's aura suddenly change drastically, his strength increasing so much all of a sudden? You guys, look at his hand. It actually grew out sharp talons. My God! How did Yan Shan turn into a monster that is neither a person nor a ghost? The Yan Shan currently, both eyes revealed a scarlet red color. Pair of tusks actually grew out of his mouth. His four limbs bulged up his hands, becoming claws. That appearance was just like a human-shaped leopard. Although he became like this, his entire person's aura strengthened several times all at once, giving people a feeling of incredible danger. Stinking brat, to actually force your Uncle Yan Shan to this extent. Savor it. Well, you damn punk, Yen said savagely. Yen Shan's figure swayed, his entire person vanishing from everyone's line of sight. He was actually inconceivably swift. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan threw a punch out, slamming together with Yen Shan. But this time it was Yi Yuan who was sent flying out far away by the tremendous recoil force. The origin magnetic field was actually unable to restrain Yen Shan's speed. After landing, Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said coolly, "Turns out that it's old freak Wei's experimental subject. But looking at your appearance, his experiments seem to have some breakthrough." Yen Shan was currently pleased with himself. When he heard that, his expression could not help changing drastically once again. How did you know?" Yi Yuan looked at Yen Shan pitifully and said, "What I know is way more than you imagine. Looking at your appearance, you should have been implanted with the 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline. It's just that looking from the bloodline strength, you're still far too lacking. Makes sense, a trash like you fusing with a first-rate bloodline is a waste too." Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure, making critical remarks about Yen Shan as if looking at a defective product. Yen Shan was incomparably shocked in his heart, but Yi Yuan's words deeply wounded his pride. True, with his strength, it was simply insufficient to let that old freak implanted a first-rate bloodline in him. "Stop pretending. My 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline is plenty enough to kill a rookie like you," Yen Shan said in a violent rage. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with an emotional sigh, "Since you fused with bloodline power, then I'll let you take a look at what's called true king bloodline power." As he was talking, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the skies. The martial artists' expressions all changed. It was as if they heard a series of dragon roars. True dragon bloodline. This Yi Yuan actually carries true dragon bloodline. Inside the fighting arena, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. True dragon bloodline itself was nothing much. There were quite a number of human clans that possessed true dragon bloodline. But Yi Yuan's terrifying dragon pressure made clear to all the purity of his bloodline. Under such dragon pressure, Yen Shan's body was actually trembling. Although he tried his very best to control himself to not tremble, that sort of desire to submit originating from the bloodline made him lose control over himself. "You guys look," Yi Yuan he actually cultivated dragon blood to the boundary of dragon transformation. At this moment, Yi Yuan's right arm actually thoroughly transformed into a dragon claw. The all the way unmoved like an ancient well by Meng finally revealed astonishment in his eyes at this time, but his astonishment only flashed past, before fading, recovering composure very quickly. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, the fleshy body strength of the right arm which turned into a dragon's claw, rose by goodness knows how many times, using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm at this time. The power was unparalleled. It was as if an azure dragon was going to crush a myriad life on earth. What did a puny little Yen Shan count as? Boom! Under a palm, Yen Shan was directly smashed into a blurry mess of flesh and blood. It was also that Yen Shan fused with the 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline, and his fleshy body was likewise incredibly powerful, that he could barely manage to maintain a human form. How is this possible? Yen Shan looked at Yi Yuan, still unwilling to believe this fact until now. There's nothing impossible. Old Freak Wei is too extreme and already offended the entire demon region. Moreover, whether or not this extraction and refinement method can obtain genuine divine beast blood essence is also something that cannot be known. At the very least, it won't be much easier than breaking through to deity realm, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yen Shan had shock written all over his face. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually knew so many things. Old Freak Wei was an extremely mysterious genius figure. Apart from those major powers in the divine realm, very few people were aware of his existence. This fellow did not follow conventional thinking and loved to capture members of the demon race to extract and refine divine beast bloodline, wanting to obtain genuine divine beast blood essence through this sort of method. It was just that divine beast bloodline extracted and refined with this kind of method was too heterogeneous. Experimental subjects like Yen Shan would basically all be reduced to half-human, half-beast lunatics in the end. A tool that only knew how to kill people. Old Freak Wei had killed God knows how many demons and already became the public enemy of the demon race. If not for the human race was too powerful, a war between the two races would probably have already occurred at this point. Even so, the Holy Region had no choice but to represent humans to declare Old Freak Wei wanted at large. Only then did it calm down the fury of the demon region. This guy was simply a troublemaker. Apologies. The nonsense is a little much. I'll send you on your way right now. Cold light flashed. Yen Shan's head directly flew out. This third level's powerhouse who rose sharply was killed by Yi Yuan just like this. On the grandstand, when Nalan Chu saw this scene, he was unbelievably agitated. When he woke up and heard that Yi Yuan started Azura mode, he was anxious until he nearly jumped up. But the Azura mode had already been activated. He could do nothing but bite his nails as well. Helpless, he could only make Sun Qi help him to the fighting arena, but just happened to see Yen Shan and Yi Yuan face off. Regarding Yi Yuan killing Yen Shan, Nalan Chu was not very surprised. What he was truly worried about was Bai Meng. Bai Meng, this guy, his strength was unfathomable. No one in the entire third level knew his depths. Although Nalan Chu was very confident in Yi Yuan, facing an enigmatic guy like Bai Meng, he still had no confidence in his heart. Next, Bai Meng. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's words were still calm, but that slight tremor still betrayed his state of mind at this time. Yi Yuan and Bai Meng's showdown should be the pinnacle battle of heaven. Enlightenment realms. Just who was strong and who was weak between the two people, this was something that everyone was waiting to see. Bai Meng slowly stepped forward. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said coolly, "You're very strong." Speaking until here, Bai Meng paused a bit, seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan's response. Yet, Yi Yuan did not give him the slightest reaction. "However, you're not my match. Take your own life, I can leave you an intact corpse." Bai Meng's words revealed powerful self-confidence. After watching Yi Yuan's exaggerated fight and still being able to say this kind of words, if Bai Meng was not a moron, then he was powerful until it made one's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Bai Meng, this powerhouse who domineeringly occupied the third level's number one, belonged to the latter. Bai Meng's words aroused a wave of commotion. Quite a few people were all very stunned. Bai Meng is really too confident. Yi Yuan's performance is already sufficient to shock people's hearts. He actually did not take it to heart at all. The strength that Yen Shan displayed is much stronger compared to when he battled with Demon King. Yi Yuan was able to utterly crush him. Could it be that he still doesn't have the qualifications to face off with Bai Meng? Heh. Bai Meng is Bai Meng, he's indeed my idol. I believe that he's absolutely not bragging, but have sufficient strength to kill Yi Yuan. In the crowd, some people had doubts about Bai Meng's words. There was also a portion of the people who felt that Bai Meng had a well-thought-out plan. But no matter what, Bai Meng's strength was sufficient to threaten Yi Yuan. This point, nobody doubted it at all. The matter of besieging Demon King, you should have participated as well, right? But Yi Yuan gave an answer which was irrelevant. Bai Meng smiled slightly and said, "This sort of trick, I'm actually very disdainful. But a puny little Demon King is not worthy of me making a move yet. So, I let the people below go and play on their own." Bai Meng did not have the slightest intention of denying it. He had no need to deny it either. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man. He had no need to mind a dead person's attitude. Hearing that, Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Very good. Begin." Then, Bai Meng smiled as he said, I knew that you won't be willing to submit, but once I make a move, you probably won't have the chance anymore. Boom! While everyone had yet to react to it, Yi Yuan's body already flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily onto the grand array. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. What happened just now? Did you guys see clearly? Everyone on the grandstand exchanged glances, all not quite certain of what happened. The two people were clearly still talking the previous moment. Why was Yi Yuan sent flying suddenly? A faint smile still hung on Bai Meng's face as he said, I said before, once I make a move, you won't have the chance anymore. Your fleshy body is indeed not bad. But in my view, it's completely not worth mentioning. Do you know why I remained in the third level? Simply because my cultivation realm hasn't broken through to phaseless realm yet. But my fleshy body has already broken through to tier 8 long ago. Tier 8 fleshy body. This was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering a human martial artist. Stronger than him in body refinement. That punch earlier, Yi Yuan used his right arm to protect his whole body at the most critical moment, blocking Bai Meng's attack. Otherwise, whether Yi Yuan could stand right now or not was an issue. Yi Yuan's right arm fused with the primeval dragon bone. In terms of strength, could absolutely reach tier 8. But his body's other areas did not break through to tier 8. Even so, Yi Yuan felt like his right arm was about to break. The might of this punch was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that this Bai Meng would actually be so strong. Bai Meng's fleshy body has actually broken through to tier 8 already. How to fight? Yi Yuan was too impulsive. It was fine if he challenged Yan Shan. He shouldn't have thrown in Bai Meng. With Bai Meng's strength, he can enter the 4th level long ago. It's just that he'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's why he stayed in the 3rd level. He'll only enter the 4th level when his essence energy cultivation realm breaks through to phaseless realm. Yi Yuan is already very strong. He carries the dragon race bloodline and his fleshy body is powerful beyond comprehension. But facing the tier 8 fleshy body Bai Meng, he can only die aggrieved. Yi Yuan cut down Yan Shan. This made many people look forward to his showdown with Bai Meng. But now, facing such a powerful Bai Meng, they could not see the tiniest scrap of chance of Yi Yuan winning at all. A streak of fresh blood flowed out from the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Clearly, that punch earlier already damaged his insides. But this bit of injury did not count for anything to Yi Yuan at all. He revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art and this bit of injury recovered. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan loosened up his body and said with a smile, Tier 8 is it? A little. Interesting. At least, it can make me get serious. If you're as weak as that trash just now, that will be too meaningless. Bai Meng's expression fell, and he said disdainfully, Still planning on holding strong? Boy, I'll give you another chance, end your own life. Otherwise, once I make a move, it won't be that easy for you to preserve an intact corpse. But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Looks like you've stayed too long in the 3rd level and became somewhat arrogant and conceited. Enough crap. Bring it. Humph. You're courting death yourself. Can't blame me for it. Bai Meng gave a cold snort and suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying by Bai Meng once more with a punch. This time, Bai Meng did not pause. He wanted to dispose of Yi Yuan in one go. Yi Yuan felt like the bones in his entire body was going to fall apart. He clashed a punch with Bai Meng just now, but the other party's fist was seriously too powerful, making him actually somewhat unable to hold his own. Bai Meng attacked again. Yi Yuan did not dare to spurn it. Lifting his hand, it was another punch. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying once more. The current Bai Meng was just like a war chariot, crushing Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan was like a sandbag under his hands, being hit flying around everywhere by him. But what made Bai Meng depressed was that no matter how he exerted strength, he was unable to thoroughly dispose of Yi Yuan. He could feel that Yi Yuan's fist was likewise incomparably tough. absolutely. Not inferior to his fleshy body. But Yi Yuan's entire body strength was unable to keep up, resulting in him being at an absolute disadvantageous position in terms of strength. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art to the limits once more, healing the wounds on his body constantly so as to deal with Bai Meng's next attack. Under Bai Meng's attacks, Yi Yuan was weak like a leaf floating along with the wind, without the slightest strength to retaliate at all. In a twinkle, Bai Meng unleashed 100 punches but was forcefully withstood by Yi Yuan. Bai Meng did not hold back in the slightest. These 100 punches he poured in every last ounce of strength but was unable to take Yi Yuan down. Huff, huff, huff. Bai Meng finally ceased his attacks. Yi Yuan's pants were like puffing bellows. Bai Meng's condition was slightly better, but from the sweat drops at the sides of his head, one could also tell that his exhaustion was likewise not little. Haha. Just this bit of strength? Didn't you say that once you make a move, I won't have the chance anymore? Turns out that your bragging abilities are much more formidable than your actual skills. Yi Yuan gasped for air, but his words were full with ridicule. Grabbing hold of this gap, Yi Yuan also crazily urged his Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, restoring his internal organs wounds. Yi Yuan felt like his entire arm was already no longer his. He practically did not even have the strength to lift his arm. But what made Yi Yuan excited was that his fleshy body was becoming stronger. Bit by bit, it was already not far from breaking through to Tier 8. Yi Yuan was obviously not a fool. The reason why he took a beating like this was that he discovered that this kind of limit fighting style could squeeze out the potential of the primeval dragon bone, making his refinement become even faster. This short while's time was sufficient to match up to 100 days of his bitter cultivation already. At present, people able to make Yi Yuan fight under this kind of extreme state was really very seldom seen. Without a doubt, Bai Meng had this strength. Encountering an opponent with such a powerful fleshy body was indeed very hard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Bai Meng's expression was incomparably ugly. He could tell from Yi Yuan cutting down Yan Shan that although Yi Yuan's fleshy body was strong, he was absolutely not his match. But this brat was actually very spooky. He really could not do anything about him for a short while. Seeing Yi Yuan taunt, Bai Meng's face was black like the bottom of a wok. Whether it's bragging or not, you'll know right away. But I have to admit, you're already rather impressive to be able to force me to use this move. Only to see Bai Meng roar. The garment on his upper body immediately exploded, his entire body's explosive muscles exposed in front of everyone. The 7 stars on his glabella gradually hid from view, turning into clouds of black gas, revolving around Bai Meng. Black demon tyrannical martial fist. A horrifying aura reverberated on the fighting arena. Even when separated so far away from Bai Meng, everyone on the grandstand could still sense the might of this punch. They were all sighing endlessly in their hearts. If Yi Yuan did not go and provoke Bai Meng, maybe he could still hang on for a while. But now, Bai Meng was enraged. Under this one punch, Yi Yuan had no chance to be spared. When Sun Qi saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, and he said to Nalan Chu, "Lord Demon King, what to do about this?" Nalan Chu's face still had a ghostly pale look but did not panic or lose his head at Yi Yuan's circumstances. Hearing that, he replied with a smile, "If Bai Meng is only at this level, he's dead for sure. Although I don't know why Yi Yuan dragged until now, this punch should be able to force out Yi Yuan's trump card." Sun Qi's expression changed as he looked at Nalan Chu in disbelief. Could it be that fighting until now, Yi Yuan actually had not brought out his most powerful trump card yet? In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan drew out the Star Moon sword neither too quickly nor too slowly. A faintly discernible sword intent started rising in the field. This sword chi was not strong. It was not as peerless as Bai Meng's move, but it was like a stubborn little grass in the cracks of a rock on a cliff. Very tenacious. Will soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan lightly slashed a sword out, without any flashiness, without the slightest threat. The way the vast majority of the martial artists saw it, it was even somewhat hilarious. But when the gray-robed middle-aged man at the side of the arena saw this scene, his expression changed. This sword intent was condensed and did not radiate, but the powerful strength contained within, he sensed it vividly. Swish! Under everyone's disbelieving eyes, this sword easily cleaved apart that indomitable fist of Bai Meng's. After that, the remaining force did not reduce, splitting Bai Meng's entire person into two halves. Bai Meng's corpse that collapsed on the ground still had wide circles for eyes. Clearly, he could not believe everything that happened before his eyes. He had clearly occupied the absolute initiative. Why did he die in a wink of an eye? How can it be like this? How can this flimsy slash possibly cut down the Tier 8 fleshy body by Meng? This was what everyone thought at this instant. What a terrifying sword. This brat's sword intent has probably already reached the 6th stage. How in the world did he comprehend it at this young age? When the gray-robed middle-aged man saw this sword, he had an indescribable shock in his heart. To be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the level of 6th stage. They were basically all some famous old monsters. Like Yi Yuan this age, that was virtually something impossible. The comprehension of a supreme true intent, the further back, the more arduous, the greater the power too. But wanting to cultivate a supreme true intent to the level of the great circle of perfection, that was absolutely as hard as ascending to the heavens. But Yi Yuan already comprehended sword intent to such a level at such a young age. Cultivating to the great circle of perfection seemed like it was just a matter of time too. Bai Meng died just like this? I still can't believe my eyes right now. Yi Yuan he succeeded in challenging suicide mode? Furthermore, who he challenged was even the 3rd level's #1 person. My God! He succeeded in challenging Azura mode. How many years has it been since this sort of thing happened in the Azura arena? Yi Yuan he created a miracle. At this time, some people finally realized that Yi Yuan was challenging Azura mode. This challenge that went by suicide mode was actually completed by Yi Yuan. These Heaven Enlightenment Realm peak geniuses were actually slaughtered cleanly by Yi Yuan within a day just like this. This kind of battle result was seriously too heaven-defying. On Yi Yuan's glabella, the 6th star was currently condensing and forming, killing 20 people in one go. Furthermore, they were all opponents ranked extremely highly. The slaughter concept's values on their bodies were very high, especially Bai Meng. A large portion of the slaughter concept would enter Yi Yuan's body. After their death, the gray-robed middle-aged man came in front of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan, you succeeded in challenging Azura mode and will obtain 500 points as a reward. Additionally, top-tier cultivation chambers are free for you to use for 1 month. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Many thanks. Finished talking, Yi Yuan was just about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by the gray-robed middle-aged man. I'm the 7th Slaughter General Mo Shang, under Exalt Netherkill's command. I wonder if you're interested to join Exalt Netherkill's command and became the 9th Slaughter General? Don't worry, the Exalt rarely makes the Slaughter Generals do things. You can have more time to cultivate. Furthermore, apart from the regular points and essence crystals incentives, you'll obtain every month. You'll even have more authority. The gray-robed middle-aged man suddenly said, Exalt Netherkill? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Clearly, it was his first time hearing of this name. Exalt Netherkill is the most mysterious existence among the 12 Exalts. Even us 8 great slaughter generals have never met him before either. Precisely because so that he normally rarely intervenes in our slaughter generals' affairs and also rarely orders us to do things. Furthermore, he's extremely stringent in selecting slaughter generals. The number of slaughter generals under his command is also the least. but each of us slaughter. Generals can fight one on two. Mo Shang explained, clearly very proud about becoming a slaughter general. Under Exalt Netherkill's command. Oh? Since that's the case, you can make this decision on Exalt Netherkill's behalf. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. But Mo Shang said solemnly, if even you don't have the qualifications either, then nobody is qualified. In these 10,000 years, you're the first martial artist to succeed in challenging Azura mode. Furthermore, your challenge is different from the rest. The people you challenged were all the strongest batch in the 3rd level. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he started to ruminate. Mo Shang did not interrupt him either. He just quietly waited for his reply. But the martial artists on the grandstand all burst into an uproar. Did you guys hear it? Lord Mo Shang is actually inviting Yi Yuan to become a slaughter general under Exalt Netherkill's command. Yeah, Exalt Netherkill only has 8 slaughter generals under his command. Moreover, each one of them is a peak phaseless realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan is merely just initial stage heaven enlightenment realm, and he's actually invited to become a slaughter general already. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm is not high enough, his potential is too great. In this sort of place like the Azura Arena, leaping realms to battle is extremely seldom seen. Yi Yuan is only 3rd level heaven enlightenment, and he's actually able to easily cut down the first place by Meng. This kind of genius is bound to be exceedingly popular. Heh. It's still Lord Mo Shang who is smart. After Yi Yuan exits this place, probably apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, the other Exalts will all send people here to snatch him. If Yi Yuan agrees, Lord Mo Shang would have performed an exceptional meritorious service. The people were currently discussing animatedly when a melodious female voice sounded out in the sky above the fighting arena. Mo Shang, Yi Yuan is someone that this Exalt has taken fancy on. You actually dare to cut me off. The voice was very moving, but the tone was very unfriendly. It was another wave of exclamations on the grandstands. People who dare to proclaim themselves as this Exalt were only Exalts. A Lord Exalt actually came personally to snatch people. When Mo Shang heard the voice, his expression could not help changing. This? Mo Shang dare not. Mo Shang didn't know that Yi Yuan was actually somebody that Exalt Sein has taken a liking to, but I think that Exalt Netherkill will definitely be very interested in Yi Yuan too. Mo Shang hesitated for a moment and said, Insolence! Are you using Netherkill to pressure me here? Sein reproached. A piercingly cold killing intent instantly enveloped the entire fighting arena. Everyone's hearts turned cold. It was as if they had their throats strangled, virtually unable to breathe. Was this Exalt class killing intent too powerful? Mo Shang dare not. Exalt Sein. Please calm your anger. Under Sein's threat, Mo Shang had no choice but to lower his head. How could a trifling slaughter general possibly be an Exalt's match? The 12 Exalts were the Azura Arena's real administrators. Right at this time, another male voice sounded out. Sein, are you bullying juniors again? We had an agreement between us before, not to force the Azura Arena's martial artists to choose camps. Did you forget? The male voice carried a smile as he said, Humph, cold blood. When did I force Yi Yuan to choose camps? Mo Shang is just a slaughter general. Could it be that this Exalt can't teach him a lesson? See, Ein said with a cold snort. This male voice should be Exalt Coldblood. Exalt Coldblood descending at this time, his goal naturally could be understood without further explanations as well. Now, there were actually 3 big camps coming to snatch Yi Yuan. This glory. Likely no one in the Azura Arena had it. Coldblood said with a smile. Hoo-hoo. Good that you didn't force Yi Yuan. This Exalt is one of the 12 Exalts. Exalt Coldblood. Right now, I want to recruit you to become a slaughter general under my command. As for the terms 100 points every month, in addition 50 heaven essence crystals. You can invoke top-tier cultivation chambers to use as and when you like. How's that? The moment Coldblood's words came out, everyone all sucked in a cold breath. This treatment was way better than ordinary slaughter generals. Yi Yuan, you should have guessed who this exalt is, right? Serve under my command. I'll give you 200 slaughter points every month and 100 heaven essence crystals. Apart from this, when you buy things in the Azura shop, 50% discount. Without exception, Exalt C. said coldly. Two mighty exalts actually started losing all decorum in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard that and opened his mouth to say, "Two Lord Exalts Jr. suddenly had some enlightenment in the battle just now and need to enter close seclusion to meditate over it. I'll take my leave first." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. The latest issue of the Earth Carnage Proclamation is freshly out. Everybody, quickly come and take a look. On the streets, someone started crying out. The Heaven Secret Tower would issue a Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation list once every half a year, publishing and binding into a book and issuing to all corners of the chaotic Devil Sea for free. Being in a favorable position, Azura City was naturally the place to obtain the proclamations first. Whenever this time came, many martial artists would all abandon cultivation in order to take a look at the list to see if they were ranked on the list or not. This list was very authoritative. Basically, the difference in ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation determined the depths of each one's strength. Just like assessing the 10 great divine kings back then, there were naturally people who were unconvinced by this ranking. They would go and challenge martial artists ranked higher than them on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, so as to prove that this proclamation was utter rubbish. But the final result was that 9 out of 10 challengers all failed. In the end, it naturally proved that this list was not completely correct. But the authority of this list was also established from then on. Close to 2 months' time had already passed since Yi Yuan killed by Meng. This period of time, Yi Yuan had always been in close seclusion inside the top-tier cultivation chamber, turning a complete deaf ear to the various exalts roping in of him. And today was the day a new issue of the proclamations were issued. The martial artists in the entire city were all craning their necks in anticipation. This half a year my strength advanced greatly. Quickly help me see if I made it on the list or not. Let me take a look. Already checked until 450th place already. Doesn't seem like there's you. No way, right? I actually failed again. Azura City, just inside the Azura Arena, had several tens of thousands of martial artists. Furthermore, all of them were formidable rivals. Wanting to slaughter into the top 500 was absolutely not an easy thing. Although everyone was all energetic and in high spirits, the final results were mostly disappointment. After the disappointment, the people were more zealous about those powerhouses' ranking changes. And the one receiving the most attention among them was undoubtedly the Yi Yuan who cut down by Meng not long before. Before that, they were all spreading that by Meng would be able to climb to the number 1 position this time. Since Yi Yuan killed by Meng, number 1 should be something without the least bit of suspense, right? Quickly flip ahead. Take a look if number 1 is Yi Yuan or not. Someone urged. In? Number 1 is still Mu Yang. It's actually not Yi Yuan. No way, right? Did you see wrongly or not? By Meng's fleshy body broke through to tier 8. Mu Yang shouldn't be by Meng's match.
Ye Yuan silei bai.
Meng, how can he possibly not be on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? This person clearly did not believe it and snatched the list over. Focusing his eyes and looking, indeed, he saw that the number 1 name was still Mu Yang. What was recorded on the Earth Carnage Proclamation was the entire chaotic Devil Seas experts and not all of the experts in the Azura Arena. This Mu Yang was not inside the Azura Arena, but he overpowered by Meng to become the chaotic Devil Seas number 1. Now that Yi Yuan slew Mu Yang but was still unable to surpass Mu Yang, could it be that this Mu Yang's strength was already daunting to this sort of degree? It's not right. You look downwards some more, even if Yi Yuan isn't first place, he can at least rank into the top 10. Right? This sentence reminded everyone. They hurriedly looked downwards. But from first place to 20th place, there was still no sight of Yi Yuan's name. These people were unreconciled to it and continued to look down. But the more they looked down, the more disappointed they got. They looked all the way to the 300th place but still did not see Yi Yuan's name. With this, everyone was depressed. What kind of lousy earth carnage proclamation? Heaven's secret tower, that bunch of fools, they are messing with us here, right? Someone as powerful as Yi Yuan actually can't even get on the earth carnage proclamation. That martial artist threw the earth carnage proclamation onto the ground and said, disdainfully, they all saw Yi Yuan's strength with their own eyes. If even Yi Yuan could not get on the earth carnage proclamation, then wasn't these rankings on the earth carnage proclamation sheer nonsense? Forget it. Everyone says that heaven's secret tower is omniscient. I think it's also just like that. Forget it, better take a look at the heaven carnage proclamation. If there are no accidents, the heaven carnage proclamation this time should still be doju, right? I just wonder if any of those few that came out from the third level entered the earth carnage proclamation this time or not. The moment these words came out, a bunch of people immediately became excited, too, and took out the heaven carnage proclamation and started looking. 500th place, Jin Hong. 499th place, Guisun. 498th place, Lu Yi. These few lords indeed got on the proclamation after half a year's time of accumulation. For 495th place, Yi Yuan. And no way, right? Haha. Are you teasing me? Yi Yuan is just heaven enlightenment realm. How can he possibly get on the heaven carnage proclamation? If you're lying to your father, you should also use some brains, alright? Another person said with a laugh. Who's joking with you? If you don't believe, see for yourself. As he said, that person directly threw the list to the other party. Hehe. I'll look then. Your father has never heard before that a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist can even get on. He was just talking when his eyes also glimpsed the last few names on the heaven carnage proclamation. Yi Yuan's name was shockingly there. Really got on the heaven carnage proclamation. How is this possible? Very soon, the news of Yi Yuan getting on the heaven carnage proclamation swept across the entire Azura arena's third level like a tornado. In the Azura shop, Exalt Si-in looked at the heaven carnage proclamation list. In her hand, her expression very ugly. Shao Kai, what do you think? Si-in asked the middle-aged man in brocade beside her. In this subordinate's view, Yi Yuan definitely obtained a very big breakthrough in these 2 months of seclusion. Although he was also very strong when fighting with Bai Meng, he shouldn't be powerful to a degree where he gets on the heaven carnage proclamation. But it's precisely because so that this Yi Yuan is even more terrifying. His growth rate is too fast. Cao Kui said solemnly. Under normal circumstances, after the martial artists on the earth carnage proclamation broke through to phaseless realm, there would be a period of accumulation before they had a chance to get on the heaven carnage proclamation. After all, the people on the heaven carnage proclamation were not to be trifled with. Even if those heaven enlightenment realm geniuses were any stronger, it was also impossible to immediately surpass these phaseless realm.
Senor.
As time passed, people's understanding of the heaven carnage proclamation and earth carnage proclamation had also deviated. Actually, the heaven's secret tower issuing this proclamation was originally ranked according to strength and potential and not at all divided according to cultivation realm. Normally speaking, the heaven carnage proclamation is the real powerhouse list, while what the earth carnage proclamation regards as more important is potential. However, Yi Yuan being able to ascend to the heaven carnage proclamation with heaven enlightenment realm cultivation, this is the first time since the 2 proclamations were published. Si-in said. Xiao Kai nodded his head rather approvingly as he said, "This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable. Sadly, it will probably not be easy for Lord Exalt to want to bring him under your command." Si Yin's expression fell, clearly quite vexed. Indeed, Si Yin was somewhat regretting now. Had she long known about today, she would have directly offered the points to help Yi Yuan by the slaughter. Sword art. Delivering charcoal in the snow was more favorable than adding flowers to embroidery. Wanting to rope in Yi Yuan now would probably need to expend a greater price. Heavenly Slaughter Pit is going to open very soon. We need Yi Yuan right now. No matter how great a price I spend, I must pull Yi Yuan over to my side. Si Yin gritted her teeth and said, just as the outside world expected, these 2 months' time Yi Yuan's strength increase was all round. Experiencing by Meng's battle, Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity for body refinement to break through to Tier 8. After half a month, Yi Yuan drew support from the power of medicinal pills and broke through to Tier 8 in one stroke. Breaking through to Tier 8 brought tremendous changes to Yi Yuan. The primeval dragon bone's energy was released further, making Yi Yuan's cultivation realm rise a great deal too, directly bursting through the 4th level heaven enlightenment's bottleneck, finally reaching 6th level heaven enlightenment. What made Yi Yuan even more surprised was that his dragon wave finally broke through to middle stage spirit rank after the breakthrough this time. Yi Yuan's talent in Dragon Wave, even Long Tongue marveled greatly with admiration. But after he broke through to spirit rank, the rate of progress had always been very slow. The power of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan had always relied on the advancement of the fleshy body to increase it. All the way until this time, Yi Yuan's dragon wave finally broke through the bottleneck. After breaking through to middle stage spirit rank, the power of Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm had an extremely great increase. Yi Yuan also became aware that after his dragon wave was cultivated to spirit rank, the frequency of that sort of vibration reached a very terrifying level. Wanting to make any more advancements were countless harder than before. This was also the reason why he had always been unable to break through the middle stage bottleneck. With the strength of Yi Yuan's Tier 7 fleshy body, wanting to reach that sort of vibration frequency was virtually something impossible. This time Yi Yuan broke through to Tier 8, the strength of his fleshy body had a tremendous increase. Only then did it let him break through the bottleneck in one stroke. Of course, the increase in Dragon Wave made the power of the Void Dragon Shadow Punch have a substantial increase too. But because Yi Yuan's scorching Supreme True Intent still remained at a standstill, this limited the increase of Yi Yuan's strength. The remaining half a month, Yi Yuan was constantly cultivating the spirit. Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts 7th Layer Martial Technique. Blazing Sun. Heavenly Fire. This time, Yi Yuan did not cultivate in seclusion with a one-track mind. He thought of a possibility, since the vast heaven steel was able to help him comprehend concepts. Then if he entered the vast heaven steel space to cultivate this martial technique, would he comprehend it faster or not? Yi Yuan visualized the blazing sun heavenly fire and entered the vast heaven steel space. He discovered that inside the vast heaven steel space there was actually a transparent silhouette battling him with blazing sun heavenly fire. Furthermore, this transparent person's blazing sun heavenly fire was actually at minor accomplishment. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. Such an opponent was simply tailor-made for him. This half a month's time, Yi Yuan was demolished by this transparent person. Goodness knows how many times. Finally, it made his blazing sun heavenly fire reach minor accomplishment. This sort of cultivation speed was simply rated as horrifying. One had to know what when Yi Yuan comprehended the void fire mark back then. He spent quite a few months' time. But the difficulty of the blazing sun heavenly fire was God knows how many times greater than the void fire mark. Yi Yuan actually only used half a month to cultivate the blazing sun heavenly fire to minor accomplishment. As such, his scorching supreme true intent also smoothly broke through to the second stage. 2 months later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion fully satisfied and contented. After exiting seclusion, the first one he went to find was naturally Demon King Nalan Chu. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that when he found Nalan Chu, that gray-robed, middle-aged man Mo Shang actually just happened to be present. The moment Nalan Chu saw Yi Yuan, it was like he saw his savior. He hurriedly pulled him to one side and said, "Oh my young lord, you finally exited seclusion. If you still don't leave seclusion, my doorway will be trampled." Broken. Yi Yuan took a look at Nalan Chu and glanced at Mo Shang, and instantly knew what happened in this period of time. Looks like those few exalts all did not give up. Unable to find him, they actually set their eyes on Nalan Chu. Looking at Nalan Chu, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, don't act meek after receiving benefits. These 2 months accepted gifts until your hands became weak, right?" Nalan Chu's face involuntarily reddened when he heard that. He was just about to explain when he heard Yi Yuan say again, "Heh, if you accepted, then keep. Since Lord exalts they all are so courteous, we can't fail to appreciate favors either." Yi Yuan knew that these exalts finding him one by one was definitely not taking fancy on his potential, but because he had some areas for them to exploit. In this sort of place like the chaotic Devil Sea, if one naively thought that their talent was regarded highly by some important figure and want to groom heavily, then the final outcome would definitely be very tragic. Since that was the case, why not take it since there were benefits? But Nalan Chu passed Yi Yuan a storage ring and said, "The gifts I accepted are all here. These gifts were gifted targeted at you. It should belong to you." But Yi Yuan smiled and pushed it back, saying, "If they gave you, just take." Being polite for what? Could it be that you think they will still treat me shabbily? Finished talking, Yi Yuan circled around Nalan Chu and clasped his hands towards Mo Shang, saying with a smile, "What a nice mood Senior Mo Shang is in to actually come here and be a guest." Mo Shang smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "You, this brat, really can't do anything about you. Don't tell me that you don't know my intentions for coming." Yi Yuan smiled and refrained from commenting. Mo Shang could not help being somewhat gloomy about his blow landing on cotton, but he opened his mouth again. "Senior, this word, I don't deserve it. You're a powerhouse on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation now too. Logically speaking, we should be of the same generation. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Brother Mo."
Yi Yuan froze.
He had yet to understand what was going on when Nalan Chu explained, "The other day the new issue of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation were already published. Your name appeared on the 495th place of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. This matter has already caused a huge commotion in the Azura arena." Only when Yi Yuan heard did he come to realize it. He himself also did not think that he would actually get on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, but Yi Yuan estimated his strength presently a little, beating 6th level. Phaseless martial artists shouldn't be anything difficult. Getting on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation did not seem to be something hard to believe either. It was just that what made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was enclosed seclusion for 2 months and his strength had a tremendous increase. Such a thing actually could not hide from the Heaven's Secret Tower's eyes and ears. This Heaven's Secret Tower was seriously mysterious until it made people feel terrified. Yi Yuan in closed-door seclusion, if he was spied on by others, it was impossible to not detect anything at all. Then how did Heaven's Secret Tower come to know that he had the strength to leap realms and battle? Elder Brother Mo, even if younger brother I got on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation compared to you, I'm afraid the disparity is still too great, right? You already said that Exalt Netherkill is extremely stringent in selecting slaughter generals. Why would he pick me? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. Actually, Yi Yuan already had some guesses in his heart. It was just that he still needed to confirm it through Mo Shang's mouth. Although Yi Yuan gleaned considerable benefits in the chaotic Devil Sea, he did not forget his objective of coming here. Longtong was still in slumber and needed Skunda Divine Stones to nourish. And Skunda Divine Stones was the chaotic Devil Sea's local specialty. This matter very few in the outside world knew. But with Ji Qingyun's status, he was naturally aware. Skunda Divine Stones were inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Mo Shang did not hesitate. Opening his mouth, he said, "1 month later, the heavenly slaughter pit will be opening. When the time comes, the 12 exalts will bring a large group of subordinates to enter inside, and you will play a major crucial role." Heavenly slaughter pit? Yi Yuan intentionally pretended to not know. Mo Shang nodded his head. Darting a glance at Nalan Chu got the meaning and left on his own accord. After Nalan Chu left, Mo Shang explained, "This is a secret only limited to Slaughter General class to know. The Azura Arena has limitless good stuff and also a set of slaughter rules that the outside world doesn't. And these all originate from the Heavenly Slaughter Pit. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit is an ancient battlefield and also a land where gods fall. There are inexhaustible treasures inside. Of course, it also comes with tremendous danger. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit opens once every 10 years. And 2 months later is precisely the 10-year date." Yi Yuan's face made a surprised expression at the right time, but asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Mo Shang said, "Entering the Heavenly Slaughter Pit the last time, the exalts discovered a grotto, and opening the grotto requires dragon race bloodline." Yi Yuan came to a realization when he heard that. No wonder these exalts were all like flies, watching closely and not letting go. In that case, I'm a rare commodity in short supply right now. It's just 10 years passed all at once. These exalts can't have not prepared any backup plans, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Although dragon race bloodline was scarce, as long as one searched seriously, they could still find some. Since these exalts got their eyes on that grotto, it was impossible to not find martial artists carrying dragon blood in these 10 years. That is, of course, it's just that martial artists carrying dragon race bloodline aren't easy to find. The ones who found dragon blood martial artists now are only 4 or 5 exalts.
Montag Shang.
Since they already found 4 or 5, why do they still want to come looking for me? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. That I'm not too sure. Maybe they took a liking to your strength. Because that grotto, exalts can't enter. Furthermore, since it requires dragon race bloodline, the treasures inside are very likely to be related to the dragon race. People carrying dragon race bloodline naturally have a greater chance of obtaining treasures.
Montag Shang Gusset.
Hearing Mo Shang's explanation, Yi Yuan could not help frowning and say, "Looks like there were exalts who perished in that grotto? This sort of thing one would only know after testing it out personally." Mo Shang nodded and said, "The last time the Heavenly Slaughter Pit opened up, everyone accidentally stumbled upon and barged into the Dragon Sovereign territory. As a result, 2 exalts were directly obliterated by the rules. Inside, Exalt Sein and Exalt Blazing Fire were supplemented in after that. This Azura Arena had operated for several tens of thousands of years. But there had always been just 12 exalts. Only after one of the exalts died would the people below have a chance to fill in the vacancy to become an exalt. However, even if there wasn't the Dragon Sovereign Territory incident, the replacing of the 12 exalts was also very frequent. Virtually every time the Heavenly Slaughter Pit opened, there would be several exalts who die inside. However, there were too many good stuff inside the Heavenly Slaughter Pit. Each time it opened, the exalts would advance and fill the gaps left by fallen comrades, and enter the Heavenly Slaughter Pit to seek treasures. Actually, it doesn't matter to me. It's just that since the exalts are unable to enter, how would he know how many treasures I annex inside?
Ye Yuan
said with an indifferent look. Mo Shang said, "Joining under the command of an exalt is not a verbal agreement, but swearing upon one's own absolute kill token. After swearing, the Exalt and the Slaughter General will reach a kind of agreement. Once the Slaughter General violates the oath, his life and death will be up to the Exalt to control. Of course, as long as you don't go against the oath, the Exalt won't erase you either. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It seems like that I have no choice." Mo Shang nodded his head and said, "Under this sort of circumstances now you indeed don't have a choice anymore. If you reject all of the Exalts, you'll probably become their common enemy." Becoming the common enemy of the 12 Exalts, this did not sound like a fun thing no matter what. But his life and death being controlled by others was clearly not Yi Yuan's style. Then, speaking of which, why should I join under Exalt Netherkill's command? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Mo Shang was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "Lord Exalt has already promised, as long as you agree entering the Dragon Sovereign territory this time, all of the things you acquire will belong to younger brother Yi yourself. Lord Exalt, he only wants one thing inside. I think that this promise, the other Exalts are all unable to do it. Younger brother Yi, you have just exited seclusion. I believe the other Exalts will also come and look for you. At that time, younger brother Yi can do a comparison." Mo Shang was very confident, because when Exalt Netherkill stated this condition, even he was taken aback too, who knew that Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Sounds pretty good." Then, just as elder brother Mo says, this Yi will make a decision again after shopping around. Sending away Mo Shang, Yi Yuan could not help pondering. Looks like the competition between the 12 Exalts was also quite fierce. Whatever fishy activities were going on in between this, probably only they themselves would know. Yi Yuan's objective this trip was the Skanda Divine Stone. But hearing Mo Shang say so, he also became interested in this Dragon Sovereign territory. As for the absolute kill token oath that Mo Shang talked about, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. Some things he would only do for Mo Shang to see. With Yi Yuan's tricks, how could wanting to control him be easy? Indeed, as Mo Shang predicted, a full day's time, apart from Exalt Heavenly, Hedonist, Exalt Blazing Fire, and Exalt Seein, the other 9 Exalts all sent people over. It was just that the terms these Exalts offered were all not as generous as Exalt Netherkill. Comparing them, it seemed like Yi Yuan could only agree to Exalt Netherkill. What made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that Exalt Seein actually did not come over. Looking at her behavior that day, she should regard Yi Yuan very highly. In the end, apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, only Exalt Seein did not come. Just as Yi Yuan thought that she would not come, at midnight Seein actually came over personally. "Exalt Seein, gracing me with your grand presence. I'm truly honored by your visit," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seein said expressionlessly, "Yi Yuan, you should know this Exalt's intention for coming, right? State your conditions. As long as you swear fealty to this Exalt, this Exalt can promise you any terms." But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Exalt Seein coming to find this Yi, isn't it in order to catch up on old times?" Sein's expression changed, and she said with a cold snort, "Yi Yuan, this Exalt came personally and the conditions are up to you to state. Could it be that this sincerity is still not enough?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Lord Exalt's attitude isn't right. If you want to talk about sincerity, Lord Exalt stating clearly your request this trip seems to have more sincerity, right?" Yi Yuan was not some easy to hoodwink person. Sein, as an Exalt, lowered her attitude to come to find Yi Yuan personally. She definitely had considerable motives. At least, Yi Yuan's function to Sein was indispensable. The more Yi Yuan obtained, the more he naturally had to pay as well. Maybe he kicks the bucket inside, then all of the promises would naturally vanish like mist and smoke too. Including that Exalt Netherkill, he only wanted one thing inside. That thing was definitely not that easy to get. These things, Yi Yuan had a score in his heart. If he must pick an exalt, Yi Yuan actually leaned more towards exalt Si Yin. Si Yin's expression turned cold, clearly very displeased with this attitude of Yi Yuan. She had become an exalt for close to 10 years already. Who in this Azura arena did not quake in their boots when they saw her? But this brat still wet behind his ears before her eyes actually started shaking his tail feathers in front of her. However, Si Yin really could not do without Yi Yuan this trip. Hence, that was why she humbled herself and bent her knee to come and see Yi Yuan personally. Yi Yuan was very popular right now. If she did not come personally, Yi Yuan definitely would not choose her. Humph! The terms they offer are good, but do you have the life to take it? The last time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, the several dozen phaseless realm experts who entered the dragon sovereign territory, only a measly few people came out. Your strength is decent, but that's also just within heaven. Enlightenment realm. You got to know that the ones going in this time are all Heaven Carnage Proclamation martial artists, while you merely rank at the end of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, Si Yin said with a cold snort. This kind of thing naturally did not need Si Yin to remind. Yi Yuan understood. In his heart. Except, wanna cheat him, Yi Yuan, those few guys were probably not qualified enough yet. It was just that Yi Yuan perceived some overtones from Si Yin's words. Hearing the meaning in Lord Exalt's words. Seems like you're not planning on entering the dragon sovereign territory. Yi Yuan was rather curious, since all of the exalts were very interested in the dragon sovereign territory. That place should have quite a bit of treasures. But this exalt Si Yin seemed to have other plans. The dragon sovereign territory is merely just a giant scam. Wanting to obtain treasures from inside is even harder than ascending to the heavens. You follow. This exalt will naturally ensure your safety and even give you enormous benefits. Si Yin offered the biggest ace in the hole. No matter how great the treasures were, one also had to have the life to take. This promise of Si Yin's counted as giving Yi Yuan an insurance to both get benefits and also return safely. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to buy it and said indifferently, "Say in detail." Si Yin was helpless and could only control her temper and said, "The last time this exalt entered the heavenly slaughter pit, I discovered a grotto in a remote area. This exalt merely just searched for a bit at the peripherals and I found a lot of good stuff. This exalt being able to become an exalt was all thanks to this grotto. It's just that there is a stone gate there that is completely immune to essence energy. This exalt couldn't open it even after racking my brain. So, you took fancy on that. I'm a body refinement martial artist, that's why. You would invite me to join your camp." Yi Yuan followed up. Si Yin did not reply, but the meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan did not hesitate much and said with a nod, "Okay. Deal. After entering that grotto, I want half of the treasures. In addition, I have the right to have a priority pick of the treasures 3 times. Si Yin's expression changed. She did not think that Yi Yuan would actually open his mouth to demand an exorbitant price. She said in a cold voice, "You really dare to demand for this? This exalt waited for 10 years, could it be, to prepare the wedding gown for you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I haven't said finish yet. I can join your camp, but we must enter the dragon sovereign territory first." This time, Si Yin was really enraged. "Yi Yuan, don't reach out for a yard. After taking an inch, do you think that this exalt really must find you?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Lord Exalt, please find someone more capable." Finished talking, Yi Yuan was about to turn around and leave. Si Yin was enraged until her lovely body was trembling wildly. She really wanted to smack Yi Yuan to death with one slap. A heaven enlightenment realm brat actually dared to be so unbridled in front of her, this exalt. But at this juncture, she could not find a second choice at all already. Si Yin's seniority among the 12 exalts was the most shallow. Her force was also the smallest, completely unable to compete with the other exalts. Encountering such a body refinement talent was not easy to come by for her. Hold it! Finally, Seein still caved. She opened her mouth and said, "Give you 40% of the treasures and the right to have priority pick of the treasures." One time, Yi Yuan did not have a single trace of ripple and still carried on walking forward. Seein bit her lower lip hard, her expression grim until it was almost about to drip water. Yet, she finally still opened her mouth. "Fine, I promise you. However, you must enter that grotto together with me first. Only then." Did Yi Yuan turn around in satisfaction and said smilingly, "There's nothing to discuss, disregarding whether or not that grotto you mentioned have any dangers, even if it has no danger at all. By the time I enter the dragon's sovereign territory, the treasures would have long been divided finish by them. Going in for what then? Although the dragon's sovereign territory is an extremely perilous place, through these 10 years of preparations, I believe that the various mighty exalts definitely prepared many ways of escape. The casualties definitely won't be as high as the last time," Seein said with a grim face. But I have no way of escape that can guarantee that you come out safely," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "As for that, this ye still have some confidence in myself. Furthermore, me representing Lord Exalt to go in, you can at least obtain some benefits. Don't you agree?" Seein wanted to refute Yi Yuan very much, but under this sort of circumstances, she completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan joined other people's camp, she might not even get to drink a mouthful of soup entering the heavenly slaughter pit this time. But if she could enter that grotto, she had faith that she could obtain even greater harvests. At that time, she would be the most powerful existence among the 12 exalts. Siyin's face revealed an extremely conflicted expression. Yi Yuan was in no hurry either, quietly waiting for Siyin's reply. In the end, Seein still thoroughly compromised. "Fine, I'll comply with you. Swear an oath to the absolute kill token then," Seein said coldly. An absolute kill token oath was different from a heavenly Tao oath. It was more like a sort of contract between the exalt and their subordinates. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, swearing an oath to the absolute kill token with the contents of the two people's agreement. Yi Yuan sensed that a surge of baffling energy entered into his divine soul from the absolute kill token. It was just that the moment this energy entered his divine soul, it was thoroughly wiped out by the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like after the last time, the soul-suppressing pearl was more automatic in doing things. This kind of bizarre energy seemed to be deemed harmful by the soul-suppressing pearl, so it was directly wiped out by it. It was just that looking from the exterior, Seein could not tell the slightest bit of abnormality. Her absolute kill token also received the contents of the oath. Inside, there was Siyin's portion of her duties. If she violated them, she would similarly get a backlash from the absolute kill token. Existing in the Azura arena for so many years, probably only Yi Yuan could force and exalt to accept this sort of oath. From now onwards, you're a slaughter general under my, Siyin's, command. If anybody dares to cause you trouble, directly report this exalt's name, Seein said coldly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Then many thanks, Lord Exalt. However, I still have a tiny request. I wonder if Lord Exalt can satisfy it or not." Seein thought about it and said, "You just joined this Exalt's banners. There ought to be an introduction gift." Yi Yuan took out a detailed list and handed it to Seein, saying, "I want to refine some medicinal pills. Since Lord Exalt is in charge of the Azura shop, I wonder if you can help me gather up these spirit medicines. This is a small matter. There's naturally no issue. You, as Seein said. She looked at the spirit medicines on the list at the same time and could not help sucking in a cold breath. In the sky of Azura City, it was a stretch of blood-red color, appearing especially sinister. This blood red which filled the entire sky shone until the earth became red. A streak of red light beam fell from the skies, directly entering inside the Azura arena. What happened? This look. Could it be that the sky is going to fall? Kicking up a fuss over nothing. This is Azura City's freak phenomenon. Will appear once every 10 years. No big deal. So that's what it is. Scared me to death. This freak phenomenon is also a bit too scary. The martial artists in Azura City were replaced by new ones very quickly. But there were always some wily old foxes that have stayed in this place for a very long time. This sort of freak phenomenon happened once every 10 years. They were already accustomed to the unusual. But currently, the Azura Arena's 7th level was very lively. A large group of martial artists was gathered here. They were all the various mighty exalts, slaughter generals who were summoned to come to the 7th level and waiting to enter the heavenly slaughter pit. The red light beam that descended from the sky actually connected straight to here. Wu-He, 10 years ago you lost more than half of your old life in the heavenly slaughter pit. You still dare to go in this time? A martial artist, wearing black martial attire said. The expression of that person opposite darkened, and he said with a cold snort, Li Dao, don't think I don't know that you duped 10 fellow companions at Black Fiend Mountain before walking out from there. I want to know how many. Are you planning on scamming this time? The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few people behind Li Dao all changed. These words had somewhat of an ulterior motive. That Li Dao's face changed and he said furiously, Wu-He, don't go slandering people. Wu-He said with a cold smile. Heh, whether it's slandering or not, you're aware of it yourself. This Wu-He and Li Dao belonged to two different exalts camp, arguing the moment they met. The two people had the trend of going to fight at a word of disagreement. Hoo-hoo, the two of you talk lesser. This heavenly slaughter pit is a treasure. Land and also a dangerous area. Wealth and opportunity come with danger. Anything happening wouldn't make people surprised. At this time, an old man, whose hair and beard were all white, spoke up to mediate. Indeed, the moment he spoke, Li Dao and Wu-He both gave a cold snort and shut their mouths, clearly deeply fearful of him. In? Someone else is coming. It's Exalt Si Yin's people. Heh, in these 10 years, Exalt Si Yin doesn't have any sense of existence at all. Her strength is also the weakest among the exalts. You never know, she might perish inside this time. The heavenly slaughter pit is also incomparably dangerous to exalts. There would be people perishing inside virtually every time. This time, the one with the greatest likelihood is Exalt Si Yin. As long as she falls, our chance will be here. There was a small section of the slaughter generals whose seniority were very old, even older than exalts. Their goal was naturally to become exalts. Inside this Azura city, exalts were invincible existences. Even if among these slaughter generals, there were people whose cultivation realms were not weaker than exalts, it was also not possible to be a match for an exalt. Therefore, each time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, it was also the time for these veterans' thoughts to drift. And this time, their goal was naturally fixed on Si Yin. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was locked on by several burning hot gazes. No matter how one looked at it, these few gazes were not too friendly either. However, Yi Yuan stood there calmly, and could not be bothered with these gazes. Except, he was not finding trouble with others, but others wanted to find trouble with him. Brat, you're Yi Yuan? The Wu-He who was arguing with Li Dao previously came in front of Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan rested with his eyes closed and did not even give a shit about this guy. Wu-He's tone was unfriendly. He was clearly here to find trouble. Regarding this sort of guys who were blind, Yi Yuan had always been disinclined to care. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Wu-He suddenly became greatly enraged. Pointing at Yi Yuan's nose, he said, Brat, you think that by not talking, you'll be fine? Entering the heavenly slaughter pit, the Azura Arena's rules won't be able to protect you anymore. Since you kill by Meng, you'll need to be mentally prepared to get killed. This Wu He was precisely the third slaughter general under Exalt Blazing Fire's command, and Bai Meng's relationship with him was not shallow. But he was killed by Yi Yuan. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan to the core. In the Azura arena, the higher level could not make a move against the people below. Hence, Wu Jie had no way to come find Yi Yuan. But this time, Yi Yuan actually became a slaughter general under Exalt C. Yin's command. This made Wu He exceptionally excited. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Giving him a nonchalant glance, he said, "Idiot." Wu He's strength was very strong. An expert in the top 200 of the heaven. Carnage proclamation, but was ignored by a brat who just entered the heaven. Carnage proclamation. How could he accept this? Brat, you're courting death. Wu He suddenly became furious and was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. Right at this time, a silhouette blocked in front of him. It was precisely the great general under Exalt Si Yin's command, Shao Kai. Wu He, are you bullying us for having no people? Shao Kai said coldly. Wu He shot Shao Kai a glance and said disdainfully, "Humph, so what if bullying you? Shao Kai, you're also someone capable at any rate, you're actually working under a broad one. I really feel ashamed for you." Wu He did not have any respect for Shao Kai at all. Although Exalt Blazing Fire and Exalt Si Yin were both newly ascended Exalts, Exalt Blazing Fire's ambition was very great. His development these 10 years was also pretty decent. In contrast, Exalt Si Yin's strength was much weaker. Therefore, Wu He was the same as the rest, holding Si Yin's lot in complete contempt. Shao Kai's expression was very ugly. He was obviously aware of Exalt Si Yin's situation, but Exalt Si Yin had saved his life before, so there was no way that Shao Kai would betray Si Yin. And entering the heavenly slaughter pit this time was the turning point for Si Yin to rise up. Shao Kai had to help Si Yin to rise up no matter what. Right at this time a light flashed. 12 silhouettes appeared here. They were precisely the mysterious 12 Exalts. The Yi Yuan who had his eyes shut to recuperate all along also opened his eyes at this time and sized up the 12 Exalts. Apart from Si Yin, the other 11 Exalts, it was his first time seeing them. With this sweep, Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed too. The glabellas of the 12 Exalts all had 8 stars, which was also 8-star soul. General, just in Slaughter Dao, these 12 people's strengths were unfathomable. Alright, it's almost time. Us 12 Exalts will join forces to open up the passageway. Everybody, enter the heavenly slaughter pit together. A masked Exalt in the middle said. Shao Kai scooted close to Yi Yuan's ear and said softly, "This is the most mysterious existence among the 12 Exalts, Exalt Netherkill." Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. This person was indeed too deep to fathom. He actually made Yi Yuan have a feeling of unable to figure out too. The 12 Exalts got into position. An apprehensive killing chi suddenly erupted and shot towards that red light beam at the same time. Boom! On the red light beam actually slowly opened up a transmission gate. When all the martial artists saw this situation, their faces all could not help showing looks of eagerness to have a go. All right, set off. This was a blood-colored wilderness filled with desolation and bleakness, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Each Exalt has the coordinates of the Dragon Sovereign Territory in their hands. 3 days later, we'll meet up at the Dragon Sovereign Territory. Now, depart on your own. Exalt Netherkill said coldly. Exalt Netherkill gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and brought the subordinates under him and left. Exalt Blazing Fire with a head full of fire-red colored hair slowly came in front of Exalt Si Yin. Darting a glance at Yi Yuan, he cracked a wide smile and said, Si Yin, you got to keep a close eye on your family's little darling. This road isn't too peaceful. Ha ha ha. This was a blatant threat, provoking until all of the martial artists on Exalt Si Yin's side scowled with furious glares. Bai Meng was a figure that Exalt Blazing Fire was heavily grooming in the 3rd level. He expended considerable resources on him but was killed by Yi Yuan. This grudge was considered sowed. By the side, Exalt Heavenly Hedonist also looked at Si-in with a smile that was not a smile as he said, Si-in, your position as an Exalt was originally in a precarious position to begin with. You actually still dared to recruit such a hot potato. Heh, this heavenly slaughter pit trip you got to be a little more careful. Si-yin's face was cold as frost, but she did not argue. She also did not expect that blazing fire and heavenly hedonist would actually walk together. This trip seemed to be quite troublesome. Lord Exalt, we should leave already. If we still don't go, the treasures will all be snatched away by others. Yi Yuan's leisurely voice transmitted over. He actually already walked out far away. Si-in was stunned and finally came back to her senses. She could not help being somewhat surprised. Yi Yuan got into such a big trouble, but he was actually not worried at all. Did this brat not care about anything? Or did he have something to count on? Humph! That stretch of area nearby has long been turned over countless times. Already, whatever treasures there are, they have long been picked clean by people. Would it still be your turn? Si-in caught up to Yi Yuan and said, with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said with a smile, that might not be so. The heavenly slaughter pit was huge. The area which Azura City explored was but a very small part of it. Heading towards the depths, the danger was very high. Even these veteran Exalts also did not dare to go too deep. The vicinity area of a radius of 10,000 miles, these Exalts from the Azura arena already came goodness knows how many times. It was impossible to leave behind anything. Right now, places that had good stuff were virtually all outside of 10,000 miles.
Hey, Ye Yuan.
Don't run around. The fiendish chi in this heavenly slaughter pit is extremely heavy. Even within this 10,000-mile region, it's very dangerous too. Seeing Yi Yuan milling around on his own, Si-in could not resist warning. This guy really made people worry. Lord Exalt, what is this boy doing? The heavenly slaughter pit is an ancient battlefield. There's an abundance of evil stuff. If he anyhow runs around like this, he will screw us over. This boy is relying on that Lord Exalt has a request for him. He's so freaking cocky. Lord Exalt, you look at that punk's arrogant appearance. How does he look? Like your subordinate? Those who don't know might even think that you're his subordinate. Si-yin's subordinates actually had a lot of resentment towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan run about without a break at this time, each and every one of them started to complain. Si-yin's face turned black too when she heard that. Yi Yuan's actions truly thought too little of her. Along the way, they naturally had to listen to her, this Exalt, for everything. This boy running around here and there, what did it count as? The other Exalt's teams had already moved out goodness knows how far away, while their bunch only walked out less than 500 miles. At the rate of this speed, they could forget about reaching the dragon sovereign territory in 3 days' time. Being called out by her subordinates like this, Si-in became embarrassed too. She questioned with a black face, Yi Yuan, are you intentionally causing trouble? But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He still rushed around in all directions, as if he was searching for something. Exalt, this brat isn't showing you any respect at all. When the people under her saw Si-in lose her temper, each and every one of them could not help getting excited. Si-yin's expression became increasingly uglier. Finally, her figure moved, arriving at Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan, this heavenly slaughter pit isn't a land for jokes. It's fine if you're courting death yourself, but don't drag everybody into the water. If you carry on being like this Exalt won't be courteous anymore. Si-in said coldly. Yi Yuan made a shushing hand gesture at Si-in and said softly, lower your voice. Don't scare the treasure away. He had a secretive appearance, looking just like a huckster. However, in Si-yin's view, Yi Yuan was completely impervious to reason. Yi Yuan, you're too much. If I don't show you a little color, you really won't show any respect to me. This Exalt Seen said in a cold voice. Seen surged with killing chi. A powerful aura spread over towards Yi Yuan. With a whoosh, a small and exquisite figure suddenly scurried out from underground and dashed for the distance. Seen froze, the killing chi on her immediately dissipating into nothing. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and shot a fierce glare at Seen. Bang! That little thing's speed was extremely fast. Even Seen did not see clearly what that thing was, but it did not run out very far when it slammed head-on into a light screen, tumbling over with a big somersault. The little thing did not give up. Crawling up, it changed a direction and ran again, but it did not run far when it collided into a light screen again. Seeing this scene, Seen and all the slaughter generals were all incredibly astounded. They had clearly already noticed that a trapping formation was already laid down within this circumference of several hundred feet. This array formation was clearly set up by Yi Yuan. But when did Yi Yuan make a move? They did not perceive it at all. At this time, the little object was like a headless fly, dashing around randomly inside the array formation. But no matter how it ran, it could not escape the range of the array formation either. Before long, the little thing was finally all worn out and gave up on escaping. It slumped down and looked at Yi Yuan with a pitiable look. That appearance was adorable to the max. Seen focused her eyes to look. It was a palm-sized little child. Immediately, her maternal love overflowed, wanting to hug the little thing. Hey, what are you doing? Seen was just about to make a move but was berated by Yi Yuan. Seen froze. Don't you see how pitiful he is? I'll go hug him. Yi Yuan shot her another glare and said crossly, prodigal broad who is not good enough to accomplish anything. If I didn't have foresight, this ethereal blood ginseng would have been set free by you. Siyin's complexion turned bright red all at once. Pointing at Yi Yuan, her chest heaved up and down incessantly as she said in anger, You, what did you say? You actually dare to scold me? Scold me? Humph! What are you if not a prodigal broad? Do you know how precious this ethereal blood ginseng is? Do you know how great an effort I spent in this half a day's time in order to not startle him? Let him escape and it will be even harder than ascending to the heavens to want to find him again.
Ye Yuan
said with a displeased face, totally not caring about Siyin's attitude. Siying was rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. She also recovered to her senses at this time. Widening her eyes, she said, You're saying that this little child is the Tier 9 spirit medicine? Ethereal blood ginseng. Yi Yuan glared and said huffily, What do you think? Siying had nothing to say anymore. She never would have thought that within this several hundred miles radius, there would actually be a Tier 9 spirit medicine. Why didn't you say earlier? Siying said weakly. Say what say? By the time I say clearly, he would have escaped long ago.
Ye
Yuan said crossly. He circled around Siying and came in front of the ethereal blood ginseng, and directly tapped a finger over. That little child suddenly fled. It actually wanted to slip away. Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, Wanna run? How can it be that easy? Lock. The spell in Yi Yuan's hands pinched. Several beams of light extended out within the array formation, grabbing hold of the ethereal blood ginseng that was about to escape. Yi Yuan chuckled and went up to jab randomly, laying down several restrictions on the ethereal blood ginseng. The little child looked at Yi Yuan with wide glaring eyes and unspeakable resentment in its gaze. Heh. Don't look at me like this. Following your grandpa Yi in the future, I won't treat you shabbily. Yi Yuan laughed merrily and directly threw the ethereal blood ginseng into the storage ring. Even with Yi Yuan's eyesight, he regarded this ethereal blood ginseng as a treasure. Could be seen how valuable he was. Siying looked at Yi Yuan with an unfriendly face and said with a cold smile, You're really not polite. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Just a Tier 9 spirit medicine. I won't be courteous with Lord Exalt. You really take this exalt to not know anything? The ethereal blood ginseng's predecessor is a polar region blood ginseng. The conditions to take form are extremely harsh. Firstly, a polar region blood ginseng requires over 10,000 years of martial artists' fresh blood to nourish before it can initially take form. And when a polar region blood ginseng evolves to an ethereal blood ginseng, the conditions are even harsher to the extreme. An item like this, you dare to pocket it alone? Si-in said icily. Although she was astounded by Yi Yuan's ability, this ethereal blood ginseng was too valuable. She did not plan on giving up. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the ethereal blood ginseng landing in Exalt's hands, that's covering a bright pearl in dust. But in my hands he can unleash a heaven-defying effect. How about this when I use him to refine medicinal pills? I'll allocate you one. Si-in was just thinking of refuting, but she suddenly recalled those medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out at that time and could not help hesitating a little. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was incomparably heaven-defying. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, the ethereal blood ginseng was indeed much more useful in his hands compared to in her hands. Fine, you swear a heavenly Tao oath, and I won't pursue this matter anymore. Si-in thought about it and made up her mind. Yi Yuan nodded and swore a heavenly Tao oath on the spot before this matter was considered settled. Everyone set off on the journey once more. Those slaughter generals who were scolding Yi Yuan prior to this all kept their mouths shut sensibly at this time. For 30,000 years, this 10,000-mile region had long been scoured. Countless times over, it was totally not possible to find any treasures. Yet, this boy actually found such a heaven-defying spirit medicine in less than half a day. What else could they still say? This ethereal blood ginseng already took human form. His intelligence was extremely high. This was also the reason why he could avoid these countless batches of people searching. But no matter how clever he was, he could not escape Yi Yuan's demonic clutches either. Later on, whatever bizarre behavior Yi Yuan had, they all sensibly did not speak by the sides anymore. You have got to be kidding. Wasn't saying any more smacking their own mouths? Reality proved that they were right to shut their mouths. Along the way, Yi Yuan really found quite a number of good stuff. Si-in looked at Yi Yuan's bustling about back view, her gaze revealing a complicated look. How in the world did this guy discover these hidden spirit medicines? Little did they know that Yi Yuan was actually endlessly depressed right now. He was missing white light. If white light was here apart from spirit medicines, he could probably find even more good stuff. 3 days later, Yi Yuan's party finally arrived outside the Dragon Sovereign territory. Except they were the last group. The other exalts had been waiting here long ago. Heh! Si-in, your attitude is so haughty. To actually make Netherkill cold blood. These few elder brothers wait for the greater part of a day. Don't you know that your group of people already overshot the time? Blazing fire said with a cold smile. Si-in's expression changed when she heard that. This fellow had malicious motives. It was the intention of sowing dissension. Hoo-hoo, finally managed to take a trip inside. We naturally got to be a little more attentive on the way. If there are any fine treasures, what a waste it would be to miss it. Si-in had yet to open her mouth, but Yi Yuan spoke up. He smiled coldly when he heard that and said, what a joke! Inside this 10,000-mile region, what treasures are there still? Moreover, with just the likes of you, what treasures can you obtain? In my view, you guys are deliberately not giving face to exalt Netherkill. They all and were late on purpose. These two people sang in chorus. They were clearly sowing discord. Netherkill did not say anything, but Cold Blood was somewhat unhappy and spoke up. Younger sister Si-in, we only have half a year's time. Every second is very valuable. Everybody agreed on a time, but you were late. Not giving a reason. Isn't it somewhat unjustifiable? Si-in also understood that this Cold Blood was still finding trouble for the matter of vying for Yi Yuan the last time. that was why he intentionally dropped a rock down the well. Exalt Coldblood was the most insidious among the 12 exalts. Other people were all very scared of him. These few years, he had swindled who knows how many exalts inside this heavenly slaughter pit. It was just that being targeted at by so many people Sein became enraged at. All once. Elder brother Coldblood wants a reason, right? I'll give you a reason right away. Finish talking. Sein extended a hand and drew a line. Over 10 stalks of spirit medicines were propped up by essence energy, suspending in midair. Seeing this scene, even Exalt Netherkill's imposing momentum also choked up slightly, let alone the rest. Especially blazing fires and Wu-He's faces. They turned burning red. These 10 overstocks of spirit medicines, the vast majority were all tier 9. Spirit medicines that were extremely hard to see in the outside world. Furthermore, thick sinister chi faintly emitted from within the spirit medicines. They clearly came from inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Don't look at how Sein took out so many in one breath. Tier 9 spirit medicines were not that easy to find. The value of one stalk of tier 9 spirit medicine was even more valuable than 1,000 strains of tier 8 spirit medicines. More importantly, tier 9 spirit medicines could not be seen everywhere. Each stalk was incomparably precious. The moment Sein made a move, even those exalts lost composure. But they did not know that the spirit medicines Yi Yuan found were more than just this. We entered this heavenly slaughter pit in order to hunt for treasures. This exalt can't disregard all of these spirit medicines when I see them, right? While everybody agreed to gather here, I also never said that I must go in together with everybody. If elder brothers can't wait, just feel free to enter yourselves. Sein was clearly really enraged and said coldly. When Coldblood saw the situation, he could not help coughing dryly twice. But his eyes revealed a heated look as he said, "Cough, cough. Young sister Sein was mistaken. We didn't mean that. These spirit medicines were all obtained by you guys on the way." The 12 exalts appeared united outwardly but were actually divided. The relationships between each other were very complicated. But there was one point, there was no way they would make a move to snatch stuff in front of others. Otherwise, they would become the common enemy of the rest. As for privately, nobody knew the answer either. Elder brother Coldblood must really be joking. Could it be that I added the fiendish chi on these spirit medicines myself? Sein said coldly. The Netherkill, who did not speak the entire time, voiced out at this time. All right, since younger sister Sein obtained treasures on the way, it's naturally justifiable. This matter brooks no delay. We'd better enter the dragon sovereign territory first.